Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Tuesday, October 21st, 2025. Hello again, everyone. Frank. Okay. Blue Jays. Let's play ball. Okay. Blue Jays. Sing with me, Frank. Blue Jays. Let's play ball. We got a 9-man. We got a diamond. We got a bat, a hat. And that's not all. We're going to World Series. We're playing the LA Dodgers. Sing with me, Frank. But the world wants to see us win it all. What do you want? Frankie, what do you want?
For this
Let's play. Okay, yes. Oh, my God. Did that on the spot, by the way. Not too shabby. A little Barry H. The Toronto Blue Jays, your Toronto Blue Jays, the same Blue Jays that we sat in this chair speaking to the world about back in March when no one believed, when all the pundits had them in last place. Everyone remembers we crowned them the team of uncrowned HQ, and wouldn't you know it, on a beautiful Monday night in the 6th, Game 7 in the 6th, 6-7. Oh my God, one of the all-time great comebacks. Actually, guys, did you know this? Guys, did you know this? Wait for it. Should have had it ready. Wait for it. Just going into my little Blue Jays group chat here with Jason, Mark, and Phil, which I cannot find. It's a great stat. It's well worth it. There's so many texts. Oh, dear. How bad is this right here?
Best part of the start of the show and in rehearsals, you're like, Frankie, man, make sure you let that music ride a little bit.
Hey, listen, you got to keep them on their toes. George Springer's hit. He hit the first go-ahead home run trailing by multiple runs in the 7th inning or later in Game 7 history. In the histoire of Game 7. The vibes weren't great. I was sitting in my den, and then I went upstairs, and I said, I need to change the location. I watched in my room, but not like lying in bed, not like the move that you do at 12:30 when there's a boxing event going way too long. I went face first, like head first, so the TV's here, face first, and all the kiddies are kind of sleeping. And here we are in the 7th, and I say, it's up to you, George. The George Springer, by the way, who they tried to take out, the dirty SOBs over on the Mariner side of things, they tried to take him out, beating him with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball to the knee, and he hits the 3-run game-winning home run. The vibes were great. I can't get enough. Here's the bottom line for those wondering. Yes, I'm a proud Montrealer. Yes, the Montreal Expos will always be my team. They don't exist. From 2004 to 2015, I didn't watch a single inning of baseball. And then I fell in love with the 2015 Blue Jays because of Anthopoulos, because of Josh Donaldson and David Price and Tulowitzki, and on it went. And when I heard they signed a 16-year-old Vladimir Guerrero Jr., one of my favorite players, his dad, senior Expos, I said, all right, this is my team. Canada's only team. This is my team. And so to see Junior now become the star that he's become, and now to see him go up against Shohei Ohtani, who I've always said is number 2 to Vladdy, that Vladdy is the face of baseball, that Vladdy's the best player in baseball. It's really an amazing thing. I've never been able to really cheer for my team going to the World Series because in the 90s, I was an Expos fan. Of course, I had an affinity for the Jays, but we were jealous of the Jays. And so, here I am, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. We're en route, and everyone's coming with, right? Everyone's coming with?
Yep.
Everyone's coming with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who the F is we?
Yeah. PT, you stayed up?
Yeah.
Pete stayed up for the Seattle game.
PT.
The Seattle Seahawks.
Pizzi's love of baseball is unparalleled.
There is no You were sleeping before Derek Moneyberg came into the studio yesterday.
I was watching live.
Yeah, right. You had to have been sleeping. I was hoping you were sleeping.
I talked too much about it. And so everybody was getting on to me. I was like, here's Ariel's number. We text him. Shit. No, a lot of reaction.
We literally saw Pizzi sleeping before Derek came in because we saw it on air. He
Yeah,
fell
that's right.
asleep
That's
right,
right.
in the
Did you
chair.
stay up for Monday Night Football game number 2 last night, Pete?
I
Stayed
hope
up,
not.
stayed for Bucks Lions. Yeah,
You're
I did,
an
and then I went to
absolute-
bed
Okay,
after
Bucks
that.
Lions. You didn't stay up for Texans Seahawks.
3 a.m. I was like, I had enough.
At like third quarter, it was like 11:45 in the States. I was like, if Pizzi's up for this, he's a sick man.
I was tempted. If I had any bets rolling into that game, I would have stayed up, no problem. But I'll eliminate it. That's
Pizzi, what did you think? What did you think of Dale Buskowski?
I thought it was one of the great Helwani performances, to be fair, and so many people onto me today. I was even speaking just moments ago to the great Andy Aspinall, who was weighing in on the interview, who thoroughly enjoyed it. A pioneer of UK BJJ.
Andy's over there in Abu Dhabi, and he's taking some time out to watch me and Moneybird.
Come on, man. He loves it. Those boys are having great fun over there. I'm getting that vibe, like Aldo wearing the Tux vibe.
I love
SPG 2015 in Las Vegas camp mode. Like this is a great vibe the Aspinall seems to have this week. I don't know if you've been watching the.
Oh yes, we actually saw a video that was posted on the TNT Sports account of. I mean, if I'm being honest, I think they took some liberties with the captioning, but it's of Tom and Cyril sort of seeing each other in the hallway. Have you seen this one? We have it, yes. I do believe. And they make it seem like Cyril was waiting for Tom. I mean, quite frankly, I think he was just on the other side of the hallway and then quite like literally turned around, as you can see, and walked away. What GC and I were noting, the aura surrounding Tom Aspinall right now, sunglasses inside, look at the back muscles, look at the oversized champion shirt. This
all
man,
white too.
All white,
clean.
The neck tat. Compare that to Tom Aspinall, who made his debut a few years ago in the UFC. It's one of the great transformations, I think, as far as or as concerned. I just
Yikes.
no transformation. Stop it.
Okay.
UFC posted all 12 or all 8 of his wins in just like a big highlight reel. I mean, it takes about 20 minutes to watch anyway. I sat down and watched it. In his very first UFC debut, man, he looks like your run-of-the-mill heavyweight.
How many debuts does one get, though?
Oh, what did I just say? In his first debut?
His very first UFC debut.
In his very first UFC fight, I'm sorry.
He thinks he's getting cut after this one.
I'm talking like curly hair, soft body, doesn't have as many tattoos, like a little bit unsure of himself. The jump from fight 1 to fight 2, like he gets a good haircut, he adds some tattoos.
Yes, I've seen this.
And now like you go from fight 1 to now, it's like it's the aura level up is one.
And it's not aura farming. It's like legit. Like the guy is a superstar. He looks like a superstar. The back, I feel like the UK is starting to show him love. I see him doing stuff Man City. Like this is great.
Hang on, he's been getting love in the UK.
It's been a
he's got the British pants this week.
You can't feel it.
It's a slow drip. But you know what? In all fairness, his last fight was in July of 2024. Like,
well, this is
think
it.
about all the things that have happened.
I think this is the feeling that I'm getting off the guys is they've just been dying to fight, and it couldn't have been better. You get the sense, like, I mean, I interviewed Andy today for 10 minutes, but he was on the phone for about 45 after that, and like you don't get that. You don't get that if things aren't good. People won't talk to you. They'll try and get you off the phone straight away. They're just living it up and they're feeling great about the situation. About TNT, fair play to them. I love the lads over at TNT. They must have people just following these lads around when they're going to the toilet at this stage. I have seen them walking through the hall in 18 different social media clips. So fair play, but I think there's incredible tension that is not coming through in these clips, and it's not because they don't like each other or anything like that. There's all this talk about Tom and the pressure that's on him. But you have to look at this from the other angle as well. Oh, yeah. Cyril Gane has had 2 title fights.
Last chance.
Lost. You know what I mean? He's under tremendous pressure too. I think it makes for a fantastic fight. And it isn't John Jones. I'm not trying to say it is, but I think this is going to be a great contest on Saturday night.
Can't wait.
Incredible card too.
Yeah, can't wait. Main card is great. Watch party on Saturday. Post show on Saturday after the fight. I actually realized, Pizzi, by the way, when you, Chuck, and I, 3POC, are doing the post show, I believe it's going to be at the exact same time that Joseph Parker is walking at the O2 to fight Fabio Wardley, so we could kind of watch that.
Are you going to pull a sickie? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I'm going to have a
Tommy's
second screen. I hate the fact that it's happening at around the same time, but I think because they're
why
in
don't
London,
we wait?
Nah, we gotta go. We gotta go right after. But they're in London. We'll react. It's kind of cool, you know. It's the uncrowned heavyweight champion of the Sweet Science on the same night as, for the longest time, the uncrowned MMA heavyweight champion. Yesterday was a great day, guys. Enjoyed it thoroughly. Appreciate all the feedback. Today's going to be even better. Back into the show, Andy Foster, the executive director of the California State Athletic Commission, is going to join us, coming off of that hearing last week that everyone's been talking about, from Oscar De La Hoya to a lot of people in the media. Looking forward to getting his thoughts on everything that's going on with this Muhammad Ali Revival Boxing Act. It's a hot topic right now in the world of boxing and Zuffa boxing and TKO. You know the stuff. Plus, I want to talk to him about some of the officiating stuff we spoke about yesterday. One of the best boxers on the planet, pound for pound, one of the very best, soon perhaps to become a number one pound for pound fighter. Jaron Boots Ennis, the pride of Philadelphia, who just a couple of weeks ago in Philly was successful in his 154-pound debut, won the interim WBA title. He is now on the collision course that we've all been waiting for, going up against Virgil Ortiz. Ortiz has to win on November 8th, but then everyone has told us they're going to fight first quarter of 26 if, in fact, Ortiz wins. So he'll be joining us in studio. Great privilege to have one of the best boxers on the planet in studio. That'll be at about 3:30. No, that will be at about what time? Yeah, 3:30. 3 o'clock. Bo Nickal returning to action, Madison Square Garden, less than a month away, November 15th to be exact. UFC 322. He's got a big fight against Rodolfo Vieira. He's going to be a part of the broadcast team for the second Real American Freestyle Wrestling event, which is happening this Saturday as well, October 25th in Penn State. So where he resides, Happy Valley, big deal. We'll talk to him about all that. Jade Gentile, a.k.a. or formerly known as Jazmyn Nyx of WWE NXT fame, is going to be joining us in studio in her first chat since leaving the company. She was reportedly offered a new deal, turned it down, was a pretty accomplished soccer player, went to West Virginia, then played soccer in Iceland and was recruited by WWE, had a 3-year run over there and decided to leave. And so we'll get the scoop as to why she decided to leave, why she didn't take that new deal, and where she goes from here. And then Anthony Pettis will join us at about 1:40 to talk about the passing of his mentor, the guy who was by his side for all the big fights, his head coach over at Roufus Sport, the one and only Jeffrey Duke Roufus, who shockingly and tragically passed away on October 17th. Just 4 days ago in his sleep, 55 years young. We spoke about him yesterday. Still can't believe that. He was right there with Sergio Pettis in Dubai. That massive win, spinning back elbow, vintage Roufus Sport. Really appreciate Anthony stopping by. Looking forward to that chat. Looking forward to the whole show. But on Tuesdays, these days, we like to answer your questions. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for On the Nose.
GC, this is from Nudie Magazine Day. Blind rank these 6 UFC coaches.
Oh, jeez.
Pat Barry.
6.
Tough Conor McGregor.
1.
Really?
Wait, 1?
Greatest of all time?
Didn't even show up most of
Good
the
as all time.
rankings.
Yeah, come on.
He did do
I'm
it
blind
twice.
I'll pin you.
Ariel Helwani.
3.
Kirby Smart.
2. Would have been my 1.
Who's Kirby Smart?
Head coach of the Georgia Bulldogs.
That's right.
Time national championship winning coach.
Joshua Fabia. I wonder if GC knows Joshua Fabia.
4.
You know Joshua?
Would be
Of course he
my
knows.
2 if I was not blind ranking.
Okay. Derek Moneyberg.
5.
Someone wrote on the page yesterday, we haven't had a character this great in MMA since Joshua Fabia. And it actually made me like laugh out loud at the takes surrounding Dale.
I don't know who Joshua
Comments
Fabia
were lit.
is.
Oh, you
Comments
don't?
were lit there.
Okay, probably for the best.
Well, I have to Google him now.
He said he would have been his 2. Never
when he-
heard.
Oh, you for sure know who he is, GC.
We did the whole thing with Moneyberg yesterday where he took the photo of me and then someone wrote like, he's going to post that on his website. And I was like,
Yeah.
and then
You're going to be the next advertisement for
Sure
Trinity
enough.
as well.
this fucking guy posts me with the damn t-shirt on
Fair
his
play to you for
story.
putting it on, man. Fair
Yeah.
play to you
He's
for
just
putting it on.
helping
I
you
was
out.
You didn't chuckle at all?
I was like, fair play. I was like,
Fair play. Apparently.
You wanted to
know
put
what?
on the t-shirt, but he helped you out.
He made me look a little bit buff. I
A
appreciate
little
it.
bit buff. You had an ogre thumb though. The thumb
Yeah,
was
the thumb
looking
was weird.
crazy.
He has a weird thumb. Let's be honest.
It's fine. It's fine. Triple double. Is Feldman in question? This is David Feldman. After this whole Frankie situation seems to be the first Feldman red flag. What is your unbiased take? Well, I would say, look, if you want to separate Feldman from BKFC, fine. But I don't think it's the first BKFC red flag. I mean, certainly not from what I've heard. There have been some issues. I mean, he even said it on the show. There was an event that they had, a massive event in Denver, and he was rolling the dice. He said that if Conor didn't show up and if there wasn't that whole hullabaloo with Mike Perry, he may not have had enough money to pay the fighters on that card. And there were big names on that card, including Mr. Mike Perry. That's an issue. Like that's a rolling of the dice. So what if Conor doesn't show up? You know what I mean? What happens? These guys just fought their asses off and got cut up and bloodied, broken hands, broken noses for free. That's a problem.
There was remember that at the early event?
Of course, there was a death. Here's the thing. What I have heard, and by the way, tomorrow, this is a good segue. Our very first Uncrowned film is going to come out. It is called What is BKFC? It is going to premiere on the channel at 1 p.m. Eastern. Yes, that is usually when the show's live. I thought it would be good to air it when the show is usually live, and then our show will start right after. So it's about 47 minutes. We'll probably start at like 1:55, and then we'll have a regular show with some big names, and I'll tell you about them. But it's going to premiere. And it's a behind-the-scenes look at this company and what it is and what it's all about on that night in Newark a couple of weeks ago. And there is a moment where I do ask Conor McGregor about the Frankie Edgar situation, because I had heard, and again, this was shot on the night, I had heard that it was a ticket issue. They did not sell as many tickets as they had hoped. I had asked around about it. I saw sections tarped off, and my understanding was Frankie was, the agreement was that he was going to get paid a pretty good amount of money. I heard 7 figures. I heard it was the highest payday of his career, and that's why he took it. And it makes sense. And then they didn't sell the tickets, and they didn't meet their marks, and so they offered him X amount, very low 6 figures, to just kind of walk away. And he said no, and then he pushed back, and they came to another agreement for a higher number, but nowhere near what he was going to make. And he passed everything, what I was told, and ultimately they had to make that financial decision. I wish they would have just come out and said that. They did not, and they pinned it on his, history, medical, all that stuff, getting knocked out. The truth is, they knew all of this when they signed him, and what I was told was he passed everything and there were no red flags, and he is upset that they're pinning it on this. And I can understand that. And so, yeah, that's not great. That is not great. And they're still trying to figure things out. Look, their trailer ownership has been called into question. The future has been called into question. This is not a BKFC like puff piece propaganda. They didn't pay us to do this. This is going to be my look at like, what is this? And it was also my first time at a BKFC event. In fact, would you guys like to see the trailer? We have a trailer. Yes. With the chat. Hey, chat, would you like to see the trailer for the film? Chat, thumbs up if you'd like to see the trailer. I guess we're not in real time, right?
I mean, there's a little bit of a delay.
Hey, chat.
Oh, Frank.
Thumbs up.
They have all their thumbs up right now.
They do?
All of them.
I don't see any thumbs up yet.
I'm seeing into the future.
Oh, 24-inch stuff. Yes. 6 yeses, and I air the trailer.
There's 5 right there.
Oh, I see them. Okay. Here's the trailer for our first Uncrowned film, which premieres tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. in EDA. It is entitled, What is BKFC? An Uncrowned Film.
We'll see how violent it gets. It's always different when I'm in the ring.
Expect some blood. Yeah. A lot of blood.
People who say this is too much violence.
Grow a set, baby. Grab that grow a set, yeah? Walk with your balls, yeah?
Like, what do you feel right now?
Pain.
Pain.
It's extremely aggressive.
30 seconds! 40 seconds!
Let's finish the story right there, baby. Ah!
Love here at BKFC. It's all love.
This is real fighting. This is real fighting.
Hold a bare knuckle. Hold a bare knuckle. This real shit.
Last time I'm going to say it.
fight your fucking asses off tonight.
So there you have it, premiering tomorrow at 1 p.m. So excited about this. This is what I've wanted to do for a very long time. Shout out to the newest member of the team, EKC Leiden, who shot that and edited it as well. Shout out to Big Frank, who worked on all the audio engineer extraordinaire. He's not just a producer. He's an engineer. Shout out to Rick, who spearheaded the whole thing from a production standpoint as well. And I think that's all the shout outs.
What about you?
It's going to be great.
It's going to be great. Very excited. And we already have a second one in the oven for next month. So hopefully you guys will enjoy. I'm very excited about the prospects here. Okay. Let us go to some more questions. Shall we? Oh, this is a good one. Mac Mucus. Did any of you guys see the mysterious image on some gentleman's phone that made the broadcast during Brendan Allen's walkout on Saturday? It caught someone's attention on X at first because it appeared to be a dead body, which sent online MMA fans down an investigative rabbit hole to figure out what the image actually was. What do you? I seen this, but I never.
We
Okay,
got to
tell
be
us.
clear. When he says it appears to be a dead body, like that is
A
pure
total-
speculation.
Yeah, what is it?
Zero.
The only thing I saw was a guy holding a phone.
Yeah.
And
there's a picture of somebody on the phone.
Can't tell if the person's alive, not alive, doing what. I don't even know if it's a girl or a guy.
I
What-
took a few minutes to find out what was
Perfect.
going on.
Frankie, tell us.
Reddit
So,
expert.
Yes.
Yeah, I got tagged in by GC over here, and I went on Reddit to find out what was going on. And some people did speculate, like, oh, this has to be some sort of prank where someone showed an image of their friend and maybe an unsavory position. Because the guy who actually showed the camera, they later identified him. He was wearing like a luchador mask.
Oh.
So the mystery was getting deeper until someone, enhanced the image, and you could tell it's just someone laying on a lounge chair next to a pool, and they have like their headphones next to them and everything. So there's no there.
Okay. There's nothing.
There's nothing at all.
You can put a text over an image that says anything, and everybody will believe you now.
Yeah. All right.
I'm still not buying it.
Who has? By the way, who has the presence?
Wait,
of
still
mind?
not buying it? Meaning you think that that's a dead body?
Silence is loud.
Are you the guy who held the phone?
No,
That's the
no,
question.
no. I didn't even notice it in real time.
I just want to know who has the presence of mind before a UFC main event to do something like that. You know?
Which part? Hold the phone? That guy?
Like who's thinking to do this? It's so weird.
They wanted
Same
to
guy who put the mask on.
Yeah.
have the picture. I mean, Pablo Torre will be interviewing this guy in 2 weeks, and then we'll find out what the real story
Yeah,
is.
there's going to be a Netflix document about this.
Can't wait.
So we have to go back to the night that Brendan Allen faced off with Rainier de Ritter in UFC Vancouver.
I saw a great tweet. I don't know how these things pop up. It's like a guy with like 4 followers, but it was like, hey, at Pablo, now would be a good time for the Shohei Ohtani gambling investigation video to come out. Clearly a Blue Jay fan. Like everyone calls upon Pablo to unearth all the dirt. Here's Moneyberg Socks. Kevin Holland not answering one time after 5 minutes expired and still being thrown back in there is absurd. Never seen it happen. Question is, which is worse, this blunder or the Yoel Romero versus Tim Kennedy Stoolgate blunder? And just for the record, we're not talking about, Frank, we're not talking about his stool. We're talking about Romero not getting off the stool in an orderly fashion. A truly sliding door moment for Tim Kennedy. Yeah. That whole thing with Holland was weird. Look, as I said yesterday, I don't think Mike Malott is a dirty guy. I mean, like, the guy is, I don't think he's that guy. I don't think he's trying to hit below the belt, but sometimes things happen in the heat of a match, in the heat of a fight. And just the way that was all handled to me was just very clumsy. Very, very clumsy. So Clockwork Orange says, the BITB talked about top documentaries on Pound for Pound. What about Touching the Void? Has anyone on the team seen or heard of this one? Still to this day, it's the best one I've ever seen. Hasn't even been close to being top. Yes, this is about the guy who climbed Everest. I've seen
Got
it.
his leg off, is it? That guy?
Yeah. Oh,
That's really good.
how'd you get that so fast? Are we now in an era where we can get things
Nope.
this fast?
No.
Oh.
Chill.
That had to have been a look ahead by Jordan.
Yo, shout out to Jordan. Best in the biz.
I've never seen it. Never heard of it. Shout out.
Same.
though.
Never seen it.
Shout out.
Kiss. Oh, I actually, it's a great doc, so I highly recommend it. Rick Bad Take 2578. That's their name. Rick said there is no reason to doubt that Conor will be on the White House card. Did he mean there's no reason to believe he will be on the card? What is he on about? Conor has given us every reason to believe he won't be on the card. He's told us a handful of times since 2021 that he is coming back, and Rick now believes we have no reason to doubt him. What? Do you want to respond to that?
Ultimately, thank you, GC, for the tee up. Yeah, he would be motivated to do this the same way he was going to come back before suffering an injury. Like why would I will lob it out to the rest of you. Is your belief higher now than previously that he would fight on this card?
I like
this feels like a hot tag for Pizzi.
I just want to say I'll say very quickly, my feeling is they are going to try to get him on the card, and he is sincere in his desire. Does he ultimately make the walk? I don't know if any of us could guess this.
Yeah, that. Inevitably, there will be something that will happen where this could fall apart, but everybody is motivated to make this happen at the moment. I don't see why it wouldn't. What would prevent it from happening now, sitting here in this moment?
PT?
Injury.
Yeah, that's not now, though, right? He's not injured now.
No, but
why would I doubt it now?
I would doubt it because he hasn't fought in so long, and he hasn't been able to get through a fight camp in so long.
So what happens though? What is your speculation on what will happen?
I'd say they'll try to make this fight, and I think the part he'll struggle with is getting through the fight camp, which has been what he's been struggling with for many years now. I do think you're right in terms of the motivation. I think that what Conor is probably learning more and more is like fighting is the catalyst for everything else, and in his kind of all of these great businesses he has going, like he's made a lot of money outside of fighting too. But I think the catalyst for that is fighting. So I do agree with you that the motivation is there. I just think it's very difficult to get him into a camp the way he used to be, when he was hungry, when he still hadn't proven everything. And I think honestly, he hasn't treated his body very well for a long time, and I think that's what catches up with him during a fight camp.
These are all completely fair points. It's October 21st, 2025. Like, there's no reason for me to doubt this now. If in 3 months, 4 months, everybody's like, yeah, I don't think this is going to happen, XYZ reason, I'm there. I'm willing to change my stance on that. My point is, right now, on October 21st, 2025, the UFC wants it, he wants it, the White House wants it. Why would I doubt it? What would be my reason to have reservations at this moment? You know?
I think they're going to try. I don't know. It's impossible to guess, given how the last 4 years have gone, if he makes the walk. But I feel confident in saying that's the plan and hope. Let's see what happens. Interesting that he's kind of gone dark on social media. I guess if you're a fan who wants to believe,
that's positive.
Yeah,
I think that's really positive.
I think it's actually quite refreshing, right? Like where it's just like there's nothing out there. What?
You have no idea during the political rallies and everything.
Oh yeah,
have to come on here and explain.
I'm looking at it from the perspective like a hardcore Conor fan who would love nothing more than to see him fight again. You have to take these as good signs, but ultimately we don't know. I mean, I thought he was going to fight Michael Chandler. He was 2 weeks away or whatever it was, 3 weeks away at that point. Let's see. We continue. Crawford double leg. Oh yes, this man knows about the history of one Terrence Crawford on the wrestling mat. Two quick ones.
It's tough.
Thank you. What was your thought on the way Mike Malott came off pertaining to the low blow? He seemed to come off as a little bit pretentious instead of just apologizing and accepting he was in the wrong. He doesn't believe he was in the wrong. I don't think. Do you guys think he came off pretentious? I think
pretentious is not the right word, but
offensive?
Unapologetic.
Yeah.
He did not. He accused Kevin Holland of embellishing it. That is not necessarily the tack that most people would take in that scenario, right? A lot of people are going to go, hey, it was an accident. I'm not a dirty fighter, and move on. But he went a little bit further, which was to say Kevin Holland was embellishing, to which personally I don't believe to be true. Like, Kevin Holland doesn't strike me as the type to really be looking for a way out that way. We've seen him in quite a few precarious situations, and he tends to be a gamer. So I think unapologetic might be a better word.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, I like the guy. I like the guy a lot, and I don't believe he's a dirty fighter. And I think that he probably feels, and he kind of alluded to this, that it's shadowing or overshadowing a great performance over the biggest name that he's ever fought. So he's gonna, he's gonna defend himself. Can't let you get close. What will come of the Vanderlei aftermath? By the way, speaking of that, did you guys happen to see that Vanderlei and the guy who he brawled with, they're in a Burger King commercial? Like, if that wasn't the telltale sign. What do you mean?
Really are. And
yes, they're eating
down there eating a Whopper beside each other. Yeah.
Now, is it possible?
Is that AI?
Is it possible this was recorded, filmed before? Because Vanderlei doesn't look like he has a scratch on his face.
He does not.
Yeah.
And also, it's a nod to how fucking big that fight was. Like, that's a blue chip sponsor. Like, I think it's hard for us to understand. It nearly looks like a smoker in that footage you have, right, where he's getting pulled across the ring.
Yeah.
The fact that Burger King are putting out ads about this, and please correct me very quickly if it is AI, Rick. I am starting to doubt that it may be, but it's a nod to how big this was, and honestly makes it more of a disaster as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so AG fight, Diego Ribas spoke to them. It's after, and they just did not talk about it. The quote, here's a quote from Vanderlei. During the commercial shoot, we sat together for practically 8 hours. I didn't talk to him, and he didn't talk to me either. He didn't say anything about what happened, and I didn't say anything either. They sat next to each other for a Burger King commercial.
Did you see his face? Did you see his face? It doesn't look like he had a scratch on him. And his face after the fight, like
this is
his eye
stuff.
Yeah.
CGI maybe.
I'm getting skeptical about what's happening here,
GC's roommate. Hey, Ariel, I just watched the interview with Derek Moneyberg, and I got to say, a lot of red flags were going off for me. Am I the only one getting a shady vibe, or do you all see something I'm missing? What's the team's take on him? Because after listening to that, I feel like I need a mental shower. Major, quote, trust him as far as I can throw a wet noodle vibe. I think
it's just him.
Yeah, I think it's just you. I thought it was a great vibe, to be honest.
I signed up for the Trinity of Wealth.
Did you do it? The 10 Commandments?
All jokes aside, I feel exactly the same. Like, I slept on it. I feel exactly as the same way I felt yesterday, which is like, yeah, clearly there is something going on here that, like, the black belt thing I will never believe in a million years. But he sat there and answered everything. Like, you have to give him credit for that part of it. But no, I will never, ever believe that he got a black belt that quickly.
MMAL says, on the nose gets such little love nowadays. 30 questions answered. Best case you've changed, bro. By the way, 30 questions is not that little, just for the record. Like, I try to get to as many as possible.
You changed, bro.
By the way, do you remember when
it averaged 20? That was it.
I think it was 12 at one point.
I think we had a long time where it was 21.
You remember when you were having me curate them?
Yeah, that was fun. Mr. Mystery Balls. Quickly. What's cooking, Unc Ariel? What's cooking? Watching the first Embedded for 321 got me thinking, is Mario Bautista about to pull off a full-on face turn with a win? Potentially. Yeah, people hated him not that long ago. If he beats Umar, maybe people love him. If he does, he'll be undeniable, and if the UFC still makes him fight again, instead of giving him a title shot, fans are going to turn on them and rally behind him. Yeah. I have seen Jedi post a few clips from Embedded. I will be honest, the last time I watched Embedded start to finish has been a while, and I've seen some people question Mackenzie Dern's, not motivation, focus going into the fight. GC, I know you watch Embedded quite religiously. Are you feeling the same way?
She said she was doing some recovery at the pool club.
Manny Petty, recovery. Is this concerning?
No, she was out there with her training partner.
All right. So much ado about nothing.
Yeah, I think so. Embedded knew what they were doing.
All right. White Whale, Holy Grail. Hi, Ariel. It's been 21 days now. 21 days of me lying on the shore, shower floor, cold water stabbing my ribs, replaying the moment you torched my question during your rant about what happened to On the Nose. Before I hand my gilded vote for MMA Journalist of the Year to either Ben Folks or Aaron Bronstetter, I'm giving you one last shot, so here it is, Mom Spaghetti. What in God's green earth could Ikram Aliskerov possibly do to the indestructible Jun Young Park? Tell me, have you or the team taken out loans, as I have, to put it all on the one, the only, the often imitated, never duplicated, the inimitable Iron Turtle?
Plus 220.
Plus 320?
Plus 220.
You going for it?
Ben bet.
Oh, you did it already.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's been bet.
I love it.
Yeah. It's insane disrespect to the greatest middleweight walk in the earth.
This is from Perennial. As I know you love evolving and avoiding complacency, what do you think about a new segment on one of the 3 days? This proposal being a segment where you react to current event MMA clips so we can laugh uncontrollably with you. You already do it occasionally, but more of an allotted slot. Example, McGregor throwing shoulders while Perry and Stevens are facing off, Strickland falling off his scooter, McGregor walking across the Heist Bridge, Eubank versus Eddie feud. It's not a bad shout. Someone in the comments, Matt Moe, threw one out there. Have either of you guys ever seen the Terrence Crawford on the roller coaster thingy video?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I have.
You have?
Yeah.
I was hoping
It's
you would have
tough.
said no. PT, okay, we got to watch this together. Here, this is maybe, I actually watched this recently, like before the Canelo fight. This is Terrence Crawford on one of those like crazy roller coasters with a friend of his. Actually, you know what? There might be a lot of swearing on this. Maybe it's not.
Not right to swear. Come on.
What do you?
Swearing is cool.
Yeah,
We need
swearing's
clarity
cool,
on
man.
this. Are we not allowed to cuss anymore?
Well, I'm
What's
certainly
happening?
not pushing
I should have
buttons.
got an email about this.
Yeah.
Of all people, I should have got a warning.
It's a great. It's such a good video.
This is fun.
Why are you? What's
You
with
do it without the audio.
anti-swearing all of
What's
a
going
sudden?
on?
What is
Without
this?
the audio, it's not.
It's just like
What is happening with the swearing? I need to know.
Every time I ask, it's, no.
It's an initiative to better our lives by reducing our swearing. All right.
Yeah.
That's
But
Never
it's
wanted
part
to
of our
curse
culture.
more.
PT, Rick, you've seen this video?
I've seen this video. Yes.
Isn't it the best?
It's incredible.
He's on the amusement park with his good friend, and the guy blacks out, and he's on the ride, and he starts cracking up. He starts laughing at the guy because the guy is so scared, and then he just goes to sleep, and he starts snoring on the thing, and somehow they attached a GoPro.
No. These rides have it.
Oh.
So can I just say, this genre of video of like people falling asleep, like passing out in
So
the
good.
slingshot is incredible. I
Oh,
love
slingshot.
this genre.
Yeah. Anyway, it would be fun. But, to be honest, I feel like we look at a lot of these sort of social clips, like on Mondays and whatnot. I feel like
We're really not going to watch the video?
no.
What is happening with the swearing thing? Someone needs to explain to me in black and white here what is going on. It's a big part of my.
Easy, I'm with you.
I mean,
I asked
I
before
can't-
the show off the air, and I just gotta.
It's so
I
close
just gotta-
to dropping a big.
I was
birthday
told
one
to
right now. Do
STFU.
you know what I mean? It's
I'm
live.
loving this. I'm
If
loving
you said I
this.
can't now. I just want to. You know what I mean?
Hey,
What's
Joe.
happening?
Joe wants to know. PT tried my hand at Beamish over the weekend for the first time. Whilst Guinness still pisses all over it, I enjoyed it. If the
very
Guinness
nice.
tap is off, which of the following are you ordering? Murphy's,
Beamish.
Forged Irish Stouts, PS, Up the F and Reds.
Up the F and Reds indeed. Don't
He
know
actually
which
wrote
Reds they are.
FU.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you censored it.
I did. No, I did censor it because we don't swear. Look, these Reds.
We certainly flipping down.
Did you see Sean Deitch showing up today at the training ground?
Do you know what? I was going to send you a
Sweet
podcast earlier.
tracksuit. Sweet tracksuit. Yes.
Deutsche did a big interview with the managers. I'm going to send it to you. But Beamish would be my second one. Murphy's and Beamish at Cork. Forged Irish Stout was actually Conor McGregor's one. He bought that off Porterhouse, which is a famous craft brew place here. But that, like the Forged Irish Stout thing, they were innovators of the can. They're in a can. It's really nice. But Beamish, Murphy's, and Guinness on
thought
draft, definitely.
Killian's Irish Red did the can.
I always liked Killian's. I always
It
liked
is the-
Killian's.
The best of the Irish ales.
Yeah.
Speaking of PT and the Irish stuff,
Pizzi's face. As
All
we're
the
talking
curse
about
words
Killian.
coming out of his head right now.
Yes, PT. What was
I was walking around my house all weekend repeating the 30 million for,
Oh my
for
God,
kitchen
so
scraps.
good.
And I repeated
One
to
of my
myself,
mates just shouted at me when he saw me on Sunday. That's the first thing he said. He just roared.
30
in my
million
face.
for some kitchen scraps. I said it so many times, I was like, what the fuck was he, or what the heck was he even talking about?
Do you want me to tell you?
What was the kitchen scraps part about it?
So a kitchen scrap, it would be a scrap is a fight here. So
Right,
I was talking
I
about
got
how
that much.
how you get like on these Russian tough shows, they keep fighting them in different areas of the house.
Yes, we got that.
So I was proposing that they got paid 30 million to fight a man in the kitchen.
Yeah, I could not remember after the longest time. I was like, man, what was he even talking about? Yeah, but I said that probably 180 times in my house.
I feel like they have that on the citizenship test.
30
You have to
million?
say it.
How
Here's
much
Drum
would you
Coda.
want for a kitchen scrap?
I'm trying to get to more questions.
Sorry.
Everyone's very upset. Ariel, with Matchroom and PFL rights deals up next year, do you think there is a world where they go to the same broadcaster and potentially link up / work together, and we see Eddie Hearn promoting PFL. What do you guys reckon? That would be interesting. I feel like Eddie has to run his own thing. He doesn't strike me as someone who'd be willing to work for someone else while running his own thing in the boxing world. But it's certainly an interesting thought.
Eddie Hearn would be great for anybody, but the idea of Eddie Hearn just like parachuting into PFL, of which he knows nothing, doesn't really like consume MMA like that, feels like the criticism that he would have of Dana White trying to drop into the world. Like, I do this, you don't. It would kind of be the reverse of that. I don't think it's a great idea.
Ooh, fun one here from Kyle Grant. Fellas, I'm on my way into Toronto for Game 7 of the ALCS. Standing room ticket, but super excited. Hopefully it's one to remember. What is each of your favorite sports game memories that you have ever attended? How about that?
Sick.
How about that?
That is sick. Also, the standing room only flex.
Yo, gave me actual goosebumps. Kyle, I hope you had the time of your life. I don't know if I've ever been to anything as great as yesterday. Off the top of the dome, probably Game 6, Knicks Celtics last year with my kids is probably my favorite sporting event that I've ever been to.
That's got to be up there. I actually would go also a standing room only.
You went. Yeah,
Peach Bowl, Georgia, Ohio State, kick misses at midnight. We punch a ticket to the national championship.
Was that the COVID Bowl?
No, that was the national championship like 12 months prior.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely got COVID at that. Brought it into the office.
Wait, that wasn't the national championship game?
No, that was the semifinal.
Oh, it was a semi. Yes, I remember.
Had to ride the rail for like 6 hours before the game even kicked off just to get a spot. It was great.
What about you, PT? Was it the All Ireland Schlitter match between Dublin and?
How did you know? Oh my God!
Wow,
that's incredible.
Which one?
No, I think it was. I saw like that legendary Barcelona team play. Real Madrid. Messi scored 2, Ronaldo scored 1.
What year was that? Irishism?
We lost you, Pete.
He's yelling to his lane. This is your thing it got all frozen on us. Yeah, you have no idea what's going on.
Scrap.
Yeah, charity million for the internet.
Yeah, how much the internet go for these days? Charity million.
He's hearing everything like 6 seconds later.
Please go ahead, PT.
Elaine, flip the router.
I'm so lagging here. It's unbelievable. I'm watching myself. I'm like fucking flipping 20 seconds behind. Sorry.
All right, well, that's good stuff, PT. Thank you so much. Appreciate you stopping by. We're gonna answer more questions. How many did we get to? 16 in the first 25 or so minutes. So appreciate you guys very much, and we'll get to more back into the show. There's a lot more to get to. We'll get to our guests now. Very much excited, and very great lineup of guests. We have still to come. Boots Ennis in the studio. We've got Jazmyn Nyx in the studio. We've got Andy Foster joining us as well, Bo Nickal. So a lot to come. Very much appreciate the fact that Anthony Pettis is joining us. Can't imagine how he's feeling and what he's felt and what he's been going through over the last few days. We found out on October 17th that his head coach for his entire MMA career, head coach over at Roufus Sport, head coach for his younger brother, Sergio Pettis, suddenly and tragically passed away. We're talking about Duke Roufus, of course, who we found out on Friday passed away at the very young age of 55. Anthony's kind enough to join us for a few minutes to talk about Duke, his legacy and memories with him by his side. Let us go to Anthony right here now. Hey, Anthony, how are you? Really appreciate you doing this.
What's up, brother?
Can I ask just how are you doing in the simplest form? How have the last few days been for you?
Not easy, man. You know, I lost my first father at 16 years old, and Duke became my second father. And getting this tragic news, I was coming out to my house in Mexico, and I landed and I got all the text messages. Duke passed away. I'm like, no way, like this cannot be real. And yeah, man, it's all the emotions that I lived as a kid all over again.
As I mentioned yesterday, we just saw him with your brother in Dubai, an incredible moment, vintage Roufus Sport striking on display. Did you guys have any sort of indication, any sort of idea that he was battling anything, or is this just complete sudden as he was sleeping?
Complete sudden, man, out of nowhere. Our last conversation, I was getting ready for a fight in Dubai, December 20th, and I was going to Milwaukee after I left my house in Mexico to start training camp with Duke. And yeah, the news came, and it's complete sudden surprise that he passed away in his sleep.
Damn. And he wasn't dealing with anything. The word is heart attack?
We don't know. I mean,
Okay.
there still hasn't been an autopsy done yet. We haven't got the results back. I mean, I assume a heart attack just based on like the information I got from Scott Cushman, first person to find him. But yeah, we don't know exactly what the cause of death was.
Okay. How's your brother doing?
Same as me, man. You know, Serge lost his father at 9 years old. I lost my father at 16. And then, you know, we knew Duke longer than our real dad. You know, he became a real father figure to me and a mentor, a coach, a brother. You know, the way I lived my life was because of Duke. You know, like when I came to his gym, he told me a quote, and you know, my father's murder was always unsolved, and he said the best revenge is massive success, and I literally lived my life by that. You know, and that's something he gave to me at 16 years old, and together we've done some amazing things, and we spent so much time together. You know, I had 40 plus professional fights from Tuesday to Sunday, sleeping in a hotel room with him, and hearing his life story, my life story, and it's just one of those things, man. It's just really hard to get over.
Do you remember the first time you met him? How were you introduced to him? How did you end up at his gym?
Yeah, Rick Roufus. So his brother was, before UFC, you know, ESPN had kickboxing on, and Rick Roufus was the man when it came to the ISK kickboxing, and Duke was always in his corner. When I was deciding to pursue mixed martial arts, Duke Roufus' gym was a no-brainer. You know, he had the jiu-jitsu, he had the kickboxing, he had the traditional martial arts background that I came from. So, you know, I signed up at his gym just as a regular student, walked in, met Duke, and man, me and him just we shared the same philosophies in life. You know, he didn't want to just be a guy that was in the UFC, a guy that was in the organization. He wanted to be the best of that organization. And man, like I said, that quote is how I live my life by. He gave me that quote at 16, and even still now at 38 years old, that's how I live my life.
He had a great kickboxing career, 36-8-1, 26 knockouts, undefeated as a pro boxer, had 2 fights in boxing as well. But really, he'll be remembered for being one of the all-time great MMA coaches in that gym in Milwaukee, being one of the all-time great MMA gyms, developing champions like yourself, your brother, Tyron Woodley, Ben Askren, etc. If someone were to ask you what made him so great as a coach, why was he such a great coach, and why do so many fighters like yourself speak about him not just as a coach, but as a mentor, as a father figure? What made him so special in your opinion?
I always tell my fighters there's 3 levels of coaches. A coach that studies the game and understands it from like just a philosophical sense of point. A coach that does what I just said, plus help somebody else do it. And then a coach level 3 is a guy that's helped somebody else do it, did it themselves, and they study the game. And Duke was a level 3 coach. It's very hard to find that in mixed martial arts.
I was looking at a clip from back in, I think it was in August of 2016. You beat Charles Oliveira in Vancouver. You were on a 3-fight losing streak. You obviously remember this. That was a huge win for you. And he came on my show the Monday after the win, and he said that it was hurting him so much to see you go through that tough time after being champion and whatnot, that if you would have lost that fight to Charles, which you won, he was going to retire from coaching, that he couldn't deal with it anymore. Did you know that? Did he ever tell you that? Did you know that he was taking this so personally? And to me, that just speaks to how much he cared, right? You don't often hear that from coaches, willing to walk away. That's almost 10 years ago now. Look at all the success he's had since then. Did you know he took it so personally?
Yeah, we all knew. I mean, mixed martial arts is a roller coaster game, man. Highest highs, lowest lows. The Wheaties box behind you, man. Like we were just coming off the Wheaties box, and then we go into the Eddie Alvarez fight. Who else did I lose? Did I forget?
RDA and then Edson.
RDA, Edson Barboza. Yeah, those 3 fights, and yeah, we were the highest high. We just like did everything we could have done together, and then you coming into that is what the crazy thing is, I wouldn't change it. Now that I look back at it, I'm looking at all my old pictures with Duke, all the old memories we have, all the hotel rooms we had, the talks we had, before the fights, after the fights. It all happens for a reason, man. Everything is supposed to be exactly where it's at. I trust in God. I trust in his process for my life, and Duke played a huge role in that.
Do you have any memories of UFC 164? I remember being there. It was a celebration of you and him and the gym. That was when you fought Benson Henderson in Milwaukee, and it felt like you guys made it. Like, okay, the WEC title was something, but this was a UFC title fight in your hometown, and it felt like a celebration in Milwaukee, in addition to a celebration of your family and his gym as well. When you think about that night and that win and that celebration, what comes to mind?
Man, honestly, just doing it in our hometown. Training in my hometown, going to my dad's grave, being able to do that with Duke, seeing all of our friends and family. Yeah, man, that's one of the hardest. When I look back at those pictures, that hits me the most. Yeah,
no, I can completely understand. Can you tell us a little bit about his family? Does he have kids? Does he have?
He does. He has a daughter, Lulu Roufus. The crazy thing was the first time I was able to teach Duke something. So I had my daughter first, and
wow.
Duke had his daughter second. So I gave him just the how it was going to work, just the meaning of having a kid, the pressure it puts.
No, we may have lost him. He's joining us from Mexico, and he did tell me beforehand that there were some connectivity issues. So we're going to try to reconnect with Anthony. I don't want to keep him much longer because honestly, I'm really touched and impressed that he's here. But it's one thing for me to talk about Duke Roufus, who I obviously knew but didn't know on the, I knew him as a guest on the show and someone that you would see at events, cornering great fighters like Anthony and Ben Askren. Had the 2 fights with CM Punk, Sergio Pettis, Ben Rothwell, trained Rose Namajunas for a bit as well, Alan Belcher. I mean, really just a who's who. Tyron Woodley. Woodley developed into the striker that he was in large part due to the work that he did with Duke Roufus. It's just it's a tragic loss. It's an immeasurable loss. And like I said, 36-8-1 as a pro kickboxer, 26 knockouts. His brother, who Anthony referenced, Rick the Jet Roufus, had a 65-9-2 with 1 no contest record in the world of kickboxing. And it was really in 2006 that, Duke transitioned over to, starting up the team, starting up the gym, Roufus Sport. And, almost 20 years later, it's still one of the very best gyms and teams in the world. People come from all over the world to train at Roufus Sport. And that was actually one of the questions that I wanted to ask Anthony about what becomes of Roufus Sport now. Sergio obviously just had that big win. He's vying for that PFL title. One suspects that he might be fighting for the PFL belt next, the 135-pound belt. No one thought Tyron Woodley would turn into the striker that he became, knocking out Robbie Lawler, defending that title 4 times, defeating Darren Till in Dallas, which he said, as you can see right over here, the best fight of his career, because a lot of people counted him out at UFC 218. Paul Felder, of course, I have to mention Paul Felder. Paul Felder gave an incredible impromptu eulogy, if you want to call it that, on the broadcast on Saturday. Very well spoken, very heartfelt. You can tell how much pain he was in. Sitting next to, I believe it was Brendan Fitzgerald and DC. And he was another great fighter that came out of that gym. Bilal Muhammad, another great fighter that came out of that gym. And so, yeah, it's just it's an awful, awful, awful loss. And it feels like we've been having too many of these. If the Wi-Fi isn't working, maybe we could just get him on the phone just for a couple minutes. I don't want to keep him much longer, but I just want to be able to wrap this up in a proper way. Yep, appreciate it. So yeah, if we could just get him on the phone, that's totally fine. And honestly, was very surprised that he was okay to come on, and can't imagine, if you know anything about the Pettis brothers and what they've been through, losing their father at a very young age and how that shaped them, to have someone like Duke and to see the bond, to see the friendship, to see the loyalty, to see the connection that they had was beautiful, was absolutely beautiful. Do we have Anthony for a couple minutes?
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey, Anthony. Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about that. No, it's all good. I don't want to keep you much longer. I know how much is going on, and I really appreciate you being here. Can I ask, what do you think becomes? I know it's fresh, but what becomes of Roufus Sport now? Do you have any idea what will become of the gym, which is still very much one of the best?
Yeah, we have to keep a legacy going, man. Do for tomorrow, nothing else besides that. I had to come inside a bank because the Wi-Fi was messed up in the car.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's still fresh, but I'm going back to Milwaukee on Friday. I'll be there for a week or two, and we'll figure out how to keep this thing going.
How do you want people who maybe aren't as familiar with him, didn't know him on a personal level, how do you want people to remember your friend, your mentor, your head coach, Duke Roufus?
He was a great guy, man. One of the guys that, he competition was his life. He grew up competing his whole life, and knowing that he's gone now is, I got to keep his legacy alive.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate you coming on. I know this is a stressful time for you, and our heart breaks for you, and my condolences to you and everyone who knew him, his family, his friends. Really, really appreciate it, and so sorry to hear about this. Hang in there.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, there he is. Anthony Pettis, kind enough to join us, one of the greatest fighters of all time, former UFC lightweight champion, who was there in Milwaukee, UFC 164. Great scene when he defeated, of course, Benson Henderson. And of course, we will never forget the great scene when he pulled off one of the greatest moves in MMA history, WEC 53 back in 2010, jumping off the cage and nailing Benson in the final WEC title fight, in the final WEC fight, in the final round, and then the final minute. Like, you couldn't have scripted this. You couldn't have scripted this. And yes, shortly thereafter, I forgot it was right here. There's the Wheaties box. I mean, this guy was on a rocket ship, and in large part because of Duke Roufus being by his side. So just heartbreaking stuff, truly. And our condolences out to his family. Probably squeeze in a question or two here.
Let's do it.
Is there a short one? Frank, you big fan of Halloween? Someone asked me, are you really?
Yeah, I love Halloween. I don't dress up, but I love Halloween.
You give out candy?
I did before moving to the city. There's not a lot of that. Like, it seems like kids like to go to the stores to like trick or treat. It's interesting.
They don't come to your apartment?
No, I don't allow them to do that.
That's not very nice. I do like Halloween. I like it more as a dad than I did as a kid. Like, as a kid, I loved it. I wasn't one of these people, I'm sure you were as well. Like, I didn't go to the parties. I'm like a 20-something-year-old man. I don't need to be dressing up. One time I dressed up as Ali G. But
do you have pictures of that?
I do, yes.
We need these pictures.
I actually thought it was a great Ali G.
That is very clever and believable.
Your greatest costume? That's probably my greatest.
When I was 13, I dressed up as Fidel Castro.
Wow! Bro.
Yeah.
If you post that now...
Oh, there'd be no more Mysterious Frank.
Canceled?
There'd be Missing Frank.
Wow. Wow. Okay, you know what? I'm actually a little bit uncomfortable that you said that.
Good God.
Now we've got some massive dirt on you. All right. Thank you for that, Frank. I appreciate you getting me over the bridge to the other side. Okay, still to come, we have Boots Ennis in studio. Bo Nickal is going to be joining us in studio. And Andy Foster is going to be joining us as well in a chat that I think a lot of you, including myself, are very much looking forward to. I'm just going to move this over here. Interesting question about Drake versus Kendrick in the World Series. I'm not sure about all of that. But we'll get to some more questions too. Oh, I have to turn this on, Frankie. I always forget to turn this on, and then it sounds like I'm talking to no one. You can hear me? Yeah.
Do you remember when I was like, we should just leave this on?
Yeah, we should just leave it on. All right. Looking forward to having our next guest on. She's joining us in studio. She signed with WWE back in 2022, was a part of the NXT scene for about 3 years. And then we found out somewhat abruptly that she was leaving. She posted on her social media that she was offered a new contract and chose to turn it down and to go her separate ways and see what else is out there. She was a great soccer player at West Virginia. Actually, grew up in Syracuse, which is a part of the country that I know very much about. Went there for 3 years. It was a great time. And now we wonder why. We wonder where she goes from here. She was known as Jazmyn Nyx on WWE NXT. In real life, she's just Jade Gentile. You know her as Jazmyn Nyx, unless you were a big fan of the West Virginia soccer team or perhaps the Baldwinsville High School. Actually, the Charles W. Baker High School in Baldwinsville, New York. Anyway, without further ado, let us say hello to Jade, who is kind enough to join us right here and now in studio. There she is. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice
Thank you
to
for
meet you as
joining
well.
us.
Yeah, thanks
it's
for
a
having
pleasure. From Syracuse.
Yeah, from Syracuse.
Or from that
upstate.
area?
Yeah, Syracuse.
I went to Syracuse.
No way.
I went to Syracuse University, yes.
That's awesome.
Probably, well, I went there 01 to 04.
Okay.
So you were not.
Yeah. I was born in 1998.
Oh, my dear. That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Baldwinsville is in Syracuse.
Yeah.
Or it's kind of next door.
It's like 15 minutes outside of Syracuse.
Okay.
But
and why'd you go to West Virginia and not SU? Was that a big deal? Was that a controversial
yeah,
thing?
I mean, obviously Syracuse would be nice because I'm obviously right at home, but I didn't want to be at
You didn't want to be home, okay.
No.
You didn't even apply?
No.
Okay.
But I trained there. I trained at the facility. Like, my coaches worked there. So it was like, I was already at home my whole life. So I was like, I'd rather get out and experience something else.
Yes.
But, and also the offer for WU was the best offer I had. So
Okay.
I had to take it.
It all worked out,
Yeah.
and life has been very interesting for you, I would imagine.
Very interesting.
Is this your first chat since leaving? I know you did
Yeah.
the video. Okay, it is. So I
It's my
appreciate
first
you.
one.
Okay, thank you for coming.
having
And so let's get into it. So 2022, you're actually in Nashville at the tryouts.
Yep.
I was at that tryout, by the way.
No way.
Just watching as a media member. I think
you
that
remember
was.
me?
I unfortunately. Can I tell you? The only thing I remember is Dwight Howard being there.
Yeah, he was.
He was, right?
Yeah.
Were you a part of that thing with Dwight Howard? I know they had you guys separate and it was multiple days, but were you interacting with him at all?
No, not really. He said hi to everyone, but
Okay.
we weren't really interactive. He just took pictures with some people after, but no, it
So-
was really cool though.
So you're a soccer player. You go to
Yep.
West Virginia. You have a great career there, and then you're playing over in Iceland.
Yeah.
So how do you end up in Nashville to be a part of this tryout in 2022?
Yeah, that's honestly the craziest part is I obviously was in Iceland, did not expect my career to end in any way. I was probably going to do it till I couldn't anymore. And I got reached out by a recruiter for WWE, and they actually DM'd me.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, this is kind of sick.
Just out of the blue.
Just out of the blue.
Okay.
Based off of my Instagram, I guess, the image I had. But they DM'd me and they were like, hey, we'd love you to come out to Nashville and try out. And I was like, okay, like, is this a joke? I really thought it was like a prank. Someone's pranking me. But I ended up obviously telling my coach, I was like, hey, like, I have to leave for this opportunity. Like, I'm sorry.
This is
Gotta go.
mid-season?
This is like rounding the end of my season.
Okay.
It's like I can't come back for another season. I've already had 2 seasons here, but this opportunity is too big to pass up. So I ended up leaving and literally dropped everything I had. Soccer has been my whole life, obviously. Dropped everything and went to the tryout and made it. And
What was your and here you are playing? This is over at West Virginia, right?
Yeah. Yep.
What position, by the way?
Outside forward.
Okay. How many goals?
I had more goals after Elding in Iceland, but I think I can't remember that was a while ago.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
I can't even remember.
I
but
put you on the spot. We
But I
actually
was
have some
more-
great highlights of you in high school.
Do you?
Do we have these guys? Let's see. Dramatic? No,
Oh
that's a
my God.
picture. That's a picture.
That's in Iceland.
This is
yeah.
in Iceland.
Yeah, freezing. It was freezing there.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
That's a nice little
That's
goal.
baby me.
This is high school right here,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I was definitely, I had a really good high school career.
Look
for
at that
sure.
cross right there. Wait, are you the one scoring?
right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you are. Oh,
Number
nice little
2.
finish. Number 2. Okay.
Mhm.
Why number 2? Any particular reason?
I don't know. I just always been number 2 since
Okay.
I was little. So I just kind of kept it throughout my whole career.
Look at these highlights right here.
Yeah.
Is this what got you to West Virginia? Did you put this together?
Yeah, it was definitely my high school, mostly my club, which obviously you don't really have highlights from club, but club soccer was obviously a big reason why I got recruited because
Okay.
college coaches will come and watch your games. And I actually got the opportunity to go to Germany, France, Italy to play
Wow.
when I was like 14, 15. And it was basically just an Olympic developmental program. And they select a team. You go out for like a camp. and they select a team, and that team goes and travels and plays out there against other teams. So it was really cool. I think that kind of set me up for obviously where I am now when I went to WU and then when I went to Iceland.
Who got you into soccer?
Well, I have 3 older brothers.
Okay.
So they played, all through their whole childhood. They went to college as well, and for soccer, and they kind of got me into it. I've always played with the boys, grew up playing with the boys, so it was kind of just second nature to me, but yeah.
Travel soccer is a big part of my life now because I have 3 kids.
Oh, yeah.
13, 11, and 8 is the daughter, so she has 2 older brothers, and she's just getting into it now, and sort of reluctantly, but everyone's forcing her to do it, so hopefully...
That's kind of, I feel like I was kind of just forced into it. Obviously, I loved it, but like it was just...
Initially, you're like, what is going on here?
Exactly.
3 practices a week. She's like, I just want to play with my friends.
Yeah.
So I understand this very much. So you have a great career. You're in Iceland. By the way, women's soccer in Iceland, big deal?
For Iceland, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
What is
it's very
life
big in
like
Iceland.
over there?
Well, when I went, it was COVID.
Oh, wow.
So it was a very interesting experience for me. I actually lived in Tampa, Florida before I went out there. So I lived there right after I graduated. Couldn't walk because of COVID for my graduation. So it was kind of just a weird situation overall. I was just chilling. I graduated and I was like, okay, what do I do with my life? Soccer teams weren't really reaching out because of COVID because you can't travel during the time. So I was like, okay, like what do I do now? And I got reached out by a recruiter again for Iceland. I was like, Iceland? I've never even heard of Iceland. I'm like, okay, are you sure? They're like, yeah, it's a great opportunity, whatever. So I went out there and again, like I was the only American out there at the time. Obviously they recruited some other Americans after that, but I went out there. I lived on a farm in someone's attic.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and obviously it was during COVID, so I had to quarantine in my house for like 2 weeks. Couldn't talk to anyone. Literally, I had horses to talk to.
Wow.
That's the only people I saw were horses and cows. But yeah, it was really cool. It was a really cool experience.
Were you homesick?
Not really. I feel like I've always been away from my home. Like I went to WU, I traveled as a kid, so it kind of was just normal for me. And obviously I was living out my dream. I was playing professional soccer, so I was really okay with everything that happened, and everything happens for a reason, so it was fun.
Did you have the sheep's head over there?
The sheep? No.
Well, I know some people from Iceland. There's some fighters there, and they tell us about the sheep's head that they eat.
Yeah, no, I'm not for me.
You didn't try the cuisine, the local cuisine?
No, I mean, there's a lot of fresh fish, which got me into fish more, but there was like baby lambs crossing the road. Like I can't, like you can't see cute. That and then go eat it. But no, it was really cool.
So in the end, you were there for about 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get the call. Are you familiar with WWE when you are...
I've definitely obviously heard of it. Growing up, I've heard a lot of it. I watched clips here and there, obviously through social media, but I wasn't familiar with obviously the whole concept. Like I wasn't watching every single week. Obviously I grew up with brothers, so they would have it on here and there. So it was definitely new to me in that aspect. And obviously I grew a respect for it being in the industry. And obviously all that I've learned so far, I'm like, wow, like I put it over. So every time someone asks me about it, like, I'm like, you don't understand. Like, it's been the craziest experience, like best experience of my life. Like, you really can't expect these things that have happened. Like the experiences I've had have been what's made me who I am, basically.
You even speak like a pro wrestler now. You say, I put it over.
Yeah.
That's very, that's
See,
a pro
it's just
wrestler.
natural
Yeah. Because you wouldn't say that 5 years ago.
Exactly.
These are the terms.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get there to Nashville. What do they put you through? What do you have to do to...
So there was a lot of in-ring cardio, so running the ropes. That was a wake-up call to me. I didn't even know. I thought they were like springy and like, soft. Nope, they're cables. So automatically I was like, what? People like hit these like every single day. So we ran the ropes. We did a lot of bumps, which was new to, you don't normally just fall backwards. You know, It's not a natural thing to do. So I think just experiencing that, I was like, oh God, like I'm in for a wake-up call. And then we did 3 promos. There was like one as you had to be a babyface or a heel. And I got a babyface promo. So I had a promo. I had to cut in front of everyone.
On the spot?
Yeah. It was, well, that one you got the script, and then you got home and, you did it, or back at the hotel, you did it the next day.
Okay.
But on the spot was your intro promo. So they would call you up one by one and you had to do like a 60-second intro promo. And they were just like, yeah, just get up there and tell us about yourself. So that was like the scariest one for me, because I'm like, okay, well, am I supposed to be saying like, what do I say?
Yeah.
How much do I say? Like, I just didn't know yet at that time. But
who are you talking to? Like, who's this in front of?
It was 60 people, I think, on the tryout. It was Paul Heyman.
Oh, wow.
Triple H. Bianca Belair came for a little bit, and I'm trying to remember who else was there. Basically,
these are very important, notable
people, and I'm sitting there like shivering in my boots because I didn't know what to expect.
Were you super nervous?
Yeah, just because I've never been in that environment before. Obviously, it's a huge culture shock. I grew up playing soccer. There's no speaking.
Right.
You're just running. Like, there's nothing that you have to kind of. I mean, it just came second nature to me. But now everything's brand new. New people, new movements, new everything. So it was a lot to take in, but again, it was just the experience itself was amazing. So I think I was just trying to soak it in. I'm like, oh, whatever happens, happens. Like, my parents were there. It was my birthday.
Oh, wow.
And it was on my birthday that they told like everyone who made it. So
how many people made it from the tryout?
I'm trying to think how many girls. I think it was 6 girls and 5 guys. That could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was around that number.
Do you say yes right away, or did you have to think about it?
No, I said yes. It was an automatic. I already went into it knowing that, like, I was expecting to make it, because that's my mindset. I'm like, okay, I'm going to make it. Like, that's just how it is. And that's kind of what happened. I kind of spoke it into existence. But it was definitely nerve-wracking. I actually cried in my it was a table. It was Triple H, and they bring you in and they sit you across from Triple H, and he's like, here's your contract, like, do you accept it? And I'm just like, yeah.
Oh my god.
It was so embarrassing looking back at it, but it was a really cool experience, and like, that just shows you how much I already had passion for it. And, I've been there for 3 days and I was already like, oh my God, like, this is my life. Like, that's my whole mindset changed. So I already was preparing for it then. And obviously now here I am. And it's kind of crazy to remember those times, because a lot has happened within the past 3 years. But
the team in Iceland, when you tell them that you're out, do they try to convince you to stay, or?
Yeah, they were like, oh, are you sure? Like, how do you know? Like, whatever. They're like, oh, John Cena. I'm like, yeah. And, but obviously I am very happy that I made that decision, because everything happens for a reason. And, I did that path. Now I did this path, everything kind of came together. So
how quickly does life change after you accept that contract? Are you moving to Orlando right away? What's happening?
So after that, we had a couple months. I think my tryout was in July, my birthday. And then October, we moved out there. So you go and you look at apartments like a month before and do your physicals and stuff like that. And then after that, you move out there. And then you're there.
And then it's every day, performance center.
Yep. So I feel like a lot of people don't realize how much goes into it, because even before you're on TV, like, you're in there every single day training twice a day. You have promo class, so like acting classes, and you have lift every day, and obviously coconut shows, so like live events and stuff like that every weekend. So it automatically, it was natural for me, because coming from a college professional like athlete standpoint, you kind of already do those types of things, but this was not even comparable to what I've been through, because now there's another dynamic into it. It's not just putting your body on the line. It's now like mentally, like, you have to mentally and emotionally be in it, and promos and things that like you're not used to, obviously. So it was a lot, but obviously the learning experience was worth it. And yeah.
Who are your coaches? Who are your mentors during this period?
So I had a lot. Norman Smiley was my first coach. best coach ever.
You like them? Legend from WCW. You ever watch his old stuff?
Yeah.
Dancing stuff?
Yes. Oh my God, I love it. We always bring up videos and show him. He's like, no, stop it. But yeah, I think he was a big game changer for me. Obviously, just coming in, having no wrestling experience and learning from the best. Technique. Everything that he taught me was just like crucial for where I am and where I was on TV. So he was a big one. I had Johnny Moss. He eventually became my coach after Norman, and it was kind of like back and forth. You kind of switch coaches here and there. This schedule changes, and you go from, which is nice because you get to learn from everyone. And then obviously our head coach Matt Bloom, he was always there, watching, giving us critiques from the side. So it was nice to have basically all eyes on you at all times and just like help all around the board. You know what I mean?
Who comes up with Jazmyn Nyx?
So they basically, whenever you're ready, because it's not an automatic guarantee you're going to be on TV. There's a lot of people training like every single day to get on TV.
Right.
So I think whenever they realize, okay, like she's improving, she's, working hard, whatever, I think she's ready for TV. So they reach out to you and they ask you like, what names would you want? Like, give us a list. And some people, they'll give a list and they don't pick from the list. It just depends on what they want and what they see you as. So I put Jazmyn on there. I had another name, I can't remember what it was, but Jazmyn was like my top 2. And they were like, okay, we like Jazmyn, we're gonna go with that. Like, do you like it? And I was like, yeah. And that's how it happened. I'm like,
Any
all right.
particular reason?
So there's like, the Bratz dolls. There's like Barbie dolls and Bratz dolls.
Okay.
I always loved Bratz dolls growing up, and there was a Bratz doll, Yasmin. And I just really liked that name, and I was like, okay, well, I feel like Jazmyn fits me more than Yasmin. So I kind of just went with Jazmyn.
Okay.
But everyone compares me to like a Bratz doll. So I'm like, okay, this kind of works, for my character and everything. But yeah.
And how long do you start to feel like you've got this? Like you're figuring it out. It's starting to become second nature. It's starting to become easier. You're comfortable. How long does that take?
Never.
Never. You never felt that way?
Of course I just felt like I had so much to learn. Like I never felt content with where I was because, I've been doing it for 3 years. Like it's soccer. It took me, I still haven't like perfected my craft, and it's been 15 years of playing. So I feel like just being there and learning every day, even being on TV, I'm learning like from my mistakes, and I'm like, okay, I could have done this better. I could have done that better. So I feel like obviously certain things came second nature, just, certain body movements that you do, bumps, things like that. But in terms of like feeling like I was 100%, like, no.
No. And I don't mean 100% because 100% would mean you're like on the main roster.
Right. I know what you mean, like more second nature.
Yeah. Because it's very sort of foreign to you, right? Early
very
on.
Foreign. That's kind of, that's what I mean. It's just so foreign that it never felt like it was just like easy, which I like. I like a challenge. I like to learn. And I think being put in that uncomfortable environment every single day helps you grow. And that's why I always put myself in uncomfortable environments, like even going to Iceland and like not many people, like they spoke English, but that was their second language. So I had to kind of make my own, So I feel like it was coming from that straight to this, it was kind of like one uncomfortable situation to another, but in the best way possible. You know what I mean?
When you're over there and you're training, but you're not on NXT, do all of you still go to the shows and see what's going on backstage? Are you observing? Is that what they make you do?
Yep. So, especially like live events, everyone goes to those. You watch from the back. Same thing with TV, NXT TVs. Like you go in the back and you watch. So you're always learning from other people and like, oh, okay, like, and also you have to know what other people do so you don't do that. Like you can't be trying to do the same thing as other people. You have to be your own individual, and it's very important to watch and see like, okay, this person's doing that, like let me do this different or let me do that different. And obviously you're just learning from the best, so you're like, okay, well they're very successful, how can I do that? You know what I mean?
First time on TV, what was that like?
I feel like it was just exciting more than anything. I thought I was going to be really nervous, but I was just like, oh my God, this is like, I'm finally doing it, because you work so hard to get to that point. And finally, like Jazmyn was able to be presented how I wanted her to be presented. So I feel like it was really, really cool. And just like looking back at how that feeling felt to whenever I had my last match on NXT, I was like, wow, like I grew so much. You know, like I went out, I started off as like more of a manager role, just based off of obviously like I'm the rookie and I had my vets, you know, like they were the vets, they're leading me through, they're teaching me, they're helping me. So like I kind of had to play like that role, which I was. So like it was very second nature to play that, you know, like I'm like, okay, like I'm just here, whatever. But it was definitely scary, you know, like you're like, okay, how do I get better next time? And, you know, obviously there's a lot of critiques, not only from other people, but like yourself, you know? So I think just learning from literally every single Tuesday I was like, okay, now next time I'm going to do this. Next time I'm going to do this. And like, you just grow. And I was obviously, like I said, new. So if I'm going on TV and I'm new, I'm not, things aren't second nature yet. Like I have to experience to learn. And the only way you learn is being on TV every Tuesday, which I was for 2 years straight. So
listening to you right now, you seemed into it. You seemed passionate about it.
Yeah.
You seemed willing to learn and grow.
Yeah.
You seem excited about it,
Mm-hmm.
which leads me to the obvious question. Why aren't you still a part of WWE? Why did you decide to leave?
Yeah, I mean, I truthfully can say I was not expecting to leave. Like I wholeheartedly felt like this was going to be my life. I was ready to put in the work and, you know, see where my journey took me. But it came down to like making a living, and everyone needs to make a living, and some people's living looks different than others. And for me, it was like after my 3 years and being on TV for 2 years, I expected there to be some sort of compensation, just, you know, for the work that I put in, and it didn't end up that way, and that's okay. And, you know, that's why I had to part ways, but it was no like bad blood or anything. It was just, okay, like I can't make a living on this, and like I value myself in this way, which you guys might not yet, but you know, who knows, in the future value goes up, and you know, if they want me back, I would love to go back. But it's just it was just in that time, in that moment, it felt like the right decision for me. And again, didn't want it to be, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
How does that work? They come to you with, so your deal's up after 3 years?
Yep, so at my 3 year
They come to you with a new offer.
Yeah.
You obviously aren't happy with the offer. Do you propose a new number?
Yeah, so it was honestly like kind of a long process for me, because it was like a back and forth situation. But yeah, basically they reach out, they say, you know, here's what we are offering you for the next 3 years, and you either accept right then and there or you try to negotiate. And I try to negotiate, and the offer stood as it was. Went back a couple times, like, oh, like, what about this? No, offer stands. I'm like, okay. And if
no budging,
no budge. And
how far apart were you
from
what you wanted and what they were offering?
I just wanted any compensation. I felt like after 3 years,
when you say compensation, they wanted to pay you, so that's compensation.
Yeah, so they
wanted a raise, right?
I wanted a raise.
Yeah,
yeah.
But like, how big was the gap? Like, were you like, you know, miles apart, or were
No.
you thought that they could meet you?
I felt like there definitely could have been like a meet in the middle, but after I realized there was no budge, I was like, okay, like that's kind of where it stands. Like there's nothing else I can do or say. It just was like, okay, you know, any sort of raise will do, and it was no raise. So.
Was this the same number that you were making the previous 3 years?
Yeah.
So it didn't go up,
right?
And you were hoping for something higher.
Just
okay.
based off of, you know, like people who are coming in. Obviously, me came in at that rate, and after 2 years of being on TV every single Tuesday, working for TNA as well, I felt like maybe, you know, a raise would be understandable. And, you know.
Did you ask why?
Yeah, but I didn't speak to, like anyone. I spoke to the mediator.
Got it.
So me asking her, oh, why is that? Like, you know, she's not the one who's she's just the mediator. She's the messenger. So like, I couldn't really ask her why, if that makes sense. I just felt like I felt like that was kind of just the common answer going around with negotiation, is everyone was getting paid, that amount.
So you asked around, and was that the same for your colleagues?
It wasn't talked about much, but from what I heard, I felt like it was. But you never know. You don't really talk about those things with people.
Sure.
So I just figured we're all at the same standpoint, and that's just how it is. Whatever. Obviously, some people make more, some people make less. That's just how business is. So I kind of accepted my fate. I felt like if they felt like that was my value at that time, then I didn't see it changing much, just because, I've been on TV for 2 years and I've been doing the things I've been doing. I've been wrestling main roster people, just a lot. There's been a lot that's put into it. So I felt like if that wasn't enough for a cost of living at least, then I just didn't think that, I was valued much. So I was like, okay, you have to be where you're valued.
Are you doing this on your own, or is someone helping you?
For
the negotiations, the talking?
On my own.
On your own,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you think it would have been better had you had someone representing you?
Maybe.
Or is that not a thing?
I honestly, I haven't heard much about people getting
agents
or anything.
Okay.
I was under the impression whenever I first signed that you couldn't have an agent.
Oh.
In WWE, just, I don't know. I think things changed over time, but whenever I first started, I felt like that was the case. But I think things have changed and some people have them. But again, no one really talks about that. So it's kind of just you're okay, every man for themselves,
right.
I only know what I know and I know what I've done. So I can only speak on my behalf. So.
And the process from the initial offer to the end, how like you said, it dragged a little bit?
I'm trying to think. I think it was a couple weeks in advance that they reached out. And yeah, it was kind of just a process of going back and forth. Cause like I said, there's a mediator, and a messenger. So she's going back and forth okay, let me see, whatever. And it came back to every time no, offer stands.
Do you consider, because at that point you're probably around them, do you consider talking to one of your, mentors or higher ups in person?
Yeah, and I did. I
and
spoke
how'd that
to,
go?
Higher up, and it was obviously helpful just to hear insight of okay, this is where they stand, this is why, this is what I need to do, whatever. But in terms of cost of living and things like that, there's nothing you can really say. Everyone, cost of living goes up every year. You have to make a living. If you don't get a raise, you're losing money. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I looked at it. And I just felt like at that time I had to make the decision for myself. And
so you were going to struggle, you were saying, you couldn't live.
It felt like I was losing money. I was not gaining, in terms of, I'm paying for my own rent. I'm an independent woman, you know what I mean? I'm trying to do everything. You pay for gear, you pay for hair, makeup. Girls are different. There's a lot of expenses, especially being in WWE. Outfits every single week. I was on TV every single Tuesday. So it was constant, back to back, expenses that I felt weren't being compensated.
And so when you're in this situation and you're starting to get a sense that this isn't moving, are you just steadfast hey, if they don't meet, I'm out? Or were you having that internal struggle of I love this so much,
yes,
should I just do it, should I just kind of bite the bullet?
There was 100% an internal struggle. And even on the day where I said okay, if the offer stands, I have to leave, it was very hard for me. I was in tears. It was very uncomfortable conversation for me to have. And I didn't ever say it out loud. So when I said it out loud, I was it just a pit in my stomach. Am I making the right decision? Is this, I don't know what I should do. But like I said, after I came back and looked at it, I was okay, that was the right decision for me because you have to make a living.
Right.
And that's just how it was. It was nothing to do with my passion or obviously I had passion for it. You can't be doing that every single day for 3 years straight and not have passion. You would have quit a long time ago. You know what I mean? So it was I didn't foresee myself ever quitting. I didn't foresee myself getting fired as well. And that was kind of stated to me as well. Well, you're not going to get fired. This is a great opportunity for you. And I'm yeah, 100% it is. I do want to keep going. I wish I could. I really wish I could. But in terms of how I'm living right now, I will not be able to maintain this if the offer stands. And
in the video that you posted in your car when you announced this,
yes.
You mentioned that you wanted to do some other things and you weren't allowed to do that. What did you mean by that?
So during the process of training, whenever I was Jade, before Jazmyn, I got reached out by Love Island. And I don't know if you've watched Love Island.
I'm aware of it. And it's not because I'm ashamed, but there's been some fighters on there, Tommy Fury and whatnot. I know it's a big deal on Peacock.
So basically I got reached out by them and I heard of someone else going on a show and I was like, oh, like, is this something that we can do? And I was under the impression that yes, it is. Like, especially if you want to build your brand, like, get followers for your brand. Like, okay, now more people are watching Jazmyn, whatever. So I thought that was a thing. And this is before I had the name Jazmyn, so I wasn't on TV yet. And I thought that would be a good route if I went and then came back. And they kind of shut that down. I was like, okay, that's fine. I understand. Like, and a couple shows reached out after that when I was Jazmyn. And obviously I turned those down myself because I'm in a different position now. I'm on TV. Like, this is my life. Like, I want to succeed in what I'm doing now. So I turned that kind of side of the world down for obviously better opportunities. And it turned out that, like, after quitting, I still have these opportunities, like, here for me. So I think that was something that I'm happy I didn't go do those opportunities, but I knew I had other opportunities, if that makes sense. So that's why, like, I put that in the video. I didn't expect the video to blow up like that.
Yes.
I didn't know. I was just saying my side. I wasn't trying to be, like, controversial. I was like, no, this is exactly what happened. This is why it happened. And there was nothing that was, like, negative, behind what I was saying. So that's why I was so, like, confused. I'm like, wait, no, take it back.
The reason, did you regret posting it?
No, I didn't regret it, but I guess I regret not saying more to explain. And that's why I'm happy I get to do it on here, because, like, a lot of things were taken out of context, like they always are on social media, which it is what I know just by being in the industry. I know that's how it is. So I just kind of wanted to say my side without, going on social media again and saying another thing, like, for it to be taken wrong. And I
think because it was such a short stint for you, and then a lot of people just, they just kind of get released or part ways, and you actually gave a reason. And then when you say it's not what I was hoping as far as the money, then people try to pin it on them being the bad guys. How dare they? Although we don't know what these numbers are. And then you talk about things being presented to you and you can't do them, and people are then wondering, like, well, what opportunity? So there's a lot that's sort of left to the imagination.
Exactly.
You mentioned, though, you now have these opportunities. So are you going on these shows now? Is that the plan?
So there's been a couple shows who have reached out to me, and I'm still kind of in the process of seeing that out and what I want to do in terms of if I want to go that route or wrestling or both. But I'm definitely open to all opportunities, and I'm kind of just seeing them.
Well, you can't go on Love Island because a quick look at your social media would suggest you are taken.
Yes, I'm not.
Unless Love Island is a work. Is it a work, Love Island?
No.
Do people go on there?
Probably, actually.
Yeah, it probably is a work.
But no, in my case, it wouldn't have been a work. But in terms of shows now, I want to go on more challenge-based shows, more, what's it called, like sports related.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So
which ones would fall under that category?
The challenge.
Oh,
MTV.
MTV. Oh my gosh, we have on our production team a couple guys who are, like, hardcore. They can't get you in. I'm just saying they're hardcore fans. They talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was still a thing. Really.
Yeah.
This
No,
show.
it's.
I remember
been,
the
like,
Real
40
World
seasons.
back in the day.
Yep.
Now it's like Real World Road Rules Challenge. You want to be on that?
Yeah.
I feel like you can get on that.
I feel like, yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been in contact with them. That was one of the shows that reached out while I was in WWE, and obviously I was like, hey, like, can't, I'm Jazmyn Nyx.
How many of these shows reached out?
I think like 4.
Okay, and they're all just DMing you.
Yeah, so obviously my boyfriend's in the reality world.
Okay.
So he did 2 Netflix shows. So that played a big role into it. Obviously, like, they see me through his social media and vice versa. So it kind of is just a world of connections. Once you get in that public eye, then you're kind of just up for other shows, and like they put you on the list for another show, and we got asked to do like a couple show and things like that. But we're definitely more sticking to the challenge side of it, like more sports related fitness type of shows, game shows. So we'll see where that goes. But
I mentioned that you know the wrestling jargon put over, so you probably know the word heat, like someone has. Your boyfriend has drew some heat in the wrestling world. You guys did a video one time where you're like showing him some moves, and then he mentions repeatedly that it's fake.
Right.
And this pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like Mark Henry on his radio show Busted Open, he was very upset about this. What is your response to this? He felt like it was disrespectful.
So my response is the whole point of the video, and if you watch the video, you can see that it was satire. Like him saying, and he knows, I come home with bruises and scratches, broken nose, split open nose. Like obviously he knows it's not fake, and we have this conversation every single day. Like, you know, like if anyone, he's like, oh my God, like how do you do this every day? Like he's the first person to put it over. And his character, just like how there's heels on WWE, there's villains in reality TV, and he's a villain.
Okay.
And so I think that's kind of how people have to look at it in terms of that. But when he says it's fake, and then goes on in the video to show basically the opposite.
Yeah.
He's hitting the ropes like, oh my God, this hurts, like my back. How do you do this? Like he's taking bumps. He's getting his butt beat by me. So obviously he knows, like, that's the whole point of the video, is like basically putting it over, you know?
I wish he wouldn't have said that. You know why? Because I did watch the whole thing, and he does say, my back's hurting, like this, wow. This, and then he ends it.
And then he says it. I know.
He ends it with, because he's doing a promo for like a betting thing. And so he tried to find, I know what he was trying to do.
He tried to wrap it back in, which he could have used obviously a different word from start to finish. But in terms of
said, this is scripted, but you know what? That football game is not scripted.
Exactly.
Just
Something
that word
like that.
is a sensitive word.
But, and I completely understand that. And that's why I already knew, like I wasn't like mad that people were taking like that, because obviously I don't think that. I'm the first person to say, like, I think I posted a TikTok a couple weeks before that video, and I was like, when people say wrestling's fake, which is so funny because obviously here we are. But I knew from one, the video, and from two, like knowing what he feels about wrestling. He was a fan growing up, like his whole childhood. So he already knows it's not. So I think like obviously better choice of words for sure. But in terms of how I felt like the video was viewed, like how I saw it and how I was doing it, was like he was obviously like putting it over. But yeah, like wrong choice of words at the end.
You had a lot of injuries, right?
Yeah, but mostly before wrestling. And I think that's something I also didn't clarify in my video, because a lot of people thought that I was saying, oh, I had these 4 knee surgeries in WWE. So like, obviously you're not going to continue if you have 4 knee surgeries. I'm like, no, these were before.
Okay.
So I had 4 knee surgeries prior, just from soccer. Obviously came back, kept going, came back, played my 4 years in college, and then went and played pro even after having those. I had 1 knee surgery after playing 1 year of pro. And so when I came in, obviously in Iceland, it's a little different. They don't have the facilities we have for rehab and stuff like that. And so my leg was a little weaker, just, you know, because I didn't rehab it that good. And so when I came in, they were like, oh, let's rehab you for a couple months just so you're like completely fresh, ready to go whenever you get in the ring. So that's what I meant by like being held back in the beginning.
Okay.
So it was just a couple months of rehab, which already we're doing the basics, you know what I mean? Like we're locking up, we're doing running the ropes, things like that. So it wasn't, I didn't feel like I missed a lot in terms of the training aspect of it. But again, I was sitting there watching, taking notes from the outside of the ring.
That word held back can be misconstrued as well.
For sure. You know, see, now that I'm saying things,
I know.
it's just everything I say. I'm like, why did I say that?
It's tough. Did you break your nose as well?
So I split open my nose, which I'm pretty sure it fractured during that. It was actually at Stand and Deliver. And it's funny because you couldn't even see it, but there basically like someone's arm came down and accidentally hit me in the nose, and I was just gushing blood everywhere.
Wow.
And I had to like kind of crawl to the side because I'm like, I'm not gonna be on camera with this. So I crawled to the side. No one even knew it happened, but I split open my nose at Stand and Deliver, which probably ended up being fractured. And then later on, I was in a match, and same type of thing, catching a dive, and I split it open and broke it. And then I had to wear that mask.
Yeah. Surgery?
No surgery.
Okay.
I do have a deviated septum, so I can go get surgery, but I chose not to.
Okay.
So I just can't really breathe.
Was that the worst injury that you had?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why, like, it wasn't crazy things. It was just like, obviously, you know, it wasn't anything that held me out of TV. Because even with the mask, I could still wrestle and be out there. So nothing held me back in terms of that aspect. It was just my knee surgeries prior.
The other one that I wanted to get your take on, when you guys went to Disney, and your boyfriend drew some heat for that video too. So here you are having to sort of, you know, get you're the more famous one in this world. You're the known one, and he's doing some things that are questionable or that are controversial, speaking in a certain way. How did you handle that situation?
So,
did it all come your way? Did you have to answer for it?
Yeah, a lot came my way. But obviously, like I said, like I don't really answer things on social media. So I never came back and said my side of my story for any of these things because I know how they're taken and misconstrued. Obviously, words hold a lot of weight and actions do too. So I kind of have been waiting for an opportunity like this to say, like, I guess my side or my piece. But yeah, no, I think that a lot of things on social media are construed, misconstrued, taken different ways, clipped. Like a lot of things are clipped. And me knowing also, like, obviously if I knew, if there was certain things that questioned my boyfriend's character and like what he did, I wouldn't be with him. And that's what I think, obviously people not knowing who I am, they're like, oh, well, why would she stay with this person if he's doing all these bad things? Like, I already know his character and I already know certain things he's done do look bad and have been taken bad, obviously, but they're not what they seem, if that makes sense. So for example, that situation, you know, he actually, like, that was a truthfully, like, going out of his way to be nice situation.
It was?
Yes.
Really?
And that's why it's so crazy.
I saw the sort of highlight version.
Yes, the
and there's
clip
like
version.
insensitive things. It struck me like he's making fun of people, different nationalities. So how is he being nice?
So in terms of like the him going up and giving a high five to the little boy, he was genuinely going up and giving a high five to him and like nothing like bad. Like he wasn't like making fun of him. Like it was just clipped. So like things that he was saying were clipped right after that was happening, and things that people were like, oh, she's laughing at him. Absolutely not. I would never do that in a million years. I've never made fun of anyone. I'm not that type of person, and neither is he. It's just clipped like that, and he's an outgoing, like, social person. So whenever he's talking about things, he comes off like that, but it's not what it's seemed to be, I guess. And like he's worked with autistic kids. Like he has nothing bad to say about anyone. So that's why I knew like it was just bad things were taken out of context. Two, like things that were said, just like how I'm learning, like words that are said are taken completely different ways that you don't mean them to be said. So like actions that he's done, words he said obviously could have been changed. He could have said different things, done different things. But in terms of like his character, that's not him. And
so obviously, I mean, he has to answer for these things, but do they come up to you and say, yo, what's up? Like, what's going on? Do you have to hear from anyone about it? I'm not talking about fans. I'm talking about at your place of work.
Yeah. No, not really.
So you didn't get any sort of, heat for it or hot water?
No, I think it's because, again, like everyone knows how things are misconstrued. So I think also all these people who would come up to me, they know me already. So like they know that what was said or done wasn't a take on my character or like what I did wrong, I guess. But like you said, yeah, that's something that like you kind of separate work life from at home life, and he doesn't work there. That's not like their, place to say, I guess. And, that's it.
That last day where you get written off, you're kind of just like beaten up and tossed to the side. What was that like for you, knowing that this is the end, at least for now? People have come back. Yeah. It's happened a million times, but of this journey, of this character,
right.
That's it for you. How did you process all of that day?
It was like definitely very upsetting, just knowing that it was my last day. But in terms of how I was written off, I can't really control or have a say in that. And I think everything, the what storyline I was already headed in and what direction I was already headed in makes sense of how they ripped me off. Like, I was in the storyline, we were kind of already having, beef. We were going back and forth. Like, we had arguments every week, me, JC, and Fallon. So it was kind of, it was coming. It felt like it was already coming. You know what I mean? Like, it was kind of written in the story.
Anyone talk to you that day? Anyone offer any words of wisdom, advice?
Yeah, Johnny Russo, he spoke to me, and he was really encouraging and just said, keep doing what you're doing, and like, you never know, you can come back one day. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I would love to do. And obviously, everyone, we said our goodbyes, and I truthfully have, there's not one person there that I can say like I had bad blood with or beef with, or like we had issues. Like, I feel like I kind of got along with everyone and kept good connections with everyone. So, I left with my head held high, other than the fact, like, obviously it's a big culture shock leaving and knowing that I'm done for now. But I guess it's always been in the back of my head that, like, you could always come back. It's not, there's not an end to everything. Like, you can continue this journey if, it comes back down the road. So,
do you want to stay in the wrestling business?
Yeah. I mean, I would, like I said, I'm still trying to weigh out my opportunities and see what I'm going to do, where I'm going to head, but I'm not sure in terms of like where yet, but I'm keeping the options open and, deciding from there.
Have you talked to other organizations, other promotions?
Not yet.
Okay. Are you allowed to, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am, because I just didn't resign. I think
so. There
it's
was no
when,
like non-compete or anything like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it was just I'm free.
Yeah.
But I've been taking these past couple weeks just to figure out where my mind's at, what I want to do, and figuring out my life from here.
What do you think you do? What do you think becomes your profession?
I feel like I've always kind of been like a reality TV girl.
Okay.
And I feel like that's kind of how I've been perceived. Like, even growing up, people were always like, oh, you're definitely going to be on like one of those shows and whatever. But I think I want to do both. Like, I want to go do these shows if it presents themselves. I don't know yet. You never know in that world. But I want to continue doing social media influencing, and then obviously, take up other wrestling opportunities if they come my way.
Are you interested in being an indie wrestler and
yeah,
going across the country in some of these small locations?
I've always loved traveling.
Okay,
I've always traveled.
You don't feel like you're above that or anything like that?
No, of course not. Like, I like I said from the beginning, I'm still learning. Like, I'm still trying to perfect my craft, and I don't feel like I perfected it. I wish I had more time to perfect it. So I obviously would continue wrestling if, there's other opportunities there, and I probably will. I just don't know where and when and how. So I'm just still making my way.
Have you talked to any of the other people who have left about what life is like on the other side? And
there's been a few people who reached out to me and, just have put out connections and opportunities that I can do. But same thing I'm telling you, same thing I'm telling them, like, thank you so much. Like, I appreciate it. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of help and positive feedback for me. So,
do you watch other wrestling organizations? Are you a fan? I know you did stuff with TNA, as you mentioned.
Yeah, mostly TNA and WWE.
Okay.
Yeah, but I feel like, a lot of people are like, "Oh, you going to AEW?"
Yeah, that's the obvious question.
Yeah, I knew you were getting there.
Well, I mean, there's two big ones, and there's obviously some other great ones. Is that of interest to you?
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know. You haven't talked to them.
No, I have not.
Okay, they haven't reached out.
No.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm still keeping everything open. I really have no clue. I'm just kind of, I feel like I'm a very go with the flow person. So whatever comes my way, that's probably what I'll end up doing.
Since you're getting an opportunity to answer some stuff, I wanted to ask you about a statement from Bully Ray on his radio show. Do you know what I'm talking about here?
So I saw, I think, a clip.
I can read it for you. Here's a recap courtesy of Wrestle Talk. If Jazmyn Nyx would have trained at a wrestling school, wrestling would have been her passion and her dream. She most likely would have stayed put and grinded it out. One thing about wrestlers, they will accept the grind to chase the dream. But when you get pulled in from soccer, MMA, football, whatever, it's not the same. You don't have that burning sensation in you, that burning passion. Like a Stephanie Vakir, who told me that wrestling was her nourishment when she didn't have enough food to eat. That doesn't burn in Jazmyn Nyx. It's not the same mental state. not that same pit of your stomach grind where you need to do it, you need to make it. That's his assessment. What is your response to that? Have you ever met Bully? Have you ever talked to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really respect him. I think that there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. Like everyone's entitled to their own opinions, and if that's the opinion he got on me, then that's totally fine. Like I can't.
Is that fair?
I think that for him, like it's not like we know each other on a personal level, so I'm not sure if he would know necessarily if that passion does burn inside me. But when it comes from like, obviously, yes, I played soccer and I had a passion for soccer, and I think training and doing those things, like I had to put myself through a lot to be successful in that. And the same thing with WWE, you have to work hard to get where you're at. So I think just because my journey was a little different doesn't mean that I don't have passion or building passion for the future of WWE, like making on main roster, things like that. I, of course, had passion. So I think that was a little of like a hard take, but like I said, everyone's entitled to their own opinions, and if that's how he perceives me, then, you know, that's how it is. And that's usually what people do say, especially if they don't know athletes' journeys. Like they're like, oh, they're just athletes, they're just coming here for a paycheck, or they're just here for the name. And like I've never been like that. I've always been about, like, you can't do something and put your all into something if you don't have passion. And again, the stuff that I've already done and the matches I've had and the work I've put in and outside of TV, I personally don't think it's possible to do all of that and not have passion or, you know, like love for what I'm doing.
Is it hard to bite your tongue and not respond when you hear people questioning your passion, your motives, your work ethic?
I've just never been like that. That's why like a lot of things have been said about me and my intentions, and I've never came back and said anything because I just don't think it's worth it. I already know who I am. I know what my intentions are. I know my character. So when people question it, I'm like, well, they don't know me. So there's nothing that, it doesn't put me down because I'm like, well, these are just assumptions. These are speculations. And again, like, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So if they feel that way, go ahead, feel that way. But I already know how I feel about myself. I know how I feel about the company. I know how I felt about my journey and how hard I pushed myself and how hard I worked to get here. And honestly, just to get where I am now as a person through my whole soccer career and all the things I had to overcome. So I think like the things that I've been through, you can't question my passion based off of that. But, you know,
I respect that because when people talk shit about me, I want to defend myself and respond. So to just let it roll off.
That's the natural thing to do. But
especially someone that you had some kind of relationship, friendship with, you knew him at least, right?
Yeah.
To a certain degree.
Yeah,
and so for him to call you out like that,
respect for him,
I was wondering, and I don't know if he's right, he's wrong. I mean, it sounds like you had passion. We've just met. That to me feels like a tough one, a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah.
And I know that's a thing that people talk about with WWE right now because they're recruiting from sort of non-traditional.
Right.
It used to be you work through the indies, the territories, and then you make it to the big show.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, this gymnastics person, this soccer player. And so people sometimes feel like some can't cut it and they haven't gone through the routes, they haven't paid their dues. And I hear this a lot.
Yeah, which I completely understand. And I've trust me, like I have so much respect for the people who have paid their dues, but that's not my fault that I didn't go that route. Like I can't go back and change how I grew up and like the journey that I've been on. I can't go back and be like, oh, please don't DM me and reach out to me about WWE because like that's just the journey I had. And of course, some people don't cut it. Some people maybe don't have passion, but in my case, that's not who I am as a person. And again, since I don't speak up for myself and I don't put out responses and go deep into that stuff, like not a lot of people know who I am. So I kind of just am like, well, I'll leave it at that. You guys can make your own assumptions of me however you want. But like I said, I think the best thing for anyone, and especially in this industry, is to know who they are. And negative comments aren't going to put you down or make you feel some type of way because you already know who you are.
So no regrets. You're happy with your decision. You're excited about the future.
Very excited.
You still watch wrestling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're still kind of up to speed?
Yeah, I'm up to speed, but I just feel like in terms of where I'm going to go in my journey and like for the indies, I guess, I am trying to figure out my path. I'm trying to figure out like how long do I need? Do I need a break? Do I need like, you know what I mean? I'm just taking these next couple months, weeks, whatever to figure everything out and kind of going to go from there.
Is there anything that we didn't touch on that you wanted to clear up? Or do you feel like we hit it all?
You hit it all.
Did we hit it all?
You did hit it all.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's
I can't
a good
tell.
thing. No, I'm happy because like I said, like I've been wanting to speak about certain things that like have been dying inside of me. I'm like, that's not true, or like that's not how it was, or that's not. But also another thing is I guess not everything you see online is true. Not everything that is put out is accurate, or like, I mean, obviously in this industry, people are meant to love and hate wrestlers, like WWE superstars. That's how it's made up. Like that's how you basically, you have to be a character. And I think based off of my character, I'm okay with that. Like you guys have a negative opinion on me. That's exactly who I was playing.
It worked.
Yeah, it worked. So it's not like I'm going to go back and be like, no, guys, don't think this way of me. Like, that's not who I am. I would not, you don't do that. You know what I mean? You play your part and that's how it is.
Are you hopeful that you end up back there, or would you be at peace if your WWE journey is a 3-year?
No, I'm definitely hopeful. I feel like I put in a lot of effort already and time, and I dedicated my 3 years and honestly more that I thought was going to happen to this company. So I would love to end up back there if I could, if the opportunity presents itself. But you never know where the future is going to take you. So
what do we do now? We hang out in the 315?
Yeah.
In the queues?
Yeah,
is that what we're doing? Carousel? I don't mean me and you. I just mean you, the figuratively. Carousel Center, is it still there?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, I don't know how, but it is.
Why? That used to be my spot.
Yeah, but it went from like, it's definitely upgraded.
Okay.
But
do they still have the carousel at the top?
I don't think they have that anymore.
But it's called the carousel.
I know.
Is it not called the Carousel Center?
It is. It is the Carousel.
That was the whole thing.
Wait, is it still called that?
Oh, they changed it?
See, that's what I mean. Everything's changing,
Let's
but
find
I
out.
don't live there. I'm
I know.
now, but
you have no ties anymore? No.
I don't speak to anyone. I have 2 friends from Syracuse that I speak to.
It's called Destiny USA.
It's Destiny.
What the hell?
See, you brought up Carousel, and it now I remember. It is.
No family there?
Yeah, my family's there, but I'll go home with my family, and that's it. But we don't. I mean, I go home for the holidays.
That was like the big spot for me.
It was Carousel. See, but that's what I mean. You got me confused.
Why? Because when you were a kid,
it was Carousel.
It was Carousel.
So,
okay, yeah.
but going back, it is Destiny, and I should have known that. But
what an awful
only
name,
go
by the
back.
way.
I know, it's
Destiny USA. Carousel Center was iconic.
It was.
Did you go to Q's games?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, my parents have season tickets. So
okay.
I'm always there. Always.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on a great run. Congratulations on a great 3 years, on a great athletic career as well, and looking forward. So maybe we'll see you on the challenge. Yeah. Maybe Love Island. Maybe not Love Island.
Not Love Island.
Okay.
But maybe the challenge.
Okay,
maybe
one of those.
Other
One of
game
those
shows. You never know.
Game shows. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nice little tease there. Thank you very much for coming in. All the best to you. Appreciate you coming to us first. We really do appreciate that, and wish you nothing but the best.
Yeah, thank you so
moving
much.
forward. We'll take a quick break, say goodbye to Jade, and then we'll be back with Bo Nickal, Boots Ennis still to come as well in studio, and of course Andy Foster. Don't go anywhere.
Another thing that's happening is constant conversations about Alex Pereira and his apparently very, very soon to happen move to heavyweight. John Jones, the White House, all this is happening. Chuck Mendenhall, we'll start with you. Here it is there. There's his article that's on Uncrowned Mode. It's simple. Alex Pereira's next fight should be against John Jones. He goes through all the possibilities. He talks about Hamzat Chimaev wanting a piece. Obviously, Ankalaev being right there, a trilogy fight with him. But it is John Jones and this entry to heavyweight that has tickled your fancy, Chuck Mendenhall. Yes. Tell me why.
And doesn't it seem like the Ankalaev fight is like the trilogy, which should be kind of like, well, they got to resolve this thing, right? It's 1-1, and that is like maybe 12th on the list of fights for Alex Pereira at this point. I just was looking at it, and you're like, if you're not going to give, like, if he's going to make a leap to heavyweight, right? If he's going to make that leap, and he's looking, because I think he fractured his foot. I don't know if that's been 100% confirmed. I know that's what he thought he had done in his fight. And he's going to be out, and it's going to be, until next summer, possibly the White House card. what else are you going to do with him at this point? I know that like with Tom Aspinall, we want to kind of put, and I know we're going to talk about that a little later on. You kind of want to like have something on his horizon should he get by Cyril Gahn. You want something big there. But I think if you're getting a one-off, right, from Jon Jones, and you're not sure you can trust him beyond that, which is where where Dana White and the UFC has been with this, especially after Dana went on that whole, and I point this out all the time, like this whole media tour where he's arguing about his GOAT status, his pound-for-pound status, only to have Jon basically say like, nah, man, take the belt, and 2 weeks later be like, nah, I'm coming back, and just to kind of, go back and forth and really kind of humiliate Dana in a weird way, man. And if you can't trust him to be in a title shot, right? If you can't throw him against Aspinall in a fight like that, not knowing what the future would hold beyond that, I just think you got to make this fight. By the time you get to June, which I think is when they want to do that White House card, Pereira will be, I think, 1 month away from turning 39. If you're not going to do it now, you're probably not going to do it.
Well, and Ben, would you agree with that? Is this the natural thing to do? I saw your mailbag piece where you've argued, and correct me if I'm wrong, that really the heavyweight division needs Alex Pereira at this point. We need some verification for a champion like Aspinall. We have known about your fears that awaits beyond a potential Cyril Gahn win next weekend in Abu Dhabi. Does the heavyweight division need Poatan, need this superstar?
I don't know if it absolutely needs Alex Pereira, but it needs Tom Aspinall. And it is going to need something for him to do, because it needs him to beat Cyril Gahn. Well, the question that kind of set us off was somebody wrote in and they were like, am I crazy for thinking that a Cyril Gahn win next weekend would be a lot more interesting, would open up more interesting doors for what we could do in the heavyweight division? And I was just like, no, it would be a disaster and a crisis of legitimacy. If he wins the fight, he wins the fight. Good for him. That's the thing that separates this from pro wrestling, is that the stuff we want to happen or we think makes sense to happen doesn't always happen. But I think if you picture the situation right now at heavyweight is that, you had a champion in Francis Ngannou who was the lineal MMA heavyweight champion. And then he walks away from the UFC with the belt. So we got to grab a new belt out of the supply closet. We have Jon Jones and Cyril Gahn fight over it. Jon Jones beats him easily. Just cuts right through Cyril Gahn like a hot knife through butter. And then you turn around, Jon Jones, instead of doing the fight that would make the most sense against Tom Aspinall, handpicks his opponent in Stipe Miocic, an aged version of Stipe Miocic, all very calculated on Jon Jones's part. He wanted to get that name on the resume, stick that pelt on the wall, and then leave. And that leaves us in like a bad spot for the heavyweight division. Tom Aspinall gets promoted to heavyweight champion, and it's kind of just good luck for the UFC that they had him sitting around as interim champ, already a believable guy as heavyweight champion. You look at Tom Aspinall and you go, yeah, that seems like that might be the baddest big man on the planet. And you have him to carry you forward and to kind of bridge that gap of legitimacy that you lost when you lost Francis Ngannou. But if he goes out there and if he loses to Cyril Gahn, people are going to be looking and saying, well, Gahn is 0-2 in title fights. Lost to both Francis Ngannou and Jon Jones, the two guys who we would have otherwise called heavyweight champion if they hadn't just pieced up out of the UFC in their own various ways. And so if you have Cyril Gahn now with the strap around his waist, I don't know if anybody's looking at him and going, yeah, that's the best heavyweight on the planet. Because we've seen that he is not the best heavyweight on the planet. He's very good, but there's nothing that we've seen. If he beats Tom Aspinall, especially, people will just go, all right, Tom Aspinall was never as good as we thought. And I understand the logic that people are going, hey, if Alex Pereira were to go up to heavyweight, Pereira versus Gahn is a fun fight stylistically and probably a more winnable fight for Pereira.
Okay, that was a nice chat from the Crack last week. The boys talking about UFC 321. Much to discuss there. Looking forward to that this weekend. They'll have another great show on Friday, 3 Puck on Saturday. And then the next biggie, UFC 322, Madison Square Garden, New York City. That is a big one. That is a massive one. Main event, Issa Makhachev versus Jack Della Maddalena at the world's most famous arena, at the Mecca. It's an incredible card. Valentina Shevchenko against Zhang Wei Li for the flyweight title, strawweight title, vacant strawweight title on the line this Saturday. Of Of course, Virna Jandiroba against Mackenzie Dern. We've talked about Sean Brady versus Michael Morales. We've talked about Carlos Praches against Leon Edwards. We haven't really talked much about Bo Nickal versus Rodolfo Vieira, which is a fascinating fight on this card. There's a lot at stake. It's a fascinating style matchup as well. And quite frankly, it's a big one for Bo coming off his last fight. So there's a lot to talk to him about. And of course, he's a part of the RAF team. They've got their second show, and that, of course, is Real American Freestyle Wrestling. They had their first show in August in Cleveland, second one in his backyard at Penn State. So much to discuss with the one and only Bo Nickal. He's kind enough to join us right here and now on the program. Hello, Bo. How are you?
Doing well, Ariel. Thanks for having me on, brother.
Oh, yeah. We're always changing the look. The hair is a little different. The glasses. What does this look? What's in? Wow, even the side is a little different. It's usually like a bit of a fade there.
You like that?
Yeah, what are we doing? What's going on?
Just been training hard. No time for a haircut.
Okay, are we keeping this for the fight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much time I have between media and training and weight cut. So if I have a second, I might trim it up.
You're so big time. Like you're the guys that like the barber comes to their house, right? Like you don't go to a barber shop.
No.
You're not that guy?
I go in. My barber Josh, he's my man. He's my main man. Walk-ins only.
Wow.
Josh takes care of me. He's a good dude.
Walk-ins only. So sometimes you have to wait there for like an hour for Josh.
Sometimes, yeah.
Bo Nickal ain't waiting an hour in Happy Valley. There's no way.
I don't mind.
You waltz right in there. I know it. It's all good. You're a man of the people. Okay, we'll get your fight in a moment, but let's quickly talk about Real American Freestyle Wrestling. You're a part of the broadcast team for this one. So you competed on the first one, part of the broadcast team for this one. What's your role in particular? What are you doing over there on Saturday?
Yeah, I'm super pumped. I'm going to be on the mic doing some, color, some play-by-play, and really just, trying to bring perspective to the audience of a athlete that's been there and competed and stuff. So I'm pumped. I've done some commentary in the past with Big Ten Network and some Penn State matches and different things, but this is really exciting for me just because I love the sport, and what the RAF is doing is really, really special. The first event went amazing. It was streamed on Fox Nation. It's going to be streamed there again, and it did some really, really big numbers in that first show. So we're looking to build some momentum and keep it going. And there's a lot of exciting matchups, and I'm just excited to watch some good wrestling and commentate on it a little bit.
Okay, so you, like we just said, you were a part of that first show. I believe you're featured right over there. Why did it go amazing in your opinion? First show, always a tricky one. Why did it go so well?
Yeah, I think having my experience in the UFC and seeing the professionalism and how they handle events, and then being able to, compare and relate that to the RAF, it was like very professional, top notch, dialed in. For the first show, you expect a lot of hiccups, a lot of bugs and things to be worked out. And to be honest, it went very smoothly. Everybody there is, again, super professional. And I think the action and the, highlights of the event spoke for themselves. There were some amazing matches and some big time stuff that was happening in the sport of wrestling. And, I think that the RAF is continuing to build momentum and signing the best wrestlers in the world and getting the best guys to compete against each other. So, a lot of exciting stuff. And, it's just exciting to see what I think is the world's, most challenging, most difficult sport be highlighted in a way that it deserves.
Okay. So this one's, you are Penn State Wrestling. This is happening at the Bryce Jordan Center, right? Which is the venue in which the team will compete in. The Penn State wrestling team will compete in, right? So you're a natural fit. Was there any talk of you competing on this card as well, or was it too close to MSG?
Yeah, obviously would have loved to compete in my hometown, home arena, and of course the RIF wanted me to be able to compete there, but 3 weeks till the fight was a little tight. I considered it, but I figured it's best to chase one rabbit at a time. So for me, the focus is MSG. It's this next fight, and I'm really pumped about that as well. But excited to be part of the broadcast team nonetheless.
Will you compete down the line? Are there plans already in place?
Yeah, 100%. I'll be competing. Again. We'll see. Maybe before the year ends. So.
Oh wow, that's soon. So you really enjoyed it.
I love it. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun just to compete. That's what I love doing. So,
yeah.
For me, that's the most exciting part about what I get to do is going out there and putting it all on the line. So I felt like, to be honest, a little slow, a little sluggish. My first match in 4.5 years, but it was fun and I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed being around the whole team at RAF. Everybody was a joy to be around. So, it definitely motivated me to get back in there again and and have fun.
Any idea how big of a deal this will be on Saturday? How many people they're expecting to attend the event?
Yeah, there's going to be for sure, thousands of people at the event. The viewership, as I mentioned on the first show, was phenomenal. It was not only a lot of new subscribers for Fox Nation, but as the event went on, the viewership kept increasing. So, that's something that you love to see, that more and more people were tuning in as the event continued. So, building on that momentum is going to be huge. And what we have, competitively is a lot of the top level guys in the world. And they introduced, a lot of names to this card that are interesting matchups. The one that I'm most excited about is Jake Varner, who is 2016 Olympic gold medalist and a teammate coach of mine at Penn State, and he's going to be wrestling Pat Downey. So it's a little bit of bad blood there between Pat and Penn State. And Varner's, very accomplished, but he hasn't competed in a long time. So it's going to be interesting. My prediction, Jake Varner by smash, however he wants. But it's going to be a fun match.
What I really want is you at Iowa. That's the scene that I want to see. Are there any plans in place? I want you back over there.
I haven't heard about any events in Iowa, but, of course we, did the first one in Ohio. This next one in Pennsylvania, there's been talks of, Illinois, Oklahoma. So, we're going to hit all the major wrestling areas. And, I don't know if Iowa has anybody for me to compete against, but maybe we can go put the Brands brothers 2 against 1. I'll take the coaches out.
Yes. Okay. So we spoke to you after the Iowa fight, the UFC fight back in May. And again, you handled it so well. Like you said all the right things. You handled it so well. I think everyone wanted to rain on your parade, and you were just like, I've been here before and I'll be back. Can you describe, so that was 5 or so months ago now. What have the last 5 months been like for you, and how have you changed as a fighter in light of what transpired in Des Moines?
I mean, a lot of massive changes. I think that, my foundation of my mentality remains the same. It's about continuing to improve and get better and just perfect my craft as best I can. So, that foundation remains the same. But I think on a technical level, I learned so much from that fight and was able to, I think that the main thing is understanding, what does damage in a fight, what is opportunity cost, how that works in a fight. And really just shifted my mindset and perspective of, how I'm going to approach the actual competition and the action. So I felt like I learned more in that fight than I had my entire career combined previous to that. So I'm really grateful for it. And I think that at the same time, it was good for me to be humbled a little bit. Of course, I always try to remain humble on my own, but I think God has a way of humbling us as well. So for me, just getting back on the grind and locking in and staying humble, staying committed, it's just been a lot of training and really, using that as motivation, using that as something to springboard me into the future rather than something that's going to be a roadblock. So I look at that as, for me, the best thing in my career that's happened to me so far.
In retrospect, do you think you needed to be humbled?
I guess, at the end of the day, things work out the way they're supposed to. I believe that. I feel like maybe it wasn't necessarily like a humbling in an internal way, but it was more of a reality check of hey, I felt like I lost the fight because I didn't prepare well enough. And I thought I was prepared going in. So, I got beat up. So I obviously wasn't as prepared as I thought. And for me, that's a great thing. It just gives me opportunity to see what I need to work on and what I need to improve on. And so I feel grateful for it. And I feel like I approach every training session in a humble way where, I want to work and get better and learn. And I'm open to whatever I have to do to make that work.
Did you change anything as far as training, coaches, where you trained, like any radical changes in that respect?
No radical changes on like the coaching or training end. I would say it's more so with my mindset, more so with like what I'm trying to accomplish in a fight. I feel like I was kind of going in there without like a really strong game plan and without a really strong like idea of what I was trying to do. And I feel like after that fight, it's really helped me dial in exactly what I'm trying to do within a fight. Within wrestling, I had what I call like a system, right? So it was like there's a game plan and steps that I have that, I remind myself throughout the match, and this is what I'm trying to do. This is what I'm trying to accomplish. And I felt like going into that fight, I was just kind of like, all right, I'll figure it out, which was a little bit due to lack of experience. But, getting that experience has helped me just dial things into like understanding and knowing what I'm trying to do in a fight, which it sounds like very basic and obvious, but I guess that's what I needed to learn because I've been making big improvements.
I saw when the announcement came out that Islam was fighting Jack and Valentina's fighting Zhang, we put out a tweet. I put out a tweet, and you quote tweeted it and said something to the effect of "Get me on the early prelims," which was striking, obviously, because there was once a time where I remember us talking about you not being a prelim fighter, you wanting to be a main card fighter, and so. Can I ask why you wrote that, and is this part of the humbling process that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean a little bit of a joke. But
yes.
Of course, I feel at the same time like I do feel humbled. Where coming in, I remember the specific instance you asked me, if I was going to be on the prelims, and I kind of scoffed at it, like, and that was a little bit in my mind. I think I was definitely arrogant, but. There was a little bit of truth to that coming in my position, but at the same time, it was arrogant. So I feel like, I don't really care where I fight. Where the UFC wants to put me first fight on the card, then I'm happy to do that. And it's definitely part of this, humbling, as I've said. So, I don't feel like I should get anything that I don't deserve and that I didn't earn. And I want to earn everything I have. So, if I'm on the prelims, then that's great. I'm pumped about it.
Where exactly are you on the card? Do you know yet?
No, I have no idea. So,
do you think you'll be on the prelims?
I could be. I mean, I think that it's probably 50-50. I'll either be, a prelim slot, maybe first fight on the main, but wherever I'm at, it's all good.
Yeah. How did we end up with Rodolfo Vieira? Were there other names discussed, or was it just him and then you were in?
No, I mean, this was a fight that I had talked about for a while with the UFC and with different people, and I felt like it was an exciting matchup given his credibility and his name, his accomplishments in jiu-jitsu. So, they brought it to me, and I felt like after having lost the fight, I'm not really in a position that, I gotta, pick and choose this or that. Like the first name they gave me, I said yes to. So it was a fight. Again, I'd already talked about it and discussed it and said yes right away.
By the way, according to Tapology, they have you listed as the third fight of the night. So I guess that is early prelims.
Let's do it.
No problems.
No problem. I don't care. I got to get out of there early. I'll get to watch a few, amazing fights after me and get some dinner and call it a good night.
I kind of love this fight against Rodolfo because, wrestler versus grappler, sometimes that leads to some striking, your ground games, albeit different ground games, will cancel each other out. I think it's a and he's obviously, accomplished in his world, you're accomplished in your world. I think it's a really fun matchup. I think a lot of people are into it. Do you share that sentiment?
Yeah, definitely. I feel excited about it. I think that, from my view, he's a guy that presents a lot of interesting challenges. He's, I think rounded out his game quite a bit in his last couple fights from what I've seen. So, I'm definitely feeling like I'm going to get the best version of him out there, which I think all my opponents bring the best version of themselves to compete against me because I do have that big name and bring a lot of excitement. So, I'm looking forward to just a great fight. And I'm, again, I've worked on a lot of things, so I want to showcase all of them.
Do you think that will happen? Often when we see a great wrestler go up against a great BJJ practitioner. I know he's getting up there in age a little bit, and he's had some losses. But often when we see this type of matchup, the ground games cancel each other out, and it becomes a striking match for the most part, like almost like a kickboxing match. Do you think that's going to happen this time around?
No, I don't think that's going to happen. Personally, I feel like, I definitely think I learned from my fights with DeRitter and Paul Craig, who are both jiu-jitsu based guys. And, I feel that for me, getting takedowns, getting on top, that's going to be a great position regardless of what this guy's skill set is of anybody that I fight. So, I feel like it's an MMA fight, right? So I want to make it an MMA fight. And that's something that I'm not going to shy away from in this one. For sure. I feel like, I would like to challenge myself on the ground a little bit.
It's interesting. Throughout your MMA career and even your UFC career, I feel like there was so much attention on you. The placement on the card, your opponent, you're undefeated, you're finishing guys in seconds. Do you kind of feel like you're flying under the radar this time around? And if so, do you like that? Is that refreshing?
Yeah, honestly, like the media stuff and really, a lot of it was brought on by myself. So no, there's no complaints on my end, but I think that I was getting a little bit burnt out by it, just because it was like the same things over and over, and it's like the same conversation every time, and it's just a lot. And of course, like with the situation that I was in, again, like a lot of it brought on by myself, it was a lot of negativity. And so, kind of like separating from that a little bit over the past 5 months has been really nice. And I feel like I've gotten back to the root of like why I do this, and just the love for the game and the sport is definitely been ignited in me. So that's something that has been refreshing and exciting. And I think that, yeah, definitely feel like a little bit less attention and excitement for this fight, but that's totally okay. And it ebbs and flows, right? Like, that's just the way the world works and the way anything works. You're going to have moments that are, you're on the up, and moments that you're on the down, moments that you're neutral. And it's just part of riding the wave of life. And I think that it's honestly been nice.
To that end, I do believe there hasn't been an episode of the critically acclaimed Nickels and Dimes podcast in the last few months, right? Did you shut all that down to be 100% focused on this fight?
I'm glad you've been noticing. You've been watching out.
Well, I'm a former guest. I enjoyed it.
You're one of my favorite guests.
Thank you. Thank you.
Top of all time. But yeah, that's part of it. Spending less time on that aspect, which I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the interviews and podcasting and being able to have interesting conversations with people and put out content that was hopefully helpful to the audience and help them learn and grow. But yeah, I think that my main motivator and thing that I'm excited about right now is fighting. And so, really just been spending as much time and energy on that as I can. And it's, like I said, been refreshing because it just feels a lot more pure and a lot more genuine for me.
I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about this past Saturday. What did you think of RDR losing the way in which he did to Brendan Allen?
That was rough. I mean, the first 7.5 minutes, he looked like amazing. Looked like, world top level world championship caliber fighter. And, obviously I think after the first 7.5 minutes, went downhill a little bit with the conditioning. But I had heard a few things prior to the fight, maybe bad weight cut, maybe some illnesses. So, one fight doesn't really reflect how good you are as a person, as a fighter. And all that to be said, I'm sure he was disappointed in his performance. It wasn't his best performance. I think Brendan Allen looked okay. He did a good job controlling him from top position, had a couple nice reversals, nice double leg in the fourth round. But yeah, I mean, overall, like kind of a little bit of a lackluster fight. And but it happens. It's the way the game works. And, he's obviously has a big weight cut. He's fought a lot in the past year. So things happen that are, affect the result of the fight.
Is there any part of you while watching that saying to yourself, like, man, that should have been me? I should have done that to him?
A little bit. I think that, I look at my fight and there's tons of mistakes that I made of things that I would do differently if I could go back. But, I didn't know that going in. So I needed to learn those lessons. And, you can't change it, but you can learn from it. So, yeah, I mean, that was a great example to learn from. I feel like a lot of fights lately have been great examples for me, that being one of them, Khamzat versus Trickus being one of them. So there's a lot of fights that I always try to learn as much as I can, whether it's myself in there or other people.
What did you learn from Khamzat Trickus?
I think wrestling works.
Yeah. So
it's effective. It's effective. I think that, if you're going to be a world champion, you probably should know how to wrestle.
We did have Chael on not that long ago, and he predicted that Bo Nickal versus Khamzat would be on the White House card. What do you think? Is that possible?
Maybe. I don't know. I got to win some fights. So, he's the champ, he's number one, and I'm not even in the rankings. So, I got to win some fights, and we'll see.
Do you concede that perhaps you were a bit wrong on Khamzat in some of the comments that you made about him would suggest that you thought you were going to ragdoll him and all this stuff? Do you concede that, or do you still feel the same way?
Well, all the comments that I made about ragdolling him were in a wrestling match. I still feel like, we're to do a freestyle or collegiate style wrestling match. It's not competitive. It's not close. And, a lot of the comments that get taken out of context, it's like, I don't know how you can really argue with that. I'm a 3-time national champ, world champion, beat the best guys in the world. So I don't feel like I would take any of that back. But I've always said in an MMA fight, that's a dog fight. That's an absolute scrap war. And so I feel like, me and him would be a great matchup. I don't know what his plans are, if he's going to go to 205, go to 70, who he's going to fight, like what's his situation. But all I know is I'm focused on Rodolfo Vieira, November 15th, and then, we'll move from there. But at this point, it's like, I mean, I'm motivated and I'm excited and I want to get better and improve, but there's a long way to go before we get there.
And maybe given what happened in May, you're not fighting for the belt next summer, but I would imagine, given your relationship with the president, given your feelings towards the country, that White House card has to be something that, like, you want to win a couple fights, maybe just one or maybe two, before we get to June, and you're in strong consideration for that fight card, right? That has to be a big deal for you, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm planning on being on that card. That's history. That's exciting. That's something that I feel like I would just be absolutely ecstatic and grateful to be a part of. So, I got to take care of business. And I mean, I've talked with President Trump. He wants me on the card. So I'm sure that if things line up, we'll make it happen.
You're actually talking to the president about your involvement on this card. Is he reaching out to you saying, hey, is he matchmaking the card? How's that going?
No. So what ended up happening, I was on Fox promoting the RAF event, and he's, obviously watches that. I was on Fox and Friends, and he called me up and, sent me some encouragement, and we talked about the card for a second, but I told him that, I wanted to get on it, and he said, done deal. So I'm sure, him and Dana are obviously very close. He puts a good word in with on my behalf, then it's probably putting me in a good position.
So you're on Fox, and he's just watching and casually just calls you up. You didn't hit him up first.
Yep.
I guess that, like friends call each other up. I guess it's not that big a deal anymore.
Right.
Is he coming to the fight on November 15th at MSG?
We'll see.
Okay.
He loves the fights, and he loves, the environment, and the UFC loves him. So we'll see.
Seems like a good.
Are you coming?
No, I'm not coming. I'm not coming.
Wow. I thought for a second you were in there.
No.
You're back though, right? I thought you were back.
I don't know what back means. I don't know if I ever left, but are you referring to the Logan clip with Dana?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay.
But, I just heard through the grapevine that
you know something I don't? You know something I don't? You got breaking news?
Dude, I'm so not on social right now that I don't know anything, but that's just as all hearsay.
It's for the best. It's for the best.
My social media now, the last 5 months has been go to the gym and fighters, teammates, coaches ask me if I saw what happened.
That's it.
That's it.
Do you feel better?
So,
do you feel better for it?
I feel better. I feel good. It's fun to like get news straight from people and not like see it online first.
Yeah.
So I kind of like, it's kind of refreshing and enjoyable, and I feel like I don't worry about stuff. I just like, somebody tells me something crazy that happened, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of a cool feeling. I guess that's how people always felt back.
The old-fashioned way, right?
Yeah, before cell phones and all that, it was like you got news from other people.
Did you feel like you needed that break?
Yeah, I definitely needed it. It was a lot, and not just like, it wasn't like, oh, I was just put in the situation where it was a lot. It was also like I did it to myself. So, I'm not complaining about it, but I did want to make adjustments.
How does it end on November 15th? What are you feeling? What are you sensing? I feel like we got a y'all must have forgot moment. A y'all must have forgot.
We'll see. I'm pumped. I'm fired up. Let's just put it that way.
All right. In the meantime, we'll see you this Saturday, October 25th, RAF 202, as they're referring to it as, at Penn State, Bryce Jordan Center. Believe the action begins at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Nation. And looking at the lineup here, as you mentioned, the likes of Pat Downey and Kyle Dakes on there, I do believe. Roman Bravo Young, another guy who's got a great background, and there's a nice mix of people that we know from the world of wrestling. Holly Holm showed up at the last one as a surprise competitor, so who knows what they have in store for us. I enjoyed the first one a lot, looking forward to this one, and I think it's great that you're on the call as well. So good luck to you, Bo. Thanks as always for the time, and of course good luck on November 15th. Can't wait for the return.
Thanks, Ariel. Appreciate you having me on.
You're the man. There he is, the great Bo Nickal, returning to action at Madison Square Garden. Tapology says third. Are they usually right? I don't know. Do they get the bout order? I don't know. And I'm hearing, by the way, that RAF, they're talking to some big names. I'm hearing that they're talking to some big recognizable names. So stay tuned for all of that. All right, still to come is the one and only Andy Foster. I think a lot of people are looking forward to that interview. He is the executive director of the California State Athletic Commission and has been in the news as of late. And I've called him on many occasions the gold standard as far as regulation is concerned, leadership is concerned in the world of combat sports. That's MMA, that's boxing, that's any form of combat. California, in my opinion, the gold standard. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation at about 4:20. Back into that, we'll answer some more questions just so that you guys don't kill us. Reminder that tomorrow, debut of our first Uncrowned film. What is BKFC? That is the question, and that is the title of the film. But right here and now, we have the great honor of saying hello to the WBA interim super welterweight champion. He won that belt just a little over a week ago in Philadelphia at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Another fight for him. 3 of his last 4 have taken place in Philly. So Eddie and the gang have certainly held true to their word, having him fight there, Wells Fargo Center, all that and more. And he looked great. I mean, the fight just lasted 72 seconds. And so now it seems as though he's on a collision course with Virgil Ortiz and some of the other big names at 154 pounds. We are talking to the one and only Jaron Boots Ennis, and I do believe he is here right here and now. Yes, there he is. Hello, Boots. My man, how are you? Good to see you. How's everything? I'm doing well. It's good to have you in studio. It's a great honor for us.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I always like about you? You always got the backpack on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your thing, right?
Yeah, it's my thing.
Why is that your thing?
Trendsetter.
Okay. What is it like? What is it about the back? You just like having it, or?
No, I got some personal things in there.
Okay.
That's about it.
Just like books and stuff.
Just personal things.
Okay. But you always have like a different cool one on.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that for?
I've been doing it for a while now. Maybe probably like 3-4 years. You know, it's kind of like a fashion trend too.
Yeah. Are you sponsored by a good backpack company?
No, not yet.
Come on, man.
Not yet. You know, whatever I got on, I just try to, match it up, or just it's like a style thing.
How many do you have?
I got a lot. I got a lot.
Over 100?
No, I probably maybe like 4 or 5.
The annoying thing is that you have to take stuff out of each one and and then it gets left behind. Ah, shit, I left
something in the other one.
Yeah.
For sure, definitely get like that for sure.
Well, life seems to be good for you. Congratulations on the win. You're doing a bit of a media tour here.
Yes.
Life, I mean, as a 154 pounder, it's been a short run, but I can't imagine like that couldn't have gone any better, right?
Right.
72 seconds, your first stoppage, quick stoppage like that in the first round in 4 or 5 years. I think 2021 was the last time. At home, was that the dream scenario?
I mean, it went exactly how I was supposed to. I went in there, handled my business, then play with my food, and now it's on to bigger and better things.
When you say play with your food, is that something that you have felt, or at least your coaches have said, hey, stop doing that? Is this something you've tried to work on to get rid of people?
No, I mean, typically, I go into the fights and I go in there, try to put on a show and have fun, but this camp, I just was like, this switch came on and I just was like, he got a go mode. And then once I got to the arena and then my dad, right before we walked out, my dad like, don't play with him. And once he said that, my switch was already on, but now he just like turned me up even more. So I'm like, oh yeah, it's that time. So I'm gonna go here and get him up out of here. So yeah.
Okay. Now, as far as the camp goes, as a 154 pounder, how different was it? How much did you feel better?
Camp was 10 times better.
Really?
I could eat a little more. I felt way stronger throughout the whole camp, even during like fight week. You know how sometimes in fight week when you cutting weight, some fighters they'll understand what I'm saying. Like when you at 147, and I was like coming up and cutting weight and stuff like that. During fight week, you get those times and points where you don't want to do anything, like your last training day or like during fight week, you just don't want to do nothing. You just be on some lazy stuff. You just ready to get it over it. But me moving to 154 and this training camp that I had a phenomenal training camp. But the last week of training camp, I feel like I had a bunch of energy. I could have sparred all the way up till fight day. Like I just like real like energized and things like that. So I felt great, having a 154 camp, and I'm glad I think I did the right thing at the right time. I feel great, feel tremendous.
Considering how great you felt, was there any part of you that felt like, man, I wish I did this like 2 or 3 fights ago?
I mean, I would always had it in the back of my mind, but being at 147, I feel like I couldn't leave that division without, conquering what I wanted, and that's at least being a unified or lineal champion, which I did become. I couldn't leave the division just being a quote unquote email champ. So and now that I made my mark at 147 in the history books basically. So yeah, I feel I think I did the right thing at the right time.
Did you know the night you beat Stanionis? Did you know that was it for you at 47? Did you make your decision already?
Basically, like I don't know if I got another 147 camp in me.
How bad was it?
It wasn't bad. It just was like it's stressful on the body. I've been fighting at 147 for 10 years, and before that, even in the amateurs, I was fighting at 141. So I've been in the 40s for, you could say, 15 years basically. And I feel like my body just needed to open up and grow a little bit more and be able to have room to like wiggle. So, I'm glad I did it. I feel great.
Are you bothered, annoyed, upset that you couldn't become undisputed at 147?
For sure. It was a lot of playing around, going down at 147. This guy fighting that guy, this guy fighting that guy. I was trying to get straight to business. I was trying, run through all the champions and then move up. That was my ultimate goal. But at the end of the day, it's in God's hands, and I'm just following the path. I feel like everything going how it's supposed to be going.
Was there any talk, once you made the decision to do the Ortiz, the Ortiz fight is the one that everyone wants to see, of doing it right off the bat? Or was the plan always like, not a tune-up fight, if you will, but there's no doubt, Ortiz is in Lima. There's a difference there. Mm-hmm. Was there any talk of doing the Ortiz fight first, or doing a fight against someone of that caliber first? Or did you always want that sort of first step and then onto the big dogs?
When I decided to make the decision to go to 154, they got it out for it on a couple Saturdays ago. That's not the original guy we had. I think we had Boachuk. I think they said something about Madrimov, but I think Madrimov was injured, and it was a bunch of guys.
Okay, those are bigger names.
Yeah, it was big. It was bigger names, but the Lima guy was the only one that accepted it. So
interesting.
And
why did the others?
And I don't know. You had to ask, Eddie, things like that. But people would say the business part, but we reached out to those guys, and a lot of the guys turned us down. So. At the end of the day, you got to fight who was in front of you, and then make a statement like how I did, and I'm glad I did it how I did it. And now, like I said, it's one of the bigger and better things. It's that time now. It's time to shut everybody up.
Speaking of which, when that fight was announced, I remember a lot of people saying like, "This is not the fight we want to see Boots in," or the not the kind of fights that we want to see Boots in. Did that annoy you? Did you feel like you were getting the heat for it from you sit here and say like, "Hey, Boychuk and guys like that, Madrimov are turning down fights. It's not your fault. I mean, it's not your problem, but yet you're getting the heat."
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Madrimov turned him. I think Madrimov was injured. So
got it.
It was no way he was
unavailable. Yeah,
he was unavailable, and it was a couple other guys that I'm missing. But we tried to get the Ramos thing too. I don't know what happened there, but that would have been good for boxing. So I feel like people want to see me Ramos. But I think he moved up to 160. So yeah, but I don't pay attention to those. That stuff that everybody was saying, talking about some. He shouldn't have fought this guy. I mean, I fought a top 10. I moved up and waiting for a top 10 guy, and he was ranked in each sanctioning body. So it's not like I just fought like anybody that I just handpicked somebody. That's the only guy that accepted the fight. He had a good record, and he was actually a bigger guy. He fought at 60. So I mean, it's not really. Like I said, it's nothing I really could do. I could just fight whoever they put in front of me. But like I said, I'm glad I did it how I did it, and yeah, it's that time. It's time to shut them up.
Yeah, and it was a good win for Philly too, because that week, like, the Eagles lost to the Giants, the Phillies got bounced, so it was nice to see Philly get a win of some kind.
For sure.
You did it for the city.
Yeah, did it for the city.
That's just me as a New York guy sticking it to Philly.
It's cool. We see you on Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Who do you guys have? Oh, the Giants again.
Yeah,
Damn,
Sunday.
I'm a Bills fan.
Oh,
I'm a fan of the only New York football team. Because they play in Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Buffalo,
Yeah.
I like to stick it to them also. But I hope you kick their ass because I don't like Giants fans. Although I don't like you guys either. Because I think we were supposed to play you in the Super Bowl last year, but then we choked. Although I think we would have got our ass whooped by you, to be frank, because you guys were on a different level.
Yeah, Eagles was locked in, last year for sure.
Who is your favorite team, by the way?
Eagles.
Number one?
Yep.
Like, no, of all the sports.
Out of basketball, football,
everything, yeah.
I just support all any Philly, Philly teams. So
it's gonna
Eagles,
be tough for the Sixers this year, no?
I think they're gonna be cool.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they're gonna be cool. As long as everybody stay healthy, I think.
Well, that's a big as long as.
Yeah,
I mean, Joel looks pretty slim.
Yeah, he looked good.
Paul George.
Once Paul George come back, off his injury, I think we got a solid team, and I think we're gonna go for,
Yeah.
I like the new kid that we got too.
VJ Edgecombe, yeah.
He remind me of like Anthony Edwards, like Jimmy Butler. Yeah, so yeah.
You're friends with Maxey, right?
Yeah, that's my guy.
I hate Maxey. I'm a Knicks fan.
Oh, you don't like Maxey? That's my guy.
I hate this guy when he played us in the playoffs 2 years ago and he shot those threes. God,
Maxey,
he's so good. He's so fast.
Maxey a monster, and I feel like he's gonna keep getting better and better, each year. He might be an MVP candidate this year.
He's good.
Yeah, for sure.
You ever bring him to the gym?
Yeah, he came to the gym and he walked me out when I fought Stanionis.
Oh yeah. But you ever try to show him, because basketball players for some reason they're so awkward when you bring them into the. You ever notice that? Like you see them hit the heavy bag and it's like they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. We were supposed to set that up for him to come to the gym and work out and stuff with us. But we didn't get to do it yet, but because he's focusing on his basketball side. But in the off season, I'll make sure he come down in the summertime and get right, get him some boxing lessons.
By the way, speaking of Philly, Danny Garcia this past weekend.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen he knocked the guy out in like the fourth round.
Yeah.
Nice
little left hook there.
Yeah,
he still got it.
He still got it. If that was his last fight, that's a great way to go out. In your career as a I feel like he's gonna be a future Hall of Famer in my eyes. He ran through a lot of people. At 140. So I think he fought the top guys at 47. So I think he's a Hall of Famer to me.
Okay, going back to you, I've talked to now Eddie and Oscar about this meeting with DAZN and everyone where they talked about you versus Virgil, and essentially what was said, and I want to get your take on it now, that hey, we're gonna do this fight a couple of weeks ago, the one that you won. You're gonna do your fight, and if everything goes well, these two guys are gonna fight each other in 2026. That's the agreement. What Eddie said was they went back to you, you signed. You said you were in.
I signed like that.
In. No problems, no questions, nothing.
Nope.
They went back to Virgil. This is what he said. And they were like, we're going to do our fight and then we're going to revisit this. Is that what you're hearing as well?
That's what I heard as well. That's understandable though. You gotta stay on task of what's in front of you, and not overlooking nobody.
But you agreed before your fight.
Yeah, I did, but I still was locked in on Lima. Even when people was asking me about the Ortiz situation, I wouldn't even say nothing about it. I'd be like, October 11th, we focusing on Lima, and that's it. You know, that's our main focus right now. I said after I'm victorious, he said, and I was like, then we could talk about these other guys and Ortiz and things like that. And so I stayed focused on task in hand, even though I signed before, but I stayed focused on task in hand, and now we here. You know, just here waiting.
If you had the pick of the litter, is he at the top of the list? Is he the top guy
For
that you
sure.
want? Why?
It's too much going back and forth, a lot of talking, and I can't wait. You know, they're gonna see. I ain't even gonna say too much. They're gonna see.
Is it personal between you two?
No, it's not personal, but it's just I see all the little talking that they've been doing. You know, and like I said, let him get through his fight. You know, and we'll see. Take it from there. But
Will you go to his fight?
Oh, hopefully we try and see now. You know, I'm gonna talk to Eddie and them. Actually, when I leave here and see what we're gonna do.
Yo, you sitting in the front row there would be something.
Yeah, if I don't go, I'm gonna watch it. But if I do go, you know, I'm be there locked in watching it as well. So, and hopefully, you know, I'm getting, I'll be able to get in the ring, and whoever win, I'll fight the winner or the champions. But hopefully it's Ortiz.
You want him to win, obviously.
Definitely.
That's the way. I mean, gigantic fight.
I definitely want him to win, but you can't overlook Lubin.
Sure.
You know, he's a crafty guy. You know, he been around for a while. You know, he fought Charlo, he fought Ramos, and he fought a couple top guys. So you can't overlook him. And it's not like he's a bad fighter or anything. He's sharp. You know, he's crafty. You know, it's not a guy you can just overlook. So I think it's a 50-50 fight. You know, for me, or 60-40, maybe. You know, maybe leaning more towards Ortiz.
Wow, that close, huh?
Yeah,
Damn.
It's a good fight. Yeah, it's a good fight for boxing. And I like it. You know, like I said, you know, I'm beat her. If I go, you know, I'm beat her. You know, watching and keep my eyes on both of them.
No disrespect to Lubin, but the fight that I want to see is you versus Ortiz.
For sure.
And I think this is one of the best like American fights that can be made.
For sure.
And with all due respect to everyone else around the world, I think it has to be in America.
For sure.
Right?
It gotta be. I feel like you gotta do this one in the States because everybody want to see it. Everybody go. I think it's a pay-per-view fight for, you know, and I think everybody will pay to see it, or everybody will come out to come see it wherever it's at, whether it's in Vegas, you know, Madison Square Garden, wherever it's at.
What's your obviously you'd love it in Philly, but I don't think it'll be Philly, right?
No, absolutely.
Okay,
It's not gonna be in Philly. Yeah.
So where is the ideal spot for it? What deserves to host this fight? Which venue in your opinion?
To me, either anywhere in Vegas, so like a T-Mobile Arena,
yeah,
or maybe go old school MGM.
Oh man, I love the MGM.
Or we can go Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
I think Madison Square Garden would be crazy as well. You know, that'd be, you know, historic as well. So either one.
There aren't enough big fights at the big MSG.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the theater.
No, I'm
Theater's
talking about
cool.
the big one.
Yes,
I'm talking about the big one. That's why I
Not
say I
enough
want
big fights.
I always wanted to fight at MSG anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, I like how it looks in there. It's real.
It's
really
incredible.
nice. You know, when they have fights and stuff in there. So, for me, it would be either T-Mobile Arena or take it back. We can go old MGM, or we can do, you know, Madison Square Garden.
Do you think he would say yes to MSG because that's kind of a home game for you, right? That's so close to Philly.
I mean, I feel like he has a deep fan base, you know, and I feel like all his fans and stuff will come. If it was to be in New York, I feel like they all will come. You know, he got a good fan base. I got a good fan base. I feel like it'll make for a great fight. And who don't want to come to New York?
Oh my God. There was a time where MSG was holding all these big fights, hosting, and now I feel like, you know, every couple of years we get, when we got Taylor Serrano, prior to that, it was, you know, Brooklyn's cool and all, but we got to go back to the Mecca. The Mecca is the best. I would absolutely love that. In your perfect world as well, he fights November 8th.
Yep.
How soon could we get this fight? You obviously didn't get hurt in your fight, I would imagine, right? 72 seconds?
Yeah.
Unless something happened?
I mean, it depends on how his fight go. You know, if he's in a war, yeah, maybe we'll see. Maybe April, you know, March, April. You know, if not, if he make quick work of it, who knows? We could be back in there sooner. You know, so it's all for real. It's all up to how him right now, because he's the one that has a fight. You know, hopefully he doesn't get no cuts, no broken, you know, hands or anything, or anything hurt on him. So it's dependent on him at the moment.
The other two options, of course, Sebastian Fundora and I think Xander Zayas.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is there is some interest from MSG to have you versus Xander Zayas at MSG. Are you hearing this as well?
I'm with whatever. That's what I can't wait.
You want all these guys?
I
like these options for you.
I'm really about to show y'all. Like I'm about to run through these guys. I'm about to run through these guys and show y'all one by one. Like this 154 really mine, and I'm gonna shut everybody up. I can't wait. I hear the little chatters and all the little.
What do you hear?
What,
What's bothering you? What are people saying?
It's just little.
They're
things.
questioning you.
Yeah, they questioning, and it's cool, and I love it. They're not doing nothing but like adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah,
and it's gonna make it worse each and every time for whoever stepping in the ring with me.
Seeing what Terrence did not that long ago, did that give you motivation? Because it feels like for the longest time, people were questioning him, doubting him. He wasn't getting the big opportunities, the big fights. Do you see yourself in his journey a little bit as well?
I mean, I got my own journey. I just, and we just getting started. I accomplished good things at 147. I was lineal champion. Undisputed. Unified lineal champion at 147. And now we at 54. I have the WBA, interim right now at the moment, but I'm looking to be 2-weight division world champion, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna collect all these belts too as well.
I feel like the pot of gold at the end of that rainbow is the Terrence fight. Do you think he sticks around long enough to fight you?
I mean, I heard after his last fight, he did like an interview. Somebody asked him a question about him fighting me, and I heard him say he's not gonna fight me.
Why?
Yeah, I guess he said not come back down to 154. So let that man enjoy his victory. He just beat Canelo. The face of boxing. So that makes Canelo. I mean, that makes Crawford the face of boxing at the moment. And he earned the right to fight whoever he want to fight. Yeah.
Were you surprised he looked that good against Canelo? Were you expecting that?
I didn't get to see it. You
didn't watch it?
No, I didn't get to see it. I was in the middle of camp. I
know Netflix. You're eating breakfast. You put it on. No,
no, I didn't get to see it. I was in the middle of camp, and I think the fight came on like 1 a.m.
Yeah, it did.
And I had 2 workouts that day, so I tried to stay up, but I was tired. And but I mean, like I said, I think he did a great thing for boxing. I seen. He looked good from what I seen from the highlights and things like that. He looked good, and you gotta respect it. You know what I'm saying? He a Hall of Famer. What is like 3-weight division?
Yeah.
He jumped from 54. We really could say 47. To 68. And nobody has done that. And he did a great thing for his team and for him and his team. Do
you think he retires?
Like I just said, I feel like he could do whatever he want.
Yeah. Why do you think he doesn't want to fight you?
I mean, I can't really say.
That'd be a huge fight too.
I'm not him. It definitely would be a huge fight for boxing. Everybody always said they want to see it, and I don't know. But like I said, he could do whatever he want. He pick whoever he want, and
Sure.
I don't know. I just think like I said, he just do whatever he want.
Would you go up if he said I'll do it at 160 or 168? Would you consider that, or is that too big?
If I go up, I ain't coming back down.
Yeah.
I'm trying to accomplish my goals at 154 for sure, and like I said, let me run through these guys. I just want to shut all y'all up and then just make sure, like,
don't say all y'all. By the way, we're not hating on you.
No. I'm saying,
I know.
I'm saying, like, I just want to shut everybody up and and letting everybody know that this really my division, and I'm gonna show everybody that I'm really the best in the world.
Do you feel like there's a little bit like you need to put some respect on my name here? Like, do you feel like people the last few fights have gotten away with questioning you, questioning how good you are, your ceiling, and all this stuff, and now it's time to, as the great Roy Jones once said, y'all must have forgot. Now prove to them who you really are.
Roy said, what did he say? He said, they say I ain't fighting nobody. I just make them look like nobody. And that's real. That's real rep. I fought Stan Jonas, and leading up to that fight, everybody was like, "Oh man, I don't know about this fight. Stan Jonas gonna do this. Stan Jonas gonna do that. He too tough. He this, he that." And then when I beat him and I made it easy, everybody was like, "He was supposed to do that." So with me, I feel like it don't matter. No matter who I fight, they always gonna say something. Oh, he was supposed to do that, or we already knew he could do this. Like, but it's just they always like kind of like downplaying what I do, and then I got used to it, and now I don't really care. I'm just here to shut everybody up and like run through the division and do what's best for me and my team and my family.
How has it been with Eddie? I believe it's been 4 fights with him, right?
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, when he gets on the microphone in the ring afterwards, because you're kind of a soft-spoken guy, man of a few words, and he cuts those promos. Yeah. WWE, you're a WWE fan, right?
Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while, but
like he's like your Paul Heyman. You know what I mean? If you get what I'm saying, like he'll do the work for you. Do you like that?
Yeah, for sure. All I gotta do is get in the ring. I do the easy part. I get in the ring and knock whoever out or look good doing it. I do the easy part. He got the hard part with the talking.
Yeah, but I feel like he does, for someone with your personality, he does a great job because he'll talk the smack on your behalf. And it's not like unwarranted smack, but he's calling everyone out because, you don't want to do it, whatever, that's not your style. You're a perfect match, in my opinion. Yeah. But on the surface, you would think like, oh, man, dude from Philly, guy from Essex, he's a little bit posh, he's got the accent. Like, maybe this wouldn't be a match, but for some reason, it seems to work. Why does it work between you two?
I feel like you just said, like I do talk, but I don't talk as much because that's not my thing. I do my talking in the ring. I do more so my talking in the ring. I'm glad that I have, Eddie to be around to like talk and say this and say that, so I can back him up and then he back me up. And it's like it go hand in hand. Like it all work, hand in hand.
Did you like him at first, or at first you were like, I don't know about this dude?
Eddie was cool.
Yeah,
he was always cool. Yeah, funny guy. I love working with him. Whatever I ask for, they do. Or he do. And then, like I said, it's that time. We about to take over. We about to take over this boxing game. Not only the division, but the boxing game.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm about to prove and show everybody that I'm the best in the world.
I sense the motivation like oozing out of you here, like a bit of a chip on your shoulder. I could feel it. I can see it.
Yeah. I can't wait. I'm ready. I'm ready to show everybody up. And once I do it, everybody that was saying this and saying that, they're gonna be real sad over these next couple years.
And clearly the belts mean something to you, right? Sure. You want to be undisputed champion, unified champion. Can I ask you, because this has been a hot topic as of late, the belts. Zuffa's coming in and they want to create their own belt and make amendments to the Ali Act, trying to get away from the WBCs and the WBAs. How do you feel about that? Eddie been very outspoken about we have to keep the belts. There's history. For sure. Ali held these belts. How do you feel about that?
You got to keep the belts for sure. It's definitely history, and without the belts, without those certain belts, you can't really say you have legacy and things like that. So I feel like you got to keep the belts, and yeah.
They're trying to make it like UFC where they have a promotional belt.
Yeah, just one belt.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
At first, back in the day, not back in the day, but when I was coming up, I'm like, it should only be like 1 or 2 belts. But now actually being in it, it's actually better. Cause then you got something to look forward to, or something to say. Like I beat this champion, that champion, that champion, that champion, all back to back. Or you just fight one person and just beat them for the belt, and that's it. It's kind of like corny. It make it like less fun.
Right.
I feel like it's more fun when you got multiple champions.
And the rankings and whatnot.
Yeah. And you got different varieties of different people you can fight. So yeah, I think it's keep the belts, and it'll make better for like legacy for sure.
These amendments to the Ali Act is a very hot topic right now. How do you feel about this? Do you think it should stay as it is, or are you interested? Are you open to changing it?
No, you gotta keep that. You gotta keep that, and that's what's protecting us. So you gotta keep it.
They had a hearing last week, California State Athletic Commission, and there were no notable boxing people on it to fight on behalf of the boxers, to speak up on behalf of the boxers. And this was alarming to some people. And now, so it's moving to the next step, and it might actually get amended.
Oh, yeah, I never even knew nothing about it. That's crazy. That's crazy that we didn't have nobody from like the boxing community there.
It was a lot of MMA people speaking.
That's not right. They should redo it or just leave it alone.
You don't see any sort of issues with it. You say keep it status quo. There's full transparency. You get to see the books, right? You get to see what's going on.
Yeah.
A lot of these things are potentially going to go away.
No, they need to keep it the right way. Keep the Ali Act.
Do you think that their model could work? The UFC model could work in boxing?
No.
Why not?
I just don't think so. Boxing and UFC, 2 different things. And in boxing, boxers make more money than UFC fighters, so you can't really like put them two like hand in hand like that. I don't think that's a good idea.
And what about that model where it's just like one promotion and you just kind of fight the guys in that promotion and there's no co-promoting?
I like the co-promoting because, like I said, you got multiple different people you can fight, and that's, for example, like in UFC. You could be a champion in UFC, but you can't fight the champion in Bellator.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah. Perfect example, you couldn't fight Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, but that's the fight that everybody want to see.
Right.
So, I don't like that. They should definitely have, do the co-promoter thing, co-promotion thing.
It's going to be interesting. Sure. I don't know how much, I know you got blinders on and you're focused on your career.
Yeah, I don't really try to pay too much attention to
do you watch the media? Do you read the stuff? Do you look at things or you stay out of it?
Not really, but sometimes when I'm on Instagram or Twitter, you can't do nothing but hope to see it because it's in your face. So sometimes I do see the little things here and there, but all that stuff just be yeah.
You signed with Eddie around the same time that Shakur signed with him. Why do you think it didn't work with Shakur and Eddie?
I'm not sure. I can't really say. I'm not Shakur.
No, I know.
Yeah, I don't know what they had going on.
It just seemed like those were two big signings, American guys, East Coast guys. Like it felt like a huge deal for Matchroom to get two guys of your stature. And it seemed to have worked out great with you, but not so much with him for some rereason.
I'm not sure. I can't really, like I said, I can't speak on it. I don't know what they had, type of business they had going on, or how they, meshed together. But me and Eddie, we meshed together.
You're
really
happy.
well. Yeah, I'm good.
Have you guys ever talked about fighting in the UK? Boxing's so popular over there.
That's crazy. We just was talking about it right after my fight.
Okay.
That Sunday morning, we had a little meeting. And we was actually talking about, I told him I wanted to fight in London.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the fans there are insane. Have you been to London?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Like over there, you're in the car listening to the radio, just sports talk radio, and they talk about soccer and boxing. Like midday, that would never happen here. You would never put on ESPN radio here and they're talking about boxing or MMA. There, it's like 12 o'clock in the afternoon and they're talking about like mid-tier boxing as though we talk about NFL, NBA, MLB here.
Right.
It's crazy. So I think it would be great for you. I think you would get mad love over there.
Yeah, he said that. He said you come to the UK. He said you probably get mobbed. He said they love you over there. So one day hopefully I'll go over there this year.
You'd be open to it.
Yeah, I think I'm tripping. My dad has Jack fighting.
Oh, Jack Catterall.
And yeah,
it's coming up on the Ben Eubank card.
Yep, and I think I'm.
You're gonna go.
I think I'm gonna go. Yeah.
How did that happen? Jack coming.
To be honest, I don't know. I just one day I just walked to the gym. He was in the gym. I'm like, but
did you know who he was?
Yeah, I knew who he was because before he came. I'm gonna say maybe like 6 months, 5 or 6 months prior to him like coming like recently, and he came and I guess he came and trained a couple times with us, and I don't know. I guess maybe he liked what he saw in my dad and around us, and I guess he was like maybe he wanted to switch trainers. Not sure, but it's actually fun to have him in there. He's a great fighter.
Nice guy, kind of a mild-mannered dude too,
Yeah.
quiet guy.
Great guy. I watched him spar yesterday. He looking good.
Yeah?
He looking real good.
That's a big-time card.
Yeah, he picking up that defense.
Okay.
Real fast. He looking good. Looking strong too.
So you think you'll go out for that one?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna talk to Eddie as well. About
that's gonna be at a soccer stadium. That's a huge deal. 60,000 people.
I heard, yeah. That's why I want to fight it. Is that Wembley?
Hotspur Stadium.
Oh no, Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah.
We're Wembley.
Wembley is also in London, but bigger. So that
yeah.
one's like 90,000. Hotspur is like 60,000.
Yeah, I gotta do Wembley one time.
You want the 90,000?
Yeah, for
What's
sure.
What's the fight?
I don't know. Whoever.
We need like a good British foil. I feel like you need like a British guy.
Don't matter.
A big name.
I would love to fight in the UK for sure though, and I think that'd be it. That's when I know I hit like mega superstar like for sure.
Do you want to fight in Riyadh too?
We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Not at the top of the list.
No, yeah, I like London though for sure.
Okay. How did you end up with Canelo? That kind of that was big news when we saw you training with him. How did that happen?
Just our teams reaching out to each other, and
did he reach out to you?
We reached out to him, but I actually used that camp to start my camp.
Okay.
So when I was out there for like maybe like 10 days. So you basically say 2 weeks. So my first 2 weeks at camp was out there, and I really was out there getting in shape for my own fight, and because we was in Truckee, California. The elevation is like 5,800 or something like that up there. So I was actually out there getting in shape, for my own fight, and why not go out there and why not go train with Canelo and me move up in weight, go hand to hand.
Yeah. How long were you there for?
Like 10 days.
And how was it?
It was great. I enjoyed I enjoyed Truckee. I enjoyed the weather, the evolution. I didn't really like feel it. I guess because maybe I was already in like some type of shape or something like that, but I didn't feel it. But when I came back home, everything I did was super easy. I'm like, it's crazy. I was running 5 miles in like 30 minutes. I'm like, this is crazy. Like I feel like amazing, and that's something that I think I might do. I think I might take my camp, like my next camp. I might go to like Truckee or like Colorado Springs or somewhere high altitude.
Do you think that you'll continue to train with him, or was it just specific to this fight?
No, that just was just for this fight, and like I said, I used that training camp to, prepare myself for the 154 division. Why not, train with a 68 pounder, and get ready and get right.
Did you guys spar?
Yeah, we sparred like 4 times.
Wow. How many rounds?
Probably we did. The first time we did 5. The first 2 times we did 5, and I think the last 2 times we did 8.
Wow.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 8.
Man, I wish I could have seen that.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It was good. It was great work. You know.
Yeah?
It was great work. I appreciate them. You know, letting me come down and use their facilities to get in shape for my fight, and it was definitely great work.
Is that something that you like to do? See what other people are doing? Link up with other guys, or is that unique? Is that just a thing that kind of happened, and you prefer staying at home? I know you said that you think you might do this or want to do this, but historically in your career, is that something you've liked to do or no?
That was like you just said. I just wanted to get out my comfort zone.
Yeah.
I always train at home. I was like, I'm gonna just do something different, and I was like I wanted to do something different, so I went out there and trained out there for, like 10 days, and it was great. I didn't want to be home the first 2 weeks of camp. I just wanted to do something different.
Yeah,
switch it up and just see different things. I was out there doing stuff that I never did before. I'm out there fishing. I don't even fish when I'm here, like when I'm home. Like it's crazy out there fishing, just enjoying myself. It was like very like relaxing and like.
Were you
peaceful.
fishing with Canelo?
No, I was fishing with my brother.
Okay.
And my cameraman.
Oh wow, your brother came out too.
Yeah, my brother. That's who went with me. Farad went with me. Farad Ennis and my cameraman.
Okay.
Came out there with me and it was. I enjoyed myself. It was very relaxing. Just all you do is eat, train, rest, and that's about it. So it was cool. It was cool. No distractions.
Yeah. I'm happy you're wearing shades, by the way, because the ice is unbelievable. I mean, golly, we have never had anyone with this kind of ice on there. How many necklaces is that? 2 or 3?
It's just 2.
Just 2. Jeez, Louise. How much does that weigh, you think?
I don't know. It's
man,
heavy,
man, oh man. How many diamonds we got on there? How many carats is that?
A lot.
Yo, the bottom one. Oh yeah, there's the. Okay, look at this.
The GBA.
Yo, that is something. Did you get this after the fight?
No, I had this for like.
You had this for a while.
I had this stuff for like 5 years.
Oh, for real?
Like
Time for an
4 years.
upgrade then.
Yeah, for sure. As long as it's free though.
Oh, those are free?
No, I said as long as it's
free. Oh
free.
yeah. But those aren't free, are they?
No, they wasn't free.
But people, I mean, they probably do want to gift you this stuff, right?
They will now. Because
now you're a star.
I'm at a big level now. So.
Moses the jeweler. What's that guy's name? Is that his name? The guy on like 42nd Street here in New York. You know this guy?
I don't know who it is.
You don't go to the spots here.
No, I go in Philly.
Okay, yeah.
Philly, yeah.
You can't be messing with those New York guys. They're gonna give you fake stuff, and then people are gonna call you out. I don't know. It's New York Philly thing. I don't know. Do you like getting jewelry? Do you have a lot?
I mean, once you get the jewelry, you just don't really care for it anymore.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I got chains. I got bracelets, watches, and stuff like that. But I don't really care for it anymore, because I've done it. So, but it is time for a new piece. But am I gonna get one? Probably not. I'd rather like invest it in like a house or something like that.
By the way, for those that don't know, where did Boots come from?
Boots. My original nickname was Boops, Boops, and my mom gave me that nickname. But when I was in the gym, like running around, and my dad was calling me. They thought he was saying boots, like the shoes, and it just stuck. We just stuck with me, and I just kept it as Boots. So, my dad just kept it as Boots.
Yeah.
So. And it kind of like stuck with me. It's cool though. It's a cool nickname, and yeah.
and did you get into boxing because of your dad?
Yeah, my dad was a former boxer, professional boxer, and then Derek Ennis and Farad Quiet Storm, those are my brothers. They was former boxers as well. They was ranked high in the WBC and the IBF, and like they was like 1 and 2. And so that's how I became, this fighter that I am today. I was always seeing my brothers fight, and they fought on ESPN, they fought on Showtime, they fought on a lot of platforms, and they fought a lot at home too as well. So me seeing them fight as much like that, I wanted to be like them when I got older, and now I'm here.
Did you ever consider something else, or was it always boxing for as long as you can remember as a kid?
It was always boxing, but my mom wanted me to play basketball, so.
Were you good?
Yeah, I was better back then. Now okay. I just that's over.
But like, what position were you? Guard?
Back then I was playing shooting guard.
Okay.
I was a lot bigger though.
Okay.
And the kids, growing up back then. So I played basketball from 9 to like, I'm gonna say like 13, 14, and I just stopped playing. I told my mom, I said, Mom, I can't do this no more. I'm like, it's not as fun as boxing is for me, and she understood that, and then from 14 all the way to now. I just took off with it, and she really be like, wow, you really like you really nice.
You really
with
did
boxing.
it.
Like,
Yeah.
like,
Did she not want you to go into boxing because she didn't want to see her baby boy get beat up?
No, she's
been around it, right?
Been around it.
Yeah.
My dad was a boxer.
Yeah.
Both my brothers was boxers. She was like, all right, it's like basically like it's time for something else. Like,
okay,
I'm like, she don't really like care for boxing, but now like my mom be locked in with boxing now because where I'm at today, and she loved watching me fight, and I love.
She go to all your fights?
Yeah, she be front row.
Okay.
Every time I come back to the corner, I see her.
Does she say anything?
No, she be sitting there chilling.
Okay.
She don't be nervous or nothing because she know that I put the work in. Same thing with my brothers or anybody that's around me. They don't be nervous because they know I put the work in. I don't cut no corners. I don't none of that. I lock in and I be full throttle on just trying to be as focused as possible and making the job happen, and that's winning and coming out victorious.
By the way, you mentioned Showtime. I feel like we got introduced to you really on Showtime.
Yeah.
Did you miss Showtime?
I mean,
Or is that
Showtime going, right?
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy to be able to fight on that platform before it went away. I always wanted to fight on HBO, but HBO going too.
Yeah.
But,
It's a different time.
It's a different time now. Yeah, everything on the app now. But I'm grateful for for the zone. I'm in a med room, and I'm glad to have them backing me, and it's time to make these big fights.
Yeah. And do you feel like right now Terrence is obviously, you could say, the face of boxing, certainly the face of American boxing, right? Is that a goal of yours? Do you want to be viewed as the guy in America? Do you want everyone to say like that's the face of American boxing? Do you think of those things?
I'm definitely gonna be the face of boxing. I already know I'm the face of boxing. It's just a matter of time. Like I said, y'all gonna see. I'm gonna pluck them off one by one.
What do you think? Next year, how many fights?
Next year,
what's the goal?
Probably 2.
So Virgil, first half.
Yeah, and then one of them belts, and then.
Who do you think? Who would be next?
I don't know. Whoever is going to accept this to fight me.
Yeah,
that's what I'm on right now. Like I said, I'm gonna knock them down one by one, and they gonna see. And I'm gonna slowly take over this boxing game and show the world that I'm the best in the world, and I'm the face of boxing. Just one fight at a time.
Do you think when it's all said and done, you remain at 154?
No.
Okay. Wow, you said that fast. Where do you think you end up?
I'm gonna probably end up maybe 68.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow,
maybe.
if only there was a really big name fighter at 68 who you can. Do you think you get there in time? That would be something.
We'll see.
68 is a big jump.
It's a big jump, but like I said, I'm gonna handle business at 54. Run through these guys, and then 60, and then maybe 68.
Okay,
68 for sure.
How long do you want to go for? Like, have you thought about I want to be done at X year, like X age? Do you think about that sort of thing?
Right now, I'm just going.
You're going.
I'm just going. I'm locked in. I feel like I'm in my prime. So.
I feel like there's a different energy about you right now.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm
but
ready.
also like I don't know if you remember, we've talked once before on the show, but you were on via Zoom.
Yeah.
Like it was sort of around the time that you were going to fight, and you weren't smiling and stuff. And I know that you're locked in, you're cutting weight, but like now there's a whole different aura about you right now. I'm feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Just stay tuned.
Something about less weight, maybe.
Yeah.
Being cut, more weight on you.
Yeah.
And I feel like you've had enough of all the shit talking.
Yeah, it's over. It's over for everybody.
That's
I'm just tired of the talking, and they gonna see.
How does it go? You and Virgil, how does it go?
However I want.
What do you think? Well, like how long do you think it goes?
However I want. That's how I feel. Like, hey, y'all, everybody gonna see that I'm really like one of them ones, and everybody really gonna see that I'm one of them ones, and I'm gonna show y'all like. I really
can't wait.
I can't wait, and I can't even like explain it. I'm just gonna have to show y'all. I don't even really want to talk about it.
I got you. I got you.
I just want to show y'all because it just.
One more I want to ask you about Jake Paul, Gervonta Davis. Everyone has a take on this, on this fight happening. How do you feel about it?
I mean, I feel like it's good for boxing.
Okay.
At first, I thought Jake was like kind of like trying to like play the sport or whatever, but I feel like Jake really be taking boxing serious. He goes through full camps and things like that, and he has a big following. So I feel like he bringing different eyes to boxing and things like that. So I feel like it's good for boxing, and then with the Tank situation, why not? I feel like Tank one of the faces of boxing too as well. So
sure,
so why not? And why not have a money grab? And I know that Tank want to retire, so. If you want to retire that way, making millions, so be it.
The retort would be there's such a big weight discrepancy there, right? That's what some people.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Tank probably sparred like heavyweights or light heavyweights and things like that.
Damn,
so it's
really?
Probably, it's probably nothing that he never seen before. I'm pretty sure Jake never fought nobody that little.
No, it's good. So that's the fascinating part about it.
I feel like it's more so harder for Jake to fight a smaller guy like that because he's gonna be a lot faster. And
he's never fought anyone as skilled as him.
Yeah, exactly.
Like weight aside, right?
Yeah.
Who do you think wins?
I mean, Tank should win. Tank probably should knock him out.
Oh wow, really?
But I don't know.
Think he knocks out a guy that big? That'd be insane.
Yeah.
Does that end the Jake Paul thing in your opinion if he knocks him out?
No.
No?
I feel like he's gonna continue to keep boxing and keep fighting these. He gonna keep fighting either older fighters or like MMA fighters or like something around those lines. And I don't know. He possibly could win a like a little major, like small title later on down the line.
Yeah, he was ranked, I think, in the WBA, and everyone got mad about it. In the top 15.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, as a cruiserweight though.
Oh yeah.
Cruiserweight's kind of the more shallow division, but everyone got pissed about it.
I mean, he gonna bring eyes to the cruiserweight division. You don't really hear too many people talk about the cruiserweight division, so why not? I know people probably think like how he just come in and just take over, like not take over boxing, but how he just come in and jump in and make all this money. But I feel like it's pros and cons to it. He came in here. Yeah, we all been boxing since we've been little, and we've been doing this since we was babies and fought through the amateurs and all that stuff and things like that. But I feel like I said, I feel like he bringing eyes to the boxing game and having like the younger kids that follow him and things like that. They bringing their eyes to the boxing game for sure. So I'm with it. I'm all for it. At first I wasn't, but I am now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, this has been great. By the way, what's the McDonald's order? I heard you have a very unique order that you think could blow up. Maybe getting a McDonald's endorsement.
Yeah, I need McDonald's to come sponsor me for sure.
What is the order?
The CBG order. You gotta get 2 McChickens with cheese, add the mac sauce. You gotta get a large fry and a large Coke or a Sprite.
2 of them?
Yeah.
2 McChickens?
Yeah.
That's out of camp.
That's out of camp.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a 154 pounder. You can do it from time to time.
Who knows?
Wow.
I might sneak one here and there.
Man, but that would be something. Boots with the McDonald's sponsorship?
Yeah, McDonald's, come holler at me.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe now that we put it out there. Thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate it. And congrats on the big win.
Thank you.
And I would love to see you there November 8th. That would be great. Front row, just looking at Virgil and his team over there, just kind of stalking your prey. That would be a scene.
For sure. Hopefully we there. Hopefully get in the ring too as well. So.
Oh, afterwards.
Yeah.
That would be something. You and Eddie pulling up over there?
Yeah, me and Eddie.
Yeah, I would love that.
I'm gonna talk to Eddie when I get off. I'm here. So yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much. Congrats. We're gonna take a quick break. Say goodbye to Boots. Be back with Andy Foster. A lot to get in with him about. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. So someone may be watching this and thinking, okay, why is Derek Moneyberg on? Is he on to just talk about, being a wealth management coach? Of course, you're not on to just talk about that. You have become somewhat of a combat sports, and I should say specifically like an MMA/BJJ story over the past 3 to 4 years or so. I first kind of started to notice your work when, I would start to see a lot of fighters with you on your show, a lot of fighters on your YouTube channel, on your social media. And the first thing that drew me to the scenes were that they were all wearing these shirts with you. And then we started to hear about your journey as a BJJ practitioner. Mm-hmm. Could I ask, just starting at the beginning, your interest in MMA and BJJ, when did that begin, and why did you just start to feature so many of these guys and gals on your YouTube and your socials?
Related to that, and I'll answer your question directly, but just for one moment, Jeff, Duke Roufus died the other day.
He did, yes, on Friday.
About that, and I never met the guy, but I knew a lot of people. Bilal Muhammad trained with him, and Alan trained with him. And I feel bummed that he was right in Milwaukee, and I wish I had the opportunity to meet him. And just last second brief thing,
sure.
Paulie Malignaggi I saw on your show.
Yes.
And Paulie was, related to your question, Paulie was one of my first trainers. We worked on boxing for about 14 months together for, I don't know, maybe 40-something, 50 days we trained together.
Okay.
And,
is this before the jiu-jitsu? Was that like your first
simultaneously,
interest?
Simultaneously. Okay. And, Paulie won his fight the other day. Congratulations. And he had a pretty serious eye injury that we've been talking about. And I hope you heal up well, Paulie. Big respect to Paulie. Thank you for everything you've done for me. And I hope you heal up well. Regarding, that journey, when I was a kid, I was, I was in some pretty rough environments, and thankfully I was a bigger kid and I could protect myself pretty decently. But, over time, I was always interested in martial arts, since I was a child. I think a lot of people are. Obviously you are as well, and I just never did that. And then, after 2020, when you had all the crazy things that happened at that time, and all the turmoil in the stock market, I did very well in the stock market, and I thought, you're really doing well financially, but I was 300 pounds. I was fat, 300 pounds. I was pretty out of shape. They closed the gym, so I was always good about lifting weights. Never trained MMA, but they closed the gyms, and you couldn't go to the gym at that time. So, I focused on money, and I did very well in the market. And I found myself by 2021 in a situation, I'm like, wow, like you kind of made more money than you ever thought you might in your lifetime, and you're 42. And, what are the things you'd like to do with your time now? And I grew up poor, and I really focused on financial things and educational things so much that that was kind of a weird idea for me at the time. I'm like, of course I'm going to still do that, but I could do other things too and have like hobbies. Hobbies was like a new idea to me. You must be a pretty driven and obsessive person yourself, So maybe you could find that relatable in some way. But, I asked Paulie. Paulie was a little bit of a fan. He had started writing me on social media. And then when I found out who he is, I'm like, oh, that's the guy that trained Conor McGregor. So I asked Paulie to come train with me 4 years ago this month. And then the next month, I asked Jake Shields. I knew him for some time. I met him through Nick Diaz. And I asked him if he would come train with me. And then very quickly, I realized if you're only training a couple of weeks, 8 days a month, you're not going to get good at this, So then I kind of scaled that up. I asked Tito Ortiz and Mike Chandler and a lot of other people if they would come, just people that I knew. And then pretty soon, that expands. And, as it's done for you, then, quite a lot of people in the MMA community over time,
And so this all leads to you getting your black belt. You have your black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, about 4 years later.
And from what I was told, it was around 3.5 years, from what I've read.
3 years and 7 months.
Okay, three years and 7 months, which is, as you know, you don't need me to tell you, an unbelievable feat, like almost unheard of. Some of the greatest BJJ practitioners of all time, BJ Penn, 3.5 years, Kayotera, 3 years, like you're in that discussion. And I think this has drawn the ire of the jiu-jitsu community. You probably don't need me to say this to you as well, right?
Well, BJ Penn congratulated me, by the way.
Sure.
And BJ Penn was my inspiration to do that. I knew about that for, I don't know the number of years, but maybe a decade before I started, that I'm like, wow, like if I ever do that, if I ever get into MMA, I need private lessons. I need to do that with the best guys because I'm getting, I was getting older. You're not going to catch up. And
how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 46.
Okay.
So BJ Penn was like legitimately my inspiration for that I'm like, all right, if I ever do this, I have to do it the way he did and have, private instruction with black belt, high level instructors from the beginning. Regarding the amount of years.
All right, that was our conversation with Derek Moneyberg, aka Dale Buskowski. Go check it out in its entirety on the YouTube channel. Boots was a delight. I'm looking forward to seeing if he gets that Virgil Ortiz fight. That's the fight to make. That would be, if you are unfamiliar with the world of the sweet science, it would be one of the biggest fights that can be made in 2026. Certainly one of the biggest fights that could be made here in America. Would be amazing at MSG or in Las Vegas. I would love it. I would love to witness it. So hopefully Virgil does his job and we get that fight in 2026. Now, of course, as we discussed with him and many others, one of the big stories over the past couple months has been the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. This is a story that isn't going away anytime soon, but certainly came into focus last week when the California State Athletic Commission unanimously passed a motion to formally endorse said act. All 6 voting members voted in support. A lot of talk going into it, a lot of talk coming out of it. Here to talk about it is the California State Athletic Commission Executive Director, also the chairman of the Rules Committee of the Association of Boxing Commissions, and a Hall of Famer in his own right. The one and only Andy Foster is kind enough to join us on this Tuesday afternoon. Hello, Andy. How are you?
Hi, Ariel. Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. It's a great privilege, and I really appreciate it. And this is obviously a huge, huge topic. And just in the interest of full disclosure, I appreciate you reaching out, wanting to maybe clear the air and talk about this as best as you could. And so thank you for that. Could I ask why? Why did you feel the need to perhaps have this opportunity to talk about it on the show?
There's a tremendous amount of misinformation about what the bill does. And there's a tremendous amount of negativity around a bill that will absolutely help boxing in this country. So I think it's important to explain to the public exactly what the bill does and what the bill doesn't do, because the current system of boxing is not going away. This provides fighters just a choice, another alternative for them. But the biggest thing for me that this bill does, and why it's so important that this bill addresses the 4, 6, and 8 round fighters that were not addressed the first time in the sense that there is a minimum purse requirement and a minimum insurance requirement and minimum medical requirements for every boxer in this country. Now, California exceeds these standards, but many, many states do not. And many states don't even have a minimum purse. So these are important when you're talking about the number of boxers just cumulatively that this bill will help. It's important to have insurance. It's important to have some, even if it's a small check, leaving from the fight. And it's important to be reasonably medically cleared before you compete. These are important things that are in the bill.
Do you believe, Andy, that is the genuine motivation behind the bill? Do you think that is the reason why we are here today talking about it? Because obviously there was no great push to amend or, introduce any type of changes to it. And obviously what has been brought up time and again is that here comes TKO, here comes, Zuffa boxing, and they want to change it to make boxing seem a lot more like the UFC. And we could get into what exactly that means. Do you think that is the genuine motivation, or do you think that there are other reasons why they are so, firmly behind this new bill?
Well, I think that obviously that they're wanting to create a league system. It looks like a league, more or less.
Like the UFC, right?
Like the UFC, where the biggest thing that I think that they're wanting to do is get away from the sanctioning organization so they don't have to go through the rating system. And the 4-belt system, we can get into that if you'd like to.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it.
Well, that's the part of it.
Okay.
It's not the huge part. That is the part of it.
Okay.
So that's what the bill does. That's the big difference. The other piece, and I guess the other side of it, is the controlling of both sides of the card, like having both sides of the card. By that, I mean right now in the thing is the promoter will control, will have the A side, and the B side fighter is being brought in to lose. Okay, that's what's happening in boxing almost every weekend. Is the promoter's fighter will be, and you'll have an opponent. That's what they're called in boxing, the opponent, or however you want to say it. And they're usually an unsigned fighter that just shows up and is pretty good, can compete, gives the fighter rounds, they call it, and whatever. But then they move them up the ladder, and hopefully they move up the rankings until they get to the pinnacle, and then they fight a big championship fight at the end. Okay, that's what the current 4-belt system, that's what we see. The financial incentive in a league type format would be that since you have both sides of the card, you want to have the most competitive fights possible. It's a financial incentive is to bring the public back to watch it, because the idea is to have good fights. The idea is to make sure the fights are most competitive, because you don't really care who loses, because you've got both fighters under contract under your league type system, and that's probably the biggest difference. And the ratings organizations, there's 4 tracks that you can go. There's 4 tracks that you can go with the current sanction organizations. You can do WBA, WBO, IBF, or WBC, and they're all very similar top tracks. And you will move up the rankings depending on who you fight, and the promoters. Different promoters really associate with different, a lot of times with different sanction organizations, but a lot of times everybody works with everybody, and you will move up that way. But once a year, you have mandatories in that organization if you're the champion. So you'll often see big fighters being stripped of their belt because they just can't fight. If they have multiple belts, you can't fight that many times because another fight might make more financial sense or whatever. So really just having a system where the best fighter will fight the best fighter, and then they will rise without having to ask permission from a different group on the ratings, or in some cases 4 different groups, is beneficial to boxing, because we're not seeing always the best fights that could be made. Pacquiao Mayweather, I felt like happened too late. There's fight after fight that I think the public would like to see. And then there's been a proliferation of titles. There's been a 404% increase in the number of titles issued since 1996. That has created confusion among the public. The public doesn't know who the champion is in many of the weight classes. And there are 17 weight classes, or 18 in the WBC, but 17 weight classes. So it's difficult for the public to follow exactly who the champion is, because often the champion is different. Sometimes it's not, but often the champion's different in each track.
One thing that has been brought up is like, we're going to clean it up. It's going to be, one system where the best are fighting the best. But is it not true, Andy, that in essence, boxing would be introducing a new belt? It would actually be introducing a 5th belt, because this Zuffa belt, they have said they're going to bring in this Zuffa belt, and we're gonna have this belt be defended on our shows, and we're not gonna play with others. We're not gonna have co-promotions. We're not gonna have a WBC/Zuffa unification bout, which would then introduce another belt. And look, I just had Boots Ennis on the program. Boots Ennis is vying for a fight against Virgil Ortiz. If Boots Ennis is a Zuffa fighter, he can't even think of a Virgil Ortiz fight because he's a Golden Boy fighter. So doesn't that restrict everything even more? Because this is not news to you. Every notable boxing person that I've spoken to, from the likes of Boots, from the likes of Danny Garcia last week, Eddie Hearn, Oscar De La Hoya, they have all said, we're not going to play by these rules. We like the old way. We like being able to co-promote. Am I saying that boxing, or am I believing them that boxing is perfect? Absolutely not. But wouldn't this actually make it more restrictive than this, sort of like utopic system that everyone's going to be playing under one umbrella with one belt on the line? It seems like the sport is too old. It's been going on for over 100 years. It seems to me like, the train has already left that station. It's going to be very hard to reverse course and make it more of an MMA model, if you will, a UFC model specifically.
You're right in that this has been going on for 100 years. You're right about that. And really since we saw a proliferation of the titles. But this is an option. Okay? No boxer has to do that, do this track. But I think it's fair to say that the UFC is clearly the most successful MMA promoter that's ever been. And if the people over there at TKO or whoever decide to get into this space, they're going to bring the same degree of promotion to boxing. And, I believe that the fighters will be able to choose. Nobody's making the people do this. And I don't think somebody like Boots Ennis is really who. The way I view this at the beginning would be more like a developmental league, probably something like the Contender Series or something to start with. I don't think that they're going to jump in feet first with a UBO system into the 4-belt system. I don't think they're trying to. I don't know what they're exactly. I mean, I've not asked them, but that's not the way I envision it. I envision it being, building up, signing good fighters, if they want to come over there. And the other groups in the four belt system will be just fine. I don't think this changes boxing that much.
So how does it work?
I do believe that the best fighting the best, or the people, and with the media that they're bringing with Paramount and the whole thing, I believe that it will put boxing back on TV. I mean, Ariel, I'd be remiss to say, I mean, in California and across this country, really, in the period of 7 years, we've lost 4 of the major broadcasters that funded boxing. We've lost HBO, we've lost Showtime, we've lost Fox, and we've lost ESPN. Broadcasting money is really what finances boxing. And without that investment in the product, the boxers are not going to have the exposure or the dollars to fight and be seen and to be paid.
And by the way, for the audience, UBO stands for Unified Boxing Organization, so a more unified front. How would it work? Because I've heard Dana say this as well, like, hey, you can go with this one or you could go with the old Ali Act, if you will. Is that even possible? Like, how could a fighter choose under sort of like what legislation they're fighting under? Like, isn't there just one set and that's it? Like, you make an amendment to it and that's what it is? How could there be two? And wouldn't that make things even more confusing, more muddying of the waters?
I don't think so. I mean, it's you.
How do you choose? How would that work?
You would just sign the contract that you're going to be under the UBO. And there's limits to these contracts. They're not indefinite. But you would sign with that you're gonna work with the UBO, and you're guaranteed insurance at that point. You're guaranteed all the medicals paid for. These are things that are required, and this isn't just Zuffa; it's any UBO.
Mm-hmm.
Or the four belt system, you can go do that, and you have to move up the rankings. And one of the things that one of the big stark differences, because I regulate both sports, and you look at, is if you're a championship or near championship level in boxing and you take a loss, your earning potential and your pay is dramatically lowered the next fight. It's just so much lower. If you take a loss in when UFC was doing it, we did a lot of the Bellators also. When you take a loss, you don't see the earnings of the next fight often dramatically reduced. They don't penalize like that. And part of that, I think, is in boxing, you lose the rankings, you go down the rankings, and you have to work your way back up. And the UFC, they just will put you back in if you fought good. It's the way it is. I mean, I think of people like Jim Miller and people like that. I mean, that always fight good. Everybody's excited to watch them. They just keep fighting.
Would you agree with the sentiment that the Ali Act, over the last 25 or so years, one of its benefits has been stopping a sort of monopoly of boxing, a promoter from coming in? There was talk of PBC wanting to come in and they want to control the whole thing. They want to be on every single network. They're going to time buy. And it has precluded any promoter, any businessman from monopolizing boxing. And wouldn't that be a benefit? Wouldn't that be a good thing, as opposed to what we've seen in the sport of MMA, which, I'm not going to say that the UFC is a monopoly. They're the big dog. They created the sport for all intents and purposes here in North America. But there was just a class action lawsuit that was settled, a sort of acknowledgement that perhaps the fighters weren't getting paid what they were owed, and here's a model that is trying to be replicated in another sport when that model was just taken to court in a class action lawsuit, and there are other pending lawsuits. And so wouldn't we want that? Wouldn't we want a system that would preclude any type of monopolization of promotions for the boxers' benefits?
Well, I mean, boxing is not going to be monopolized. There's way too many fighters under contract with PBC, with Golden Boy's got a bunch, Matchroom's got a bunch, Top Rank has a bunch. There's just a lot of talent that's spread out. And I think that the fact that this UBO model can be used by anybody, it's not exclusive to Zuffa boxing, would also prohibit the idea of some kind of monopoly or whatever. The monopoly, the fact of the matter is, we have lost 4 networks in the last 7 years. The number of titles issued is up 404% since 1996. And the public does not know who the champions are in many of these weight classes. It's hard to make unification fights. The sanction fees, in my view, are I would like to see the sanction fees lowered on the fighters, if possible. I would like to see the belt fee waived on the fighters, if possible. There are a lot of things that are, and I would like to see the promoter fee also reduced by the sanctioning bodies on the promoters, so that we could have more of these promotions done. Without the broadcast money, Ariel, we are seeing more and more purse bids, more and more. Okay, and I've got a fight that's coming up in December. It's a cruiserweight fight. I think it's the Bodo Jack fight. I think that's what it is. But it's Steve Bash got that. I believe it was $301,000 cumulative for that fight. It's a world title fight. We just had one. Sean Gibbons bid it on it and got it. He's not going to put it here, but he got it, and it's a world title fight. Ariel, $30,000, $19,500 for the champion, $8,500 I think, and then you got to pay the sanction fees. I tell you this to let you know that this idea that, and hear me when I tell you, because absent the very, very elite Crawford and Canelos, there's a few. Absent that, the idea that boxers are now making a lot more than MMA fighters or UFC fighters in particular is false. That is a fairy tale. It's a fable. It's being told, and it's being told and told and told. It's not true. It's just not true. I got the numbers. I looked at them. You've got the numbers. I sent you some of them.
Mm-hmm. What about the breakdown of the pie, though?
Well, I don't have that information, Ariel. I mean, you're talking about total revenue? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
The total revenue?
The breakdown of the pie. Every single boxer that I've talked to, every single promoter that I've talked to said, hey, like, we're giving them 80%, 70%. Now, obviously, the top dog is going to get more of that and it trickles down, as opposed to in MMA, let's be kind and say it's 30-70 the other way, right? I mean, that's a fact as well. So what about that breakdown? Why would anyone want it to go the other way?
Well, I'm not suggesting. Look, when you talk about that, when you're talking about the promotion piece of it, it costs money to promote the athletes. Now that group in Las Vegas, the UFC, if we're talking about Zuffa boxing or UFC, they're very good at promoting. They can promote their athletes. They can take people that nobody's ever heard of and make them stars. That's what they do. Now, when it comes to the purses, I would agree that years ago, that probably a decade ago, maybe a little less, probably boxers were making more than UFC fighters, at least for the most part. But there has been a continual rise in MMA purses, specifically from the UFC, specifically over the last about 8 years. You keep seeing them go up and up and up. The last one I had, and by the way, this doesn't even count the bonuses that they give out or the pay-per-view points or how all that works. I'm talking about just the purses that are disclosed to the state athletic commissions. And, I obviously don't have the total revenue piece of how it all of their revenue versus their expenses or whatever. That's easily available. They're a publicly traded company. It's an SEC filing. John Nash always does a good job throwing that stuff out, and I read that sometimes. But I don't have that right in front of me. But I do know that this idea that, just from what I see, this idea that MMA fighters or UFC fighters in particular make less than boxers is not true. That's not true.
In
with
these,
the exception of the big ones.
In the September hearing where you guys talked about this, California State Athletic Commission, I remember the conclusion being there was going to be a fact-finding mission and you would reconvene in December to vote on it. That got moved up to last week's vote, October 15th, and that seemed to have caught a lot of people by surprise. Why did that happen?
The chairman moved that piece up because the subcommittee was actively seeking out people that had so many meetings. And I think the subcommittee was ready to submit its findings.
Do you understand why people would say, from an optics standpoint, that seemed a little bit out of the ordinary? It seemed a little bit strange that it got moved up, and I think it was on 7 days' notice.
No, it was on 12 or 14 days notice, Ariel. It's
okay.
A 10-day requirement in California.
Okay.
Anyway, for a notice.
Regardless, that's like
items get moved up all the time. If people don't know, you got to pay attention to the meetings. Things get moved around, get pushed back. The agenda changes all the time from meeting to meeting. Even where we're having our next meeting got changed just the other day. So these things happen all the time.
Were you surprised that it didn't seem like any prominent boxers of today or yesteryear, prominent promoters of today or yesteryear? I understand that Tom Loeffler was there. He was in favor of it. I know that he is a promoter. I don't know if anyone would say prominent. You know the ones that I'm talking about, that none of them were on the call. Was that surprising at all to you? Were you expecting, a lot of the people that were for it and opposed to it, let's be honest, were either MMA fighters or people who are affiliated with TKO/SUFA?
Well, Tom Loeffler, I would say, is very prominent. I mean, he promoted the Klitschko brothers. He promoted Triple G.
Currently, right now, he's also the guy who has promoted, fights on UFC Fight Pass. Obviously, he's in a business relationship with them. Let's not kid ourselves. There was no De La Hoya, there was no Hearn, there was no Dimitri Salita, there was no Nikisa Bedarian or any of those guys.
Notice they weren't there, Ariel. They weren't there.
I'm asking you. Yes, I'm saying why. Yeah, why do you think that is?
I think, I don't know. I think that if they wanted to voice their opinion, they had two opportunities to do so.
Why do you think that is? Because I'm sure you've seen the clips of people talking about it. I asked Oscar about it. Did you see Oscar talking about it in my interview with him?
I saw parts of it. I sure did. They actually sent it to me. That's why I texted you. Yeah. They sent it to me. Yeah, I don't know why look, the commissioners, we see these guys pretty much every weekend. I don't know why they didn't show up to the meeting and support or oppose it. I noticed that there was no really, I didn't recall any prominent boxers that are active showing up either. I can't recall that, but I did recall a lot of MMA fighters that had been in the past.
Right.
I recall some of them, and there were several promoters. I wouldn't call them. I think, to use your term, I don't think they would be prominent promoters, but several promoters who I had no idea who they were before that call showed up to support that.
Sure.
Support the thing.
What I thought was interesting were the MMA fighters who were opposed to it, because initially I was like, well, why do they care so much? This is essentially a boxing story. But then as I began to think and research, my sense is that, and I think you know this, MMA fighters have long wanted a sort of Ali act to come to MMA so that they could fight for other belts and that there could be a Francis Ngannou versus a John Jones or a Tom Aspinall where organizations could co-promote. And so they're trying to, to stop this from happening. I thought that was a really interesting development. Did you see it the same way? When you have a guy like Matt Brown, who has no real skin in the game at this point, he's retired, he's so passionate about a bill that would only really affect boxers at this point. To me, I thought that was really interesting, and it reminded me that MMA has long wanted a version of the Ali Act to come over to this side of the fence, and it has never happened, thus stopping certain things from happening that boxers are able to enjoy.
Well, I know what you're talking about. I'm also passionate about trying to help the boxers, and I believe that this bill will do that. Ariel, I believe I'm right on this. I believe the commission's right on this. We've evaluated this bill for hours and hours, and we've lost, I keep talking about, we've lost 4 networks. I don't think that should be discounted. That's big, because we used to have HBO Boxing or Showtime Boxing or ESPN or Fox almost every Friday or Saturday night. It used to be just a common thing here in California. We still have tons and tons of club shows, but the broadcast numbers are down. They're not in boxing anymore. And without that money, that are being brought to boxing by the broadcasters. By the way, the broadcaster provisions in the Professional Boxing Act of 1996. That's how entrenched they were into boxing 25, 30 years ago, and that prohibition. So when you talk about losing those networks and that streaming, along with the splintering of the thing. I mean, I sent you the chart. I don't know if you read it, but we went from almost an entirely linear system in 2018 to an almost entirely, I guess now totally streaming system in 2025. That's a big shift in the way the entertainment is received by the public.
But isn't that a sign of the times, Andy? That's a sign of the times. I mean, Netflix is the biggest platform in the world, and they just had a boxing event in September, and they'll have another one in November. DAZN is an app that has, a lot of boxing on it. And let's be honest, I don't think that HBO and Showtime got out of the boxing business because they weren't interested in boxing. They got out of the sports business. Showtime Sports doesn't exist. HBO Sports doesn't exist anymore. I know. I used to work for them. I worked on a show called Real Sports with Brian Gumbel. That show doesn't exist. Sports doesn't exist there anymore. A couple of documentaries here and there. There was a time where ESPN got out of the boxing business. They got back into it with Top Rank. Who's to say they don't get back into it now? And there's new players, as you said. Paramount is in it. Netflix is in it. DAZN is in it. And so, I don't think it's necessarily an indictment on the boxing business that these players are out of it. It sucks. It hurts. But the fact that we're on streaming and apps, I think, is more of a sign of the times, no? I mean, the NBA is about to debut tonight on Peacock, for goodness sakes.
You're 100% correct, Ariel. I couldn't agree with you more that it is a sign of the times. So you're right about that. But the amount of investment in the sport has not caught up. If that makes sense. So there's not as much money as there used to be to spread around to the fighters, and the fighters are being forced to take lower purses than they're used to. They're like I said, we just did that the purse bid. It's coming here, and you're seeing more and more purse bids that are happening than before. I mean, we were just at lunch, and I think the IBF was doing one, and it got canceled because I think they're close to coming to an agreement. So it got pushed back for a week. But I don't know if that makes sense to you, but there's not the same amount of investment in boxing as there was 10 years ago from the networks.
Without beating around the bush, you're a straight shooter. I like to treat you that way. I think one of the big concerns is that this bill seems so closely aligned with TKO, with the lobbyists, with the stakeholders involved. Do you have any concerns about that? Do you have any concerns about how close it seems to be aligned? Everyone in support is an ally. Everyone who is not in support is not an ally. Everyone who's talking on the call in support are major power players. It does ring some alarms, I would say, in a lot of people's minds, where the organization wants to get into the world of boxing and all of a sudden wants to make these changes. Does that not feel like a fair assessment in your opinion? This is a TKO-backed amendment, right? This is a TKO-backed bill.
Yes, I think that's correct. I don't think that's any kind. I don't think anybody's trying to. I think they're supportive of this bill. Yes, I absolutely think that they are.
Does that lead you to ask some questions? Does that lead you to wonder about what the motives are behind it?
No, because I've told you already on this call, it's to avoid the ratings organizations. That's what I believe is the paramount reason. They do not need to they don't want to ask permission from one of the sanction organizations to make a fight.
Right.
They're not used to doing business that way. They want to be able to make this guy is going to fight this guy without asking permission. You can't wait around for 60 days and wait for this stuff to ask these things. Now, look, the 4-belt system has worked. Some people would say well, some people would say less well. I wish there was less belts because the public would probably, maybe some less belts because the public would probably know who the champion was better. But as we move along, I think that the reason was the ratings. I think that they want to be able to rate their own fighters and give their own belts and make their own matches because they'll have both sides of the card. That's what I believe.
And do you agree with that? Do you like that?
Yeah, I do. I think
really, but Andy, you come from MMA. I mean, we can't see Francis Ngannou fight Tom Aspinall. We can't see these co-promoted fights in MMA. You know that, right? So why would you want that system in boxing?
you very rarely. I mean, it takes the stars to align for it to happen in boxing.
Not these days. Not since Turkey got involved. Let's be honest. I mean, what big fight hasn't been made in the last 2 years?
Well, Ariel, when we talk about policy for California, which is what I care about, okay, we've lost 4 networks. I can't base the decisions, and I don't feel like the commissioners can base the decisions on what His Excellency Mr. Turkey Al-Sheikh wants to do with boxing.
No, my point is he clearly has been able to make the big fights because he has, incredible funds backing him. And so big fights can be made. It doesn't seem like any of these sanctioning bodies are standing in the way of any of these big fights from being made. Usyk and Fury fought twice over the past year.
That's right. But like I said,
Beterbiev and Bivol couldn't get made for 10 years, and then all of a sudden he came along and they fought twice in the span of 4 or 5 months. So I don't think it was necessarily that. I think it was just money that wasn't being thrown, enough money for these fighters. I don't know if it was necessarily the sanctioning bodies.
Well, then wasn't Bivol supposed to fight? Didn't that get ordered that he was going to fight Benavidez? Didn't that get ordered?
After the 2 fights.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And didn't he have the belt at that time? But then when he didn't take it, he's out of the ratings now.
Oh, yeah. All of this is kind of a mess. I'm just saying, at least we got those 2 fights. If we're going under the UBO model, a guy who fights under Top Rank and a guy who fights under Matchroom isn't fighting each other. There's not even a question. Like, I would never sit here and talk about, I don't know, a guy in PFL fighting a guy in the UFC because there's just no point. It's not happening. It's not even going to be discussed.
Okay. Well, I mean, nobody, Ariel, is making the public watch this. Okay. I believe that this system will attract the public to watch it. I believe that UFC and Zuffa are good at promoting. They've already showed that they're good at promoting. And if people want to watch their product, people will watch their product. I believe that they will do a good job for the fighters. And I believe that this bill, look, it raises the floor across the whole country for poor people. We should talk about that because I was one of those lower income people there for a while fighting, and it's no good. You go up to them bars in Tennessee where they've got boxing rings set up and there's smoke all in the air, and you fight. There's them 4-round boxing matches that you're in the corner for, and you walk out of there with 50 or $100. That's happening. The dollar contracts are happening in this country. They're absolutely happening. We passed a regulation, and I sent you the initial statement of reasons about that, that showed that, where we moved the purse up to $100 in 16, and then Governor Newsom moved it up to $200 through legislation that the commission endorsed in 2024. So there's a lot of pros to the bill, a lot of pros.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest pro is
per round.
Fighters are able to choose. They're able to choose this. It's a choice. You can choose whether you want to work with this group, and if you do, you're going to get a lot of benefits. But if you don't, you can stay in the current system, and if perhaps get signed to one of the major promoters, and you'll move up the rankings that way.
I think that's probably the most important thing that people need to recognize, because I believe it when you say it. You say that these two bills will exist, and if you want to be Boots Ennis 10 years ago and say, I want to hold the WBC title because that's the belt Muhammad Ali once held, you could go down that path and there'll be nothing that will stop you from doing that. And this won't abolish that system, but there'll be this other model that will make things a lot more unified and won't have to adhere to those rankings or those belts, and will be able to create their own belt. Is that a fair way to break it down?
It is, Ariel, and remember, this bill, it only applies to this country. I'm talking about the United States.
Yeah, of course. So does the Ali Act.
And so, but the World Boxing Council and the World Boxing Organization, the IBF, the WBA, those are legitimate worldwide organizations. They have boxers from all around the world, okay? So I view this bill and this belt real similar to like the NABF, in the sense that, but it doesn't include Canada, Mexico. It's the United States, and this bill applies to the United States. And if a boxer decides they want to go, they want to take, they want to move up the rankings, they absolutely can, just like you said. And if they want to go down this route, they can go down this route. But the boxers are able to be given a choice, and choices are good. Investment in boxing is good. TV is good. And like, Nick Khan is on TKO, on the board of TKO, and I don't know Nick Khan. I met him one time for like 3 minutes. I don't know him, but I know a lot of people in boxing that know him. And he's one of those guys I've never heard, like nobody I've ever talked to had a bad thing to say about the guy. And he's involved in this boxing venture. And so you've got like real pros that are coming in that are going to be doing this. Now, obviously, they're in a business. They have an obligation to make money for their shareholders. But while they do it, they're going to raise the sport of boxing up, and they're going to make fighters money as well. That's what's going to happen if the bill passes. And every boxer in this country, whether they're in Iowa, Mississippi, wherever the places are that are fighting those smaller fights right now, are going to get benefited by having insurance and a minimum purse.
John McCarthy on the call last week said anyone who opposes the bill has a financial reason to do so. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think that some people have a financial interest to oppose the bill. I think that. But I think some people are just not educated as to what the bill does. This bill is not repealing the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act of 2000. If you want to go down that path, you can. Mm-hmm. That bill didn't really impact the 4s, 6s, and 8s like this bill is going to. Like this bill, if it's signed into law, this bill automatically raises the floor across this whole country. And just that reason alone, because I don't know, Ariel, if you know, boxing can be exploitive. It can be exploitive, especially to really, really low income people. We've had like I kept mentioning to you, we had the dollar contracts going on here. Mm-hmm. And I kept looking at those, and we'd see a dollar come across, a dollar. It's like, what is happening? What was happening was the promoters were giving the fighters tickets to sell, and that's how they would make their purse. And if they would get so much, and they'd turn the rest in. And I know club shows do that all across this country. I promoted a bunch of shows. I did that myself. And I sold tickets as a fighter. I did that a bunch of times. I'm not opposed to fighters being able to sell tickets. I'm not opposed to that at all. But you should have some kind of minimum as well. You shouldn't rely on just the tickets that you sell as your purse. You should be focused mainly on fighting and less on selling tickets.
I wanted to ask you about a tweet from Chris Cyborg. Chris Cyborg tweeted last week, if the Muhammad Ali Act was applied to MMA, I would be undisputed world champion at 145, or I would have earned my rematch with Amanda Nunes. Promoters owning championship belts and being able to leverage them to force fighters into long-term contracts below market value is not in the fighter's best interest. What do you make of that statement?
Well, I mean, promoters... Boxing is the only sport that has a separate ratings organization. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess kickboxing does in some respects with ISKA and IKF, but
I would argue MMA is the only sport that doesn't have one.
Well, bare knuckle doesn't have one.
I mean,
kickboxing really doesn't
fighting.
have one to speak of. And I sent you the sanction fees. I've sent that to you. You've seen them. Okay. If I'm not sure that people know exactly what these fighters are paying for that. But like you had that fight that I sent you, it was $1 million fight. Now that wasn't unification, so that was a bit odd. But what was it, like $280,000 in fees, something like that, on $1.5 million purse cumulative? That's not insignificant. That's a good bit. Of course, that's across the promoter and the fighter. But I think that I don't know if I agree with that statement. I think that you got to have all the information, and I sit here day in, day out with it. And I'm telling you, Ariel, this bill's good. This bill's good. It's good for boxing. It's going to bring investment to boxing, and it's not going to do anything to the four belt system. And there's nothing going to harm Golden Boy or Top Rank or none of the rest of them. But it's going to bring another group into boxing.
Yeah, no, that is the top line thing. I think what everyone is wondering is why does a new group want to, exact these changes? I did want to ask you about, and I understand you don't have your whole day to speak to us, and I know you're a very busy man, so I'm going to let you go very quickly, I promise. Just this one tweet from Nico Ali Walsh, the grandson of Muhammad Ali, because Lonnie Ali, the widow of Muhammad Ali, has been quoted in press releases and on these calls. This is what the grandson of Muhammad Ali had to say. Anyone who truly knew my grandfather knows he'd never support this revival act. Legacy isn't about last name, it's about principles. I stand with my grandfather's principles. If you're not a fighter, don't speak for us. It's disappointing the CSAC is backing this.
Yeah, he's entitled to his opinion. Everybody's entitled to your opinion. That's why we live where we live. By the way, congratulations on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Oh, yes.
Mention that. Yeah.
You rooting for us?
Yeah.
To take down those dastardly Dodgers?
I was rooting for you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I'm a baseball guy, but I was rooting for you.
You can't say that you're rooting for the Jays. I understand, considering where you live. It would be a faux pas.
Yeah.
But this is David versus Goliath.
Well, yeah. But I thought of you last night.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm asking you about a relationship between a grandfather and a grandson, and obviously one of the biggest names in the history of sport. But it is, to me, again, it's interesting when these types of sentiments come about. Can I ask you about one thing that has been brought to my attention? And again, you're a straight shooter, and you're the only one in the business that comes on here and talks about these things. And you can't, it's impossible for me to truly say how much we appreciate it. We really, really do. What has been suggested to me is, and I'm not gonna beat around the bush when asking this, at some point, Mark Ratner is going to retire from the UFC, and the UFC wants Andy Foster to take over that job, and that's why he is backing this. Can you address that? Is that a real thing? Have you talked to them about this?
I've had a total of 0 conversations about that. 0, none whatsoever. So I'm backing this bill because this bill is good for boxing. We've lost 4 networks in the last 7 years. I agree with you that there is a transition happening in the industry, and it'll probably catch up. But this bill is not going to harm Golden Boy, our biggest promoter. It's not going to harm Top Rank. It's not going to harm the other ones. But it's going to bring another place in the industry that will give California boxers a place to fight. I have 2 California babies. I'm from Georgia. They were born here. They go to school here. I'm very happy in California, and I've had no talks about that whatsoever.
Thank you.
This bill is a good bill, Ariel.
Would you be interested in that role?
Well, it's never been brought to my attention, and I hope Mark Ratner stays there another 10 years.
Okay. And lastly, for those that want to understand, this is dense stuff. We usually talk about the fun stuff. What are the next steps here, and how soon, could we see these next steps and potentially see this bill, get passed over in Washington?
Buddy, I don't really know exactly the legislative process with this government shutdown.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it would be speculative to ask. I think in the bill, doesn't it say the bill would take effect 30 days after the president's signature, though? So, that's what I think. I think it says that.
Do you think it could be a thing that comes into play come January? That's when Zuffa boxing is going to kick off on Paramount, it seems.
Ariel, if I knew, I would tell you. I don't know. I'll tell you what I know, but I want to comment on one thing.
Please.
You tweeted, and somebody sent it to me because I don't do the Twitter thing, but
it's for the best.
Tweeted that the officiating is not approved in the last 20 years.
Oh, I'm so happy you brought this up. I really wanted to talk to you about this, but I understand I've taken up so much of your time. But please, if we can for just a few minutes, because I think it's been abhorrent as of late.
Well, it's been bad. There's no doubt about it. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We've had some issues.
Did you watch the card this past weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been some issues. Okay. But Ariel, there's no doubt it's improved from 20 years ago. There's no doubt about that.
It's the same
Go
people.
back and-
It's the same people.
I mean, and look, we had 3 people, or I'm talking about the industry, but there were 3 people in Vancouver that you guys had never seen before, okay, that engage in the training. I'm talking about referees. So that's part of it. But I agree with you that we have to expand the pool. We've got to expand the pool. Sal and Derek cannot judge every single fight in the world.
Right.
I agree with you about the pool being.
Is the issue that they just don't get paid enough? Should they get paid more? What's the incentive? It's the worst job in the world. You would have to agree with that because it's a thankless job. If you do a great job, if you have a great night at the office, not a single person knows who you are. If you mess up, the world is coming for your neck because of gambling and all this stuff, and fighters are losing out on half their purse. And so it's thankless in the sense that you get all that heat and you're walking away with what? What like? Could I ask, like, for a top level UFC 322 card, what is the top guy making for the main event as far as the referee is concerned? 1,500, 1,800? Yeah.
Maybe 3,000 or 4,000, something like that.
That's the top of the top, right?
Yeah, that's the top. Yeah.
What is a prelim guy getting?
I pay my guys the same here in California, but a lot of people pay them differently. So maybe 1,500 to 2,000, something like that.
And when you say the same, everyone gets the same top to bottom?
Yeah, I've stopped trying to separate that. I just take the top one and I just move it down.
So what is it, like 3 for the whole card? 3 each?
Oh, the judges make less. The referees, it seemed like maybe 2,800 last time, and then 2,400 for the judges, something like that.
Okay. Do you think they should get more?
Well, you have to. The way I view it is you have to look at it kind of close to a boxing card, and boxing pays a little more than that. But frankly, we've not had any boxing cards near the size of the UFC in recent years because of what we've just talked about for 30 minutes or an hour, however long. So, but yeah, I think that it wouldn't hurt my feelings to see the officials get a little bit more money, but I don't think that's the driving thing on mistakes or whatever. I mean, look, I had Pat Russell. He had Bradley and I think it was Bradley and Vargas, but I can't remember. He had the same exact issue that Dan did in a world championship fight here. Might have been 2015, something like that. He thought he heard the bell. He got in. Carl Moretti from Top Rank. I've never seen somebody get in the ring so fast. He jumped up and Pat just made a mistake. So,
but that fight should have been stopped, right? The Kyle Nelson fight.
I mean, look, there was no problem with the stop. I mean,
yeah.
No, I think that was part of the confusion. Do you agree?
Absolutely. It was a good stoppage.
Yeah.
So why did it continue?
Yeah, that part, it shouldn't have happened. When it happened over here, it did happen in round 12 with like 10 seconds left or whatever. So it was
bizarre. And then a couple of weeks ago, we had a Jake Matthews fight against Neil Magny where the referee stops it and then he continues to fight because he's like, oh, the guy wasn't out.
Yeah.
And then what about the low blows in the Mike Malott fight? I mean, should a point be taken away?
Well, you can't, so they get 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Up to 5 minutes is what the rule. Up to 5.
Yeah.
Not 5 minutes. Up to 5.
Yep.
And if you're not ready at the 5-minute mark, that should be it. That should be the end.
Right. But he was ready. He continued a second shot below the belt. Intentional or not. I hate this intentional, unintentional thing. I hate this. How are we supposed to know? Every shot, look, if a football player has a pass interference, he's not trying, but he's going to get penalized. He's going to get the 15 yards, and it's going to be where the play happened. Face mask, same thing. No one's trying to foul their opponent, but you kick at the same time as your opponent, you hit them below the belt. How many more warnings can we have? It's like...
I agree with you. I'm going to bring this up in the rules. I do. We've been talking about this for...
Enough of this. It's never intentional.
I agree with you.
So he continues to say to him, I know it's not intentional. Of course, Mike's a good guy, but still, a shot below the belt's a shot below the belt.
Yeah, you've got no argument here. I agree with you.
Yeah. And then like with the inconsistencies about sometimes there's a point deduction, sometimes there's not. I don't know. It just seems like a lot of the top dogs, I don't know if you saw this fight over in Dubai with Keith Peterson, not trying to pick on anyone, Paul Hughes, Usman Nurmagomedov, there were multiple shots below the belt. There was no, there was a headbutt at the end of the first round. It just seems like there's a lot of mistakes being made. And I get it. I would never want that job. I'm not saying I'm volunteering myself, but it just doesn't feel like it's getting any better.
Well, Ariel, it's a hard job. And
Yeah,
you mentioned that
Yeah.
piece of it. You know, and then, you know, I mean, John McCarthy is
He's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, I don't know. He's probably going to have a lot of rotations and stuff. But I mean, the good thing about him is he's able to like he's a really good referee.
Yeah, he's arguably the greatest of all time.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think everybody would agree with that statement.
Yeah.
And you know, and he'll be able to help the newer referees coming up and the whole thing like that. So I'm excited about the whole thing. But I look, it's a hard job. We keep training, we keep doing it, we keep working at it.
I know, you guys are the best.
It's a hard job for these guys.
That's why I always say you're the gold standard. I wish all the commissioners and commissions were like you guys, and truthfully, that's why I was really looking forward to this conversation, and why some of the things discussed on the call last week were, you know, of note to me and somewhat alarming. And then when I hear every single prominent guy on my show speak against it, I'm starting to wonder, like, what's going on here. And so I hope you feel that this was fair and that, you know, we were able to clear up some things. And I really do appreciate the time and the transparency.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ariel.
Thank you, Andy. All the best to you. Thank you. All the best, and we'll talk to you soon. There he is, the great Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission, Executive Director, and yeah, a guy who I think came on and tried my best to ask all the pertinent questions. I know there's probably a million more that we can ask, but I didn't want to monopolize all of his time. And really, I would love to have, I always want to showcase and spotlight all sides of the equation. We don't have a dog in the race. I promise you. I am not rooting against anyone here. I mean, I didn't want to interrupt him there, but again, I've said this a million times. I used to work with Nick Khan. Nick Khan was my agent. I'm not rooting against him. I'm rooting for him, if anything. This is a man who helped me realize the dream of getting to ESPN. Obviously, we don't work together. We haven't worked together since 2020. So there's no malice in the fact that I'm trying to have him on and talk about these things and ask certain questions. But I will admit, just like a lot of other people, and I talk to prominent people in the boxing world, and they all have issues, that leads me to have some questions. And then you kind of see some of the things that were said and how that all went down last week. You can't help but have issues. And obviously we know about the UFC, and we know about the history, and we know about the settlement and the class action lawsuits. And like, I think you would be rather naive not to put two and two together. The times they have changed. People have long said that boxing needs some sort of change. I would argue that boxing is doing pretty well right now, and I don't think that it is an indictment on the sport of boxing, the fact that HBO and Showtime and even, to be honest, ESPN is not in it. You know, entities come and go. Is it an indictment on the UFC that ESPN is out of the UFC business? I don't think so. You know, it's business. So in any event, fascinating chat. I appreciate his time very much. I really do appreciate his candor and transparency, and hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. I love these chats. Can I sneak in a couple more questions, or do we have to go?
Why would we have to go, man?
Oh, amazing. How about we do some super chats? What do we got, Frank?
I'm so glad you asked. A few super chats that I will be reading now. The first one says, "You ready for Round Ball Rock tonight? Hello, NBC."
Can I tell you, I am starting to hear my boys, not the boys in the back, like my sons, Oliver and Walter, humming that song around the house. That means the world to me. Because the reason I wanted to become a broadcaster was because of the NBA on NBC. Like, my first introduction into the thought of doing this for a living, and obviously it's taken me down a different path with a show like this and with Uncrowned and all that, thank you, God, was the NBA on NBC. I used to watch the NBA on NBC, and I used to be enamored with Marv Albert and Bob Costas in particular. Bob, how he would host, Marv, how he would do play-by-play. In the end, I ended up becoming neither of those guys in terms of like their skill set. I would never even be anywhere near them if I even tried. But there was something about those broadcasts. Obviously the 90s, obviously the Knicks were a part of big games. Michael Jordan, Sunday afternoon, nothing like it. And I went to Syracuse because of Costas and Marv Albert. Like they really did shape what I wanted to be and who I wanted to be. And when it left in 01, Pacers-Lakers series, I do believe, when it left, might have been 02 max, I thought it was a huge void. And that's no knock on ABC and ESPN, but there was something about that logo, those intros, the music, just the whole thing, the era, I felt it was a void. And so to see it back, and to see it back like on national TV plus Peacock and all that stuff, I can't wait. I cannot wait. And you know what? I have said this for the last couple of years, before I even knew they were coming back. I found Inside the NBA to be incredibly stale. I know everyone's going gaga over them going to ESPN. I think that Amazon and NBC's presentation is going to feel like a breath of fresh air. I love the people that they brought on. I think Melo's going to be an absolute superstar. I think he's unbelievable on camera. And I think it was time for some fresh blood, some fresh voices, some new faces. And obviously these aren't new faces. Blake Griffin, Dirk Nowitzki, Jamal Crawford. I just think it was time. I think it was time. So I can't wait. I'm so excited. 2 games tonight. Knicks Cavs tomorrow. Rematch Knicks Celtics. I saw Tom Thibodeau out there with the Celtics at their training facility. Kind of felt some sort of way. I felt some sort of way about it. I understand he was fired, but like, is he out there telling them how we beat them 5 months ago?
I hope so.
I felt some sort of way about that.
That's good shit right there.
It is good shit, but I felt some sort of way. And then I saw a press conference where Kat was like, hey, what do you think about the offense? Did you see this? And he's like, I don't know.
It's different. We got to get used to it.
Yo, the vibes couldn't be worse. That interview was awful, or that press conference was awful.
Tomorrow should be fun.
I believe in Mike. Yes. I think it's you guys and us. I think the whole way is going to be Knicks Cavs. I think it's going to be great.
Hawks. Hawks and Magic.
By the way, I was literally going to say I think there are players. Hawks, Magic, Pistons. I think you can't. No, I think Pistons are great.
Without Malik Beasley, they're not that good.
Kate Cunningham, man, they're good.
He's fine. He's not that good.
T-Wolves.
That's
the
West.
Yeah, that's
no. I'm saying for my team. I know they're in the West.
Oh, okay. What do you mean? You just threw out a Western Conference team as we were talking about the top dogs in the East.
I'm just saying that's my team in the West.
That's your team. You have a West team.
Anthony Edwards.
Okay,
Georgia. We've only had one good player.
I got you.
Tavius Caldwell-Pope.
I got you. I think who went there way back in the day? Who was from Georgia? Shandon Anderson.
Oh yeah.
Shout out.
It's not a good history.
Shout out.
2003 Sweet 16. Got that taken away because we cheated.
By the way, it appears NBA left NBC in 0102 end of 0102 season.
Yeah. Okay.
Lakers and Nets.
Nets. Yep. And then it was Lakers. It was Lakers Sixers, Lakers Pacers, Lakers Nets, and then the next one was Nets Spurs.
Reverse the Pacers and
chances OKC just repeats.
Oh, got it.
Sixers was 01, the legendary step over.
Of course. What did I say?
The other way.
Okay, my bad.
Pacers,
yes. 01.
Then Sixers, then Nets.
The sexy pick seems to be Denver. Everyone's on Denver.
OKC.
Is that sexy?
Okay.
Well, everyone's picking. I thought
when they win 2023.
No, but they revamped their whole
team after that.
Their whole bench.
Yeah.
They traded Michael Porter Jr. They got Cam Johnson. They added Jonas Valanciunas. They added Tim Hardaway Jr. Their bench is infinitely better.
Yeah.
Still got the big dog though.
They got Jokic. They got Jamal Murray. They got Aaron Gordon. I think it's going to be OKC Knicks, and I'm very biased.
That's not a.
But I don't see how you. OKC's only better. They didn't lose anyone, and they just got the whole experience of winning the chip.
Plus, they're going to trade for Giannis midseason. So
you think so? Is that the
if
thing?
I was OKC and I had the chips, I'd push them all in the middle.
They're like plus 200 to win the
OKC.
title. Yeah.
Is that the favorite?
Yeah.
Who's the second?
Being plus 200.
Who's the
going
top
into a season?
Eastern?
It's got to be.
Cavs.
Cavs. Yeah.
Cavs.
Yeah, Cavs then Knicks.
Do they have that winning DNA?
Do the Knicks?
Jalen. National champion.
Donovan Mitchell's better.
Like you got plus 200 for NBA. The favorite in the NHL is like plus 800.
I'm sorry.
Oh wow, the top dog favorite.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, let's see. All to say, I can't wait. I think it's great for the league. And I saw people complaining that every single day it's like one day's this, one day's NBC, one day's Amazon, one day's ESPN. No, by the way, guys, like that's just better for you. That's just better for you. Now every single day there's a game available nationally. That's not there were some days where there were no games available. That's better for you. There was no Monday night basketball. There was no Sunday night basketball. This is better for us. You don't have to get League Pass. Obviously, I would imagine most people have ESPN who are watching the NBA. Most people have NBC. Most people have Prime. I think this is better. This is better.
Nah, it's a lot of money.
I mean, we have to pay this money already.
Nah.
I don't want to pay all that money for all those apps plus get League Pass. Now you'll have a game, and oftentimes like tonight it's a doubleheader. What else, Frank? What else?
Let me parse through this one.
Oh God.
Hamza versus Imavov. Sean versus Fluffy, #1 contender. Caio versus Costa, Brazil Civil War. DDP versus RDR. Whitaker versus Page. Pfeiffer versus Vittori. Allen versus Izzy. Jared versus Delice. How'd I do? Tell Uncle Dana I'm open for work.
Okay, keep it up there. Keep it up there. Hamzat Imavov, agree. Sean Fluffy, agree. Caio Costa, agree. You know what? We didn't say that yesterday, and I'm all about it. There is beef there. DDP RDR, agree. Whitaker Page, agree. Pfeiffer Vittori, agree. Allen Izzy, agree. Jared Delice.
Nah, come on. Allen Izzy's the weakest one of this bunch.
Okay, but I got to admit.
The rest are pretty good.
This is good matchmaking.
This is great.
I don't think Izzy's coming back for a Brennan Allen.
Yeah, that ain't
fair. But I don't hate anything here. There's nothing egregious here.
No, these are
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
Good.
Good job. All right, what
Way
else?
down to Jared versus Delice.
He went all the way down. What else? What else?
As of today, who has had more accomplished MMA career, Merab or Alex Pereira?
That's such a tough one because Merab has the winning streak.
It's tough.
I would say, thank you, Terrence. Oh wow, a double whammy.
It is tough.
I lean Pereira 2 weight classes.
It's Pereira.
Yeah.
He's headlined the biggest shows in the UFC's last 3 years. Like, he is the man.
Yeah. I lean Pereira. It's a good question, but I lean Pereira just because of the 2 weight classes. What else?
As an Irishman, you can't be censoring my boy PT. What a load of bollocks. Don't be
Do
a
I have
can
to?
of piss.
Okay, let me be honest. You guys. Well, no, because I saw this one and it pissed me off. No one had my back.
Had your back about what?
We were just confused.
What back did there to have?
The Terrence video. No, it wasn't the cursing. He says the N-word in the video a lot.
Yeah. There are
and I
some
didn't want to
bad
play that.
words that you should
I
say.
thought Corporate Rick would have my back on this one. And I even
You know
wrote
who
it in the
did?
Slack.
Jordan actually
as
told
you
me.
know,
I didn't even know what we were talking about.
As you guys were killing me. Oh, come on, just
There
play
are
it.
bad words, and then there are just like
Yes, and I wrote to you
unspeakable
guys,
words.
there's the N-word in it, and you guys are like, come on.
I don't think I was even in the
I didn't see the Slack.
Yeah, no, clearly you didn't see the
Focus
Slack.
on being on the air.
I know,
Maybe don't
but
call the
I
don't
N-word
focus
a
on the
bad
Slack.
word.
I'm
Refers
just
to it
saying.
as a horrible word.
It's not woke enough.
Oh,
Frank.
jeez.
Not
I was
bad
trying to
enough.
help us by not having. Thank God, by the way, I saw that video very recently, and it's one of my favorite videos. And obviously,
Oh, I wonder why.
it's not said in a malicious.
Play it without sound.
Oh, stop it, Frankie! I wonder why.
That's what
You're
I was thinking. I was thinking
disgusting.
we
You're
just run it without
No,
sound.
it's not the same because the way he's laughing is making.
Yeah, but
is
it
the
still
best-
would have been, an upgrade from like the. So there's this slingshot ride and his friend and.
Oh boy.
Listen, Frank, go through all the drops right now. Go through all the drops.
Oh, God.
Go through all of them. You did it before. Go through them. Go
Last
ahead.
time we
Go
had
ahead.
this interaction, it wasn't
No, go.
good.
I'd like for you to go with them. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm alpha.
No, not that.
That's fucking
Yep.
bullshit.
What else we got? Yep.
Those fighting words.
No.
That's fucking illegal.
Yep.
What the fuck is that?
Yep.
Who the fuck is we?
Yep.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Nope.
Keep pinging the comments.
Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of? That's the worst one.
Carl Frocker, what he's got to say. Is anybody really interested?
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Okay, I gotta stop.
What else? So-
Frank curses more than anybody, I'm discovering.
You know what? I found that the Darren Till one sounds so crystal clear.
That one is a top 3. That one's a top 3 for me.
Which one though?
Everyone,
No.
stop
The second
chatting
one.
shit.
No.
Those are all good, but the keep my fucking
Oh,
name
that
out your
one,
mouth.
So good. What else, Frank? What else?
New York Rick, get on pop quiz on Boys in the Back at a week Apex week ?
Pop
Is this like a
what is that? What
a
is that
person?
currency there next to the 6?
I think those are New Jersey dollars. Or something.
Oh yeah.
It looks like the NJ Transit logo.
Okay. Is it really? No, it's not a shekel, is it?
No, what is it actually though?
That's anti-Semitic, Jordan. No, I have no idea.
Did Jordan say that to air or just
no,
to
just
you?
to me, just to me. I don't know, but what prop quiz is what?
No, that
We've
is
done this already, right?
What is it?
That actually is a shekel.
Oh wow, shout out.
Oh wow.
Yo.
Who's anti-Semitic?
Wait, what country currency is that? Like where-
Shekel is Israel, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Are you going on prop quiz?
Yes, I just not randomly. I spoke to Luke yesterday, so
Shout out to
it'll
Luke.
happen.
Okay. What else, Frank? What else?
Shout out New York Rick for continuously circling back for transparency and how the poopy reached the Snoopy.
Thank you.
This has haunted
Wow,
me for
poopy
a
is-
while. Sorry, Ariel.
No problem.
Yes,
No problem.
Shout out
listen,
to Harrison, dude.
Ariel is normally the one asking the tough questions. I think I had to,
You needed to be, yeah,
I
yeah.
needed to do that
Yeah,
time.
yeah. What else? What else?
Ariel, a deep discussion needed of this interview. Shit show from Andy. He seems to not even be well researched after he starts by saying there is a lot of misinformation. P.S. Let the boys swear on air. Well,
Oh. Okay. All right. I mean, that's your take.
Can,
yeah.
can
Go
I
ahead.
say I was actually compelled and swayed a bit by Andy Foster?
Okay. Why?
He has a duty to align things for what he believes will be best for the sport of boxing. Sometimes it is not going to be perfect, right? Sometimes it is not going to be ideal. And when he talks about the money drying up in the sport in general with the broadcast partners going away, the ones that do ultimately fund a lot of these events, he's in a tough spot. And what's interesting about this whole thing is it's not really like a sport discussion. At a certain point, it's just a political thing. And that's the reason why it's going through Congress. That's the reason why it's going through the commissions and all this stuff. There's always going to be agendas on the politics side. But ultimately, if he believes this bill to be good, and we take him at his word on that, obviously, that's the part that's imperative. I do understand why he would be advocating for it as opposed to kind of passive in that conversation. I don't agree with this person who said he didn't see him research. Like, as he stated to you, he's read this thing a bunch of times, thousands of pages of documents. So I'm compelled by the idea that I believe he believes this is best. Now, is it ultimately best is the question that I think you were asking and is so important, because if there are all these fighters that are coming out and saying, I don't believe this is best, you have to kind of give credence to that. You have to give stock to that. But I do believe after hearing him speak on it and your questions to him that he does believe this is best ultimately.
Yeah. So let us see. It's going to be a fascinating story. I think there's one more.
there is one more super chat.
Yep.
Last week, someone mentioned wanting an uncrowned app.
Yep.
I'm a full-time software engineer and would love to help. I can build a minimum value product if all y'all ever want a standalone app. Actually, MVP is minimum viable product.
Rick, please reach out to GVK on the
No problem.
app idea. That would be great.
No problem, mate.
Let me get to two very quick on-the-nose questions, and then we'll call it a day. Shooter McGavin says, Hola, Ariel and the BITB. Thoughts on Max Kellerman calling Usyk's heavyweight resume thin? I mean, I don't know. You know what? I chalk that up to him just being out of the game for quite some time and maybe wanting to draw some attention for his new program. Because I don't know. I mean, look, he is a cruiserweight who moved up to heavyweight. He had great success in the Olympic Games as a cruiserweight. He had great success as a pro as a cruiserweight. Yes, his time as a heavyweight has not been as lengthy as some other great heavyweights. But to beat Tyson Fury twice, to beat Anthony Joshua twice, to beat Daniel Dubois twice, with, you know, I know Tyson Fury seems to think that he won at least one of those fights. I don't think there was much controversy in any of them. The only controversy really was whether or not, you know, the shot in the first Dubois fight was truly below the belt. Is to me one of the all-time great runs as a heavyweight, and it's one of the all-time great careers. And so to call any of that thin, or to, I don't know, to like who else should he have fought in this era, in the heavyweight era? I mean, yeah, Parker, great. Let's see. If Parker wins this weekend, I pray to God that fight happens. Italma still has a couple of, I would watch that fight tomorrow, still has a couple steps left to make before he's in that discussion. And then the rest are, you know, the Deontay Wilders of the world, the Zhilei Zhangs of the world, the Joe Joyces of the world. You know, like he fought the best of the best. I would argue he fought the top 3 guys, and he fought them all twice, each 6 times. I mean, it's an unbelievable run. How many fights total this guy have at at heavyweight so far? Let me count. Scroll. I mean, it's to me in the discussion for one of the greatest careers in the history of boxing. Chisora, Joshua, Dubois, Fury, Dubois. I mean, golly.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. What the hell?
You can't ding him for if you determine that you think this heavyweight crop is thinner than another crop. You can't ding him.
It ain't that thin, by the way. Dubois, Fury, and Joshua is not that thin.
I don't think it is. I think
beat them all twice.
We're looking fondly like there's nostalgia at play if you want to call this thin, but ultimately he can only fight who's in front of him, and he's looked damn good doing it. I don't agree with the sentiment.
Last one before we go, and it's from our old friend A-Dub. Hey, Ariel, Jeff Pearlman interview was fascinating and really made me interested in his work. I appreciate the level he goes to get all the details. It's unbelievable journalism. Would you ever consider a book of that type? What would be a topic that would get you up for the task? Don't say 2016 UFC. Well, I was just about to say 2016 UFC Sweet 16, the greatest year of all time, but I guess I can't. What about Highway to Helwani? Well, I guess that's about me. It would be fun, but I think it takes a lot of work, a lot of work, and I think it would be hard to do my current duties and do that. That's his main gig. So he's able to be all in, obsessive over it, and that's why he's so great. But, you know, I do think that he's the best at it right now, and I do think that you have to be all in to do something like that. I really do. What's going on here? He also adds, why when Dana says boxing is the one thing that generated billions of dollars and there's nothing to show for it, why does nobody respond with the obvious reason, quote, because the money goes to the fighters? That is a good retort. But, you know, I would also argue that Matchroom is worth a pretty penny, as is Queensberry, as is Golden Boy to a degree. Not as much as the UFC or some of the other entities, but it is not a bad point. By the way, favorite moment of the last 24 hours, other than George Springer's home run, which helped the Blue Jays punch their ticket to the World Series. I don't know if anyone saw it. Nate Diaz at Monday Night Raw was amazing. Go look that up. Amazing. Shout out to Nathan. And shout out to the 209. All right, tomorrow on the program, we will be premiering our very first Uncrowned film live at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here and now on this channel. Well, not now, but like right here on this channel. Anyway, the legendary, it's true, Olympic gold medalist, WWE legend, TNA legend, the one and only, the inimitable, the incomparable Kurt Angle will be appearing on the program. And can I just say, it is unbelievable that he's appearing on the show tomorrow. It actually blows my mind. And I will explain why tomorrow. Peyton Talbot is going to join us as well. Frank Warren going to join us, perhaps one other guest. It's a loaded day. It's a loaded week. The best in the business. The number one unbiased combat sports outlet on the planet. Uncrowned HQ for all your where else do you get lineups like this? Where else do you see a show go from NXT former star to Andy Foster to Boots Ennis to Anthony Pettis to Bo Nickal? Where else do you get Derek Moneyberg and all the other people that you had on the show yesterday? This guy's he's posting the picture on his page. He posted it again. He's
You wearing the Choose to Conquer shirt?
He now posted it and asked me to collab. It is, I mean, I appreciate the chutzpah, but he's testing me now. He's testing me. Shut up. All right, it's time to go. You know, a lot of people said that we are bandwagon jumpers. Although if you actually search Ariel Helwani and Blue Jays, you could find tweets dating back to 2015. And I've been very honest. 2015 is when I jumped on the Blue Jays train because I felt like life was too short. But even here on the desk, you have Mr. Blue Jay right over there. Vladdy is right over there. I got Bo Bichette right over here. That's my friends. What is the name of this company again? McFarlane. Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette coming back, guys. Bo Bichette coming back for the World Series. He said he's back. So it's very exciting. It's all very exciting. What a day. What a time. NBA season starts today. In earnest, as they say. Just put this right here. Canada's on fire. The Six is on fire. Oh, actually, the new documentary on Netflix, Who Killed the Montreal Expos, is out today. And also, by the way, speaking of Jeff Pearlman, his book is out today. So now you could order it. No more pre-ordering. You could just order it. So that's very exciting. Tomorrow's a very big day. Can't wait for you all to see the film. We've worked very hard on it. Thank you to Casey, of course, Rick, Frank, the whole team. And it's the dawn of a new era right here on Uncrowned. Thank you very much, Anthony Pettis, Jay Gentile, Bo Nickal, Boots Ennis, Andy Foster. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back tomorrow, same time, place. Peace. I'm out of here.